Chapter 139, Sight Clearing. Chapter 139, Sight Clearing. Cold energies were entering into my body while I was training. Shi Yin frowned and looked at Xia Xinyan. Yes, a lot of them. Xia Xinyan elaborated the strange thing that had happened to him. Shi Yin was shocked. When a strange cold energy entered his blood, it not only fused with his blood, but also made the negative energy fuse with his blood. It also adapted him to the surrounding cold air and cold energy. So is it good or a bad thing? Shi Yan's expressions were rapidly changing. Stop training with that martial skill. Xia Xinyan paused and continued. I feel that this martial skill is too vicious. Though it's quite powerful, its adverse effects are also frightening. You will find many interesting martial skills when you get to the Yang family. You won't have to suffer such pain again. On the iron ship of the Yin-Yang Wonderland, Xia Xinyan had already seen that the martial skill Shi Yin was practicing was very strange. Now, as she saw Shi Yin suffering from such tremendous pain, she started believing it to be a vicious practice. She tried persuading Shi Yin to change his ways. I can handle it, Shi Yin thought and replied with an indifferent tone. It was really strange that whenever he trained in Rampage, he had to suffer unimaginable pain every time. However, the gain in strength after each practice made him hesitate. This mysterious martial spirit produced a type of negative energy that enabled him to jump through cultivation realms in terms of combat power. He couldn't resist it. Xia Xinyan sighed to herself as she realized that Shi Yin wouldn't listen to her. She knew Shi Yin to be strong and untamable, so she stopped trying to persuade him. The iceberg is going to explode in, at most, 2 days. Its power has nearly dried up. We don't know what will happen then, so we must be careful. Okay, I got it. Shi Yin nodded and thought for a while, then smiled. Thank you for protecting me. Xia Xinyan gave a brief smile. You have treated me well. It makes sense that I should return the favor. Shi Yin beamed and giggled. I may be heartless to others, but to you, I'm quite different. Xia Xinyan was a little happy as she rolled eyes at Shi Yin. Smiling, glib, Shi Yin grinned. At noontime, after some recovery, the experts from the 4 big groups were all ready to make trouble again. After discussing amongst themselves for a while, Dongfang He came to the front with an icy face and spoke in a cold voice. You vagabond warriors, leave now. There will be an even greater earthquake soon. If you don't want to die, then leave now. Beside Dongfang He, the other warriors from the Dongfang family were all gazing at the freeloaders with murderous expressions. Gu Jiang cupped his hands and smiled, saying to them, Everybody, it is really dangerous here. For the sake of your own lives, please leave now. You have all reached your current realms after struggling throughout all these years. Don't waste it on something worthless. 4 Nirvana realm warriors that were standing at the side of Gu Jiang with rigid faces. They're driving us away, Xia Xinyan said with some anger in her voice. These 4 big groups want to share all the treasures amongst themselves. They know that the iceberg shall break soon, and so, before that happens, they want to clear the site so that they don't have to share with anyone else. Shi Yin, with a rigid face, kept looking at those people. Chun Duo from the Magical Wonderland was the next one to speak. With a big smile, he said, Everybody, it's already enough that you were able to watch everything till now. Please evacuate. This is your last chance. Though what he said could be said to be considerate, his eyes were clearly saying something else, a threat. Chu Yanqing, from the Heaven Lake Divine Land, was silent and in a meditative posture as she was still recovering from some injuries. The members of the Heaven Lake Divine Land were observing everything with cold faces. There were still a few warriors some 1,500 meters away from the iceberg, showing their unwillingness and anger, but they said nothing. After a short period of silence, those people started leaving the area, sighing heavily and cursing. You get lost too. Dongfang He's scorching eyes fell on Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan, and he sneered, Get lost right away if you want to live, or I will take your lives before the iceberg shatters. Sigh. Gu Jiang sighed, smiled bitterly at Xia Xinyan and Shi Yin, and shook his head. It's not that we want to drive you away. It's for your own safety's sake. So leave as soon as possible. Let's go. Controlling her indignation, Xia Xinyan pulled Shi Yan's coat and walked away silently. Shi Yan kept silent, but his face was gloomy. Stay away from me. You shall yourself be responsible for whatever happens, should I see the two of you again. Dongfang he stared at their backs and threatened. Uncle He, what are you doing? They are probably the two who robbed the ship of the Yin Yang Wonderland. After Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan's figures disappeared, Gu Jianga frowned. The corpse sect and the Yin Yang Wonderland had promised that whoever catches those two will be very well rewarded. Really? Dongfang he was surprised before he grunted. Leave them alone for now. After this iceberg has been dealt with, let's catch them as we leave. Though we are not close to the corpse sect and the Yin Yang Wonderland, we would still help them, considering the good reward. Same here. Gu Jianga grinned. That woman is quite audacious. Maybe she has something in her hand. But since Uncle He is with us, they can't fly away. Before we hand them to the Yin Yang Wonderland, I want to talk with that woman. Gu Jianga's were glistening in lust. Jianga, you're so naughty. Dongfang he beamed, but showed no concerns. That gorgeous lady has really a hot figure. It's okay with me if you play with her, but you can't be serious about it. You are engaged to Xiao Kei, and if she finds out about this, I can't do anything to help you. Stop kidding me, Uncle He. You know me. Gu Jianga smiled in embarrassment. I'm reminding you because I know you too well. Dongfang he showed a fake smile. Gu Jianga cupped his hands in front of his chest and assured, I know Uncle He cares about me. Don't worry, I won't go too far. Dongfang he nodded. The two stopped in a ditch, some 3,000 meters away from the iceberg. They could only see a small part of the iceberg. Shi Yan's eyes were filled with a cold anger. Pissed, Xia Xinyan glanced at him. The four big groups are really aggressive. Shi Yan nodded and sneered. As the secret of the iceberg is going to be revealed soon, they want to clear the area so that everybody else will stay away from it. We went all the way for nothing. Aggressive, Xia Xinyan beamed. Your Yang family has done so many things that are even more aggressive. If the three Shura kings of your family were here today, those people wouldn't get a say in anything. Hee, your Yang family alone is enough to drive these four powers away altogether. Is the Yang family really so bossy? Shi Yan replied in surprise. You will know soon. Xia Xinyan nodded. If the Yang family experts were here, they would have cleared the site even before attacking the iceberg. Only those who could survive a hit from the experts from the Yang family would have a chance to share in the secrets of the iceberg with them. They would torture the four powers first, then only, possibly, allow them to join in. Is that enough bossy for you or not? Is the Yang family one of the top powers among the 15 powers in the Endless Sea? Definitely. It could be ranked number 3 or number 2. Xia Xinyan said in a heavy tone. Didn't the King Yang Qing step into the spirit realm 10 years ago? You said that the master of the corpse sect and the queen of sky and king of earth of the Yin Yang Wonderland had also stepped into the spirit realm long ago. They were apparently much earlier than King Yang Qing. You will learn all the details as soon as you get back to the Yang family. Actually, though as one of your allies, I don't know much of the Yang family. The Yang family is pretty good at keeping secrets. You will know how capable your family is when you get there. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a thunderous noise came from the direction of the iceberg. The sky was filled with dazzling lights, and all sorts of treasures fell upon the iceberg, striking deeply into it. After a period of serenity, the experts from the four powers struck again. From a long distance away, Shi Yan could only see a few of the mysterious symbols on the iceberg, which were becoming dimmer and dimmer, reaching the brink of not existing at all. They have started again. Xia Xinyan spoke in a serious tone. Let's not go near them, or they will immediately attack us. Okay. Shi Yan nodded. Deafening sounds ceaselessly came from the iceberg. The latter was producing more crystalline ripples with cold energy. Even at a distance of 3,000 meters, Shi Yan could still feel the increasing chill. More and more strings of light gathered around the iceberg, and, gradually, those mysterious symbols began to shimmer. Finally, One after another, these mysterious symbols started exploded on the iceberg. The iceberg, of which just a mere tip was visible, had many cracks appearing on it. More crystalline ripples and cold light shot out from it, make the crowd quite busy. Ka. From inside the iceberg, a huge explosion erupted, while a stream of freezing air swept over the entire area. Dash. Edited by Jimmy and Eli. Chapter 140, Skyfire. Chapter 140, Skyfire. Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan, standing at a distance of about 3,000 meters, were solemnly watching the collapse of the iceberg. Some 10-odd warriors were also standing nearby, being very reluctant to retreat. Like Shi and Xia, they were also coerced by the four big groups to leave. However, a human most covets something that is unattainable. Even when there wasn't the slightest possibility, the people were still lingering around the area, with a hope to catch a glimpse of the iceberg's secrets. Boom! The sound of ice cracking gained in volume. Mountains collapsed, and volcanoes, once again, erupted and started spewing lava, scorching the surrounding earth. The ground shattered into great chasms, some even having numerous icebergs, of which only the tips could be seen. The land seemed to be filled with countless icebergs. Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan were both rooted to the spot while looking at the distant volcano. The experts from the big groups were still bombarding the iceberg, using all possible means and martial arts to proceed. The white ripples from the iceberg increased in density, carrying frigid air that was 10 times colder than the surrounding area. The vibrations from the earthquakes had slowed down, but the ground was now completely covered with a blanket of cold air. Even the lava, which was deep within the chasms, was cooling. The ripples continued forming around the iceberg. The alarming cold air was still moving quickly, even though it was at such a low temperature. The trees, which were uprooted from the ground due to the earthquakes, all started turning into ice crystals, glittering all over on the ground. As the cold ripples propagated throughout the island with an alarming speed, similar scenes could be seen everywhere. No, Xia Xinyan was completely frightened. This coldness is too abnormal and far too heavy. I'd say it can even beat the polar ice flame martial arts spirit of Baiming Shan. The cold air is gushing out from the iceberg. What could possibly be in that iceberg? Crack! By now, the iceberg was almost completely destroyed. At the same time, numerous small ice cones started forming on the ground. In less than a minute, these cones turned into some strange type of ice demon beasts, which were shaped like leopards. These demons were each 3 to 5 meters long, their bodies all flashing in the bright sunlight, creating a very serene atmosphere. It did not take the beasts much time to gather into a group of more than 100. These ice demon beasts, though looking deprived of life, glinted blindingly under the sunlight and would pounce down upon the humans nearby once they came into form. More frighteningly, these ice demon beasts were even 10 times colder than the air ripples. There was a nip in the air as each ice leopard leaped up, and the air seemed to freeze wherever they passed, making a strange muffled sound. The iceberg kept cracking open, with more and more ice demon beasts shooting out. Sunlight trembled on them, and among the warriors of the four powers there came noises of fierce fighting. The ravines also glittered with crystal light, as if the icebergs down there were also producing something. Finally, the cracking of the earth ended. By this time, 100,000 demon beasts had come into being, shooting up out of the ground like a swarm of locusts. Shi Yin stood watching the hair-raising scene dumbfounded. He cursed. Where did these ice demon beasts come from? I can only sense strong cold air in them, and not the slightest sign of life. What the hell is going on? Move! There are too many of them for us to resist. The beasts carry with them an overpowering coldness. Let's run away. Xia Xinyan exclaimed after checking the beast with her soul consciousness, her face grave and nervous. Far away, some warriors from the four powers were besieged by the ice demon beasts. Strangely enough, the attacks they launched did not seem to do anything, not even being strong enough to wound the beast bodies. Warriors began to be ripped to pieces by the beasts, their bodies a wretched sight to behold. Faced with such a horrible situation, Dongfang He, Chinduo, Gu Jianga, and the others were thrown into a panic. Who would care about the secrets of the iceberg at this moment? Thus the experts from the four big groups fled like the wind, one after another. Seeing that even the strong guys of the four powers had chosen to run for their lives, there was no ground for Shi Yin to linger. Therefore, in a great haste, he retreated with Xia Xinyan. The ice demon beasts did not only look like leopards, they moved with the same agility and speed. Running wildly in this ice land, the beasts outran many warriors of the earth rank. The straggling warriors near Shi Yin, who had also stayed away from the iceberg, were now seized by terror, shrieking and running desperately. It's the ice beasts. The ice beasts. I've seen them on an ancient scroll. These are 100% ice beasts controlled by the cold ice flame. Some distance away, an elder warrior shouted like crazy, his face covered with terror. At the third sky, a disaster realm, he seemed more intent on shouting rather than running, and the gap between him and the leopard beasts quickly shortened. Soon his figure was lost in a sea of ice beasts. Bitter cries reverberated in the sky above the area where the elder warrior had shouted. Shi Yin felt his heart throb. His face dropped, and he hastened his steps. The name of the ice beasts registered something in Xia Xinyan's mind, and her delicate body giving a shudder that compounded the hint of terror just crossing her eyes. Frightened, she cried out, "Follow me, Shi Yin, quickly." He obeyed without hesitation. Suddenly, several forms whizzed past above their heads. Shi Yin looked up, almost by reflex, and found that the high-ranking warriors of the four powers were flying towards the gate of the Monroe Island in anguish, and in their hands they were clutching as many of their fellow men as possible. Gu Jianga was grabbed by the sky-rank warrior of the Dongfang clan in one hand, and around his body colorful lights glowed. The moment Shi Yin raised his head, Gu was also looking down at him. Shi Yin snorted and immediately bent his head, quickly catching up with Xia Xinyan. The girl stopped abruptly before a dead volcano, some 4,000 or 5,000 meters away from the icebergs. The green ring on her finger glittered, and out came a silver awl. Xia Xinyan instilled her profound qi into the small gadget. The awl emitted glaring silver lights that drilled hard into the stone of the dead volcano. In a minute, the rocks were crushed, and crumbs of stone were blown out into the air around them. A few moments later, a deep hole was dug out. Xia Xinyan went into the hole without hesitation and motioned for Shi Yin to come along. Shi Yin looked back, only to be threatened by the sight of countless ice beasts streaming to all directions like tides. He caught a glimpse of the dead corpses of many warriors that had been ripped open by the beasts. Meanwhile, some 10-odd ice beasts, without the slightest signs of life, were rushing to this cave with overwhelming coldness. Shi Yin immediately felt seized by the cold air, and, without further delay, he rushed into the cave. At this moment, Xia Xinyan was holding the silver awl, working at the stones ahead. She lifted planks of stones that had been drilled off, shouting at Shi Yin in a commanding tone of voice, "Come, give me a hand. Block up the hole." Without thinking, Shi Yin rushed over and picked up a few rocks the size of a millstone and carried them to the entrance to the cave. Under their concerted efforts, over 10 rocks were carried out of the cave to the entrance. Then tightly they blocked the hole, leaving not a crack for light to come in. But the two dared not to have a respite. Amid Xia Xinyan's tender but powerful orders, Shi Yin carried on with the rocks. In a few minutes, the two of them made it to as deep as 30 meters into the cave, leaving 100 rocks behind them to block the entrance. Bang! Bang! Violent knocks came from the entrance, suggesting that the ice beasts had found their way to the cavern and were now trying to barge into it by force. However, the rocks that stood between the entrance to Xia and Shi's current spot amounted to at least 3,000. Among them, even the smallest was as big as a stone stool. With so many rocks, even the ice beasts found it a challenge to break through the entrance. However, These beasts did not abandon hope until half an hour later, when the booming noises at the entrance finally subsided. I think we are safe for now. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Xia Xinyan let out a soft sigh, and then uncovered her veil. The delicate cheeks were gleaming with a sheen of sweat. If it not had been for the luminous stone Xia Xinyan had with her, then, being this deep in the cave, the two would have been troubled by the lack of light. Xia Xinyan seemed fatigued. After storing the small all away, she gasped a bit, then sat down on the ground, smiling bitterly. We've really had a tough time. The ice beasts? That old guy shouted the name before he died. I saw you were surprised at that moment. Do you know anything about these beasts? After seating himself next to the girl, Shi Yin asked with knitted eyebrows. Xia Xinyan nodded her head slowly, if not reluctantly, her face solemn and gloomy. I think I finally know why this volcanic island has that iceberg. Why? The ice. There's cold ice flame in it. Cold ice flame. Shi Yan's face was filled with confusion. Why is this flame so devastating? The sky fire. Xia Xinyan took a deep breath and then went on to explain. You should know about the 3 kinds of fire: sky, earth, and mortal, right? Sure. First, the mortal fire. We humans are born with it, and practically a kind of martial spirits. The polar ice flame, martial spirit of the Baiman clan, is an example. And then the earth fire. It's deep down in the volcanoes, 1,000,000 years old, and it's a flame with frightening power, but no life. It can be used to make pills and weapons. Absolutely horrible. And lastly, there's sky fire. It's a flame that has existed since the earth and the heavens were made, and is the most powerful of the 3 kinds, cause it's alive and has consciousness. A living wonder in the world. I heard that it can beat the mortal fire and earth fire in a blink of an eye, and carries a disastrous power. Shi Yin asked. You are right. Xia Xinyan nodded and cleared up. Among the 3 fires, the mortal fire is the least powerful. Then comes the earth fire, followed by the most dreadful sky fire. The iceberg. I guess it contains exactly 1 subdivision of the sky fire, the cold ice flame. The finest cold flame in the heavens and the earth. Is alive, and wherever it goes, the land will be covered with vast icebergs and irresistible cold air. The cold ice flame? Shi Yin was bemused. But why would this flame appear on this island? It's sealed here. Xia gave the question a thoughtful moment before she once again answered. It is said that strong warriors above the god rank can absorb the sky fire into the soul for their own use, thus obtaining an invincible power. However, it's easier said than done. The sky fire is not born for people to absorb. To integrate into your soul, you need not only a basic rank of god, but also every kind of the rarest materials. Above all, you need to captivate the sky fire first. I assume the difficulty is beyond our imagination. Has anyone ever succeeded in absorbing the sky fire? Well, during the tens of thousands of years of the Endless Sea's history, myriad legends have told about powerful warriors who had made an attempt at this grand ambition. But all of the stories ended up tragic, with the warriors being eaten up by the sky fire, their bodies and souls destroyed. One thing to remember: once the sky fire gets incorporated into the human soul, the owner's soul consciousness will be as powerful as the fire itself, unconquerable among all the same-level warriors. A warrior of the first sky of spirit god realm once absorbs the sky fire successfully can literally beat all-powerful warriors of the second and third sky of the same realm. The latter does not stand a chance in front of him, and can even be killed in a second. Killed in a second. You heard it right, killed in a second. Xia Xinyan's eyes dropped, and her voice quivered. As the legend goes, once the soul consciousness absorbs the sky fire, it will undergo a mutation. But about mutation, nobody knows. The soul consciousness becomes extremely horrible, able to burn the opponents in a second, and to destroy one's spirit and soul. Only a breeze is needed. Then answer my previous question. Has anyone ever succeeded? Yes. In the record of the Endless Sea, there seem to be 2 warriors who made it. One is at the spirit god realm, and the other true god realm. They carried the world before them, and all the same-level warriors trembled at their feet. They dominated their realms. Then, the cold ice flame, how did it end up sealed under this volcano? Is it the result of someone trying to tame the flame with the volcano's energy? So someone tried to absorb the cold ice flame? Sure, Yin blurted out excitedly. Should be. But it seemed that whoever did this must have failed. Xia Xinyan nodded. Dash. Edited by Jimmy, Vic, and Eli. Chapter 141. The Iceberg Seals the Island. Chapter 141. The Iceberg Seals the Island. Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan had been in the cave for 3 days. These past 3 days, even being inside the cave, they felt colder and colder as the temperature outside was becoming lower and lower. The cold ice flame was a type of sky fire. When the heavens and earth first came into existence, the cold ice flame already was around. It had its own consciousness, and it was an extremely special form of life in this world. The Minluo Island was covered with volcanoes. The God Realm warrior, in an effort to try to merge the cold ice flame into his sea of knowledge, used the volcanoes on Minluo Island to try and constrain it. But for some reason, he ultimately failed. The cold ice flame had been sealed ever since then. Those floating symbols, which they had seen inside the iceberg, were one of the constraints on the cold ice flame. After tens of thousands of years, the power of the seal had slowly declined. The cold ice flame continuously ate away at the constraint and finally poked out from the bottom of the sea and appeared on Minluo Island. The people from the Four Forces wanted to obtain the secrets of the iceberg, so they kept bombarding and striking the iceberg. This made the already weakened constraining power even weaker and ultimately let the cold ice flame escape. It formed into thousands of ice beasts, which were now roaming Minluo Island, making this land of volcanoes into a hell on earth. The cold ice flame was a sky fire. Unless a God Realm warrior came by, it would be very hard to seal a sky fire. Once the warriors from the Four Forces realized that it was a sky fire that hid in the iceberg, without hesitation, they immediately escaped from the iceberg, using their fastest speed to get off the island. The ice beasts were made from the cold energy of the cold ice flame. On Minluo Island, the ice beasts were always being empowered with a steady stream of the cold ice flame's cold energy. This cold energy made the ice beasts as hard as iron and gave them incredibly fast reflexes. There was also a large quantity of these ice beasts, which made it impossible for the Four Forces to defend against them, so they had to retreat. Xia Xinyan knew about the power of the ice beasts. To prevent getting trampled by the ice beasts, she immediately dug out a cave and hid inside to avoid being attacked by the ice beasts. It had been 3 days. The cold energy outside slowly got stronger. Minluo Island had fallen completely silent, as if all the ice beasts had vanished from this place. Ice beasts are formed from the cold ice flame. After Minluo Island becomes lifeless, the power of the ice beasts would be reclaimed by the cold ice flame. According to the amount of time which has passed, there should be no more ice beasts on Minluo Island. Xia Xinyan furrowed her brows slightly and pondered for a moment, then said, "We can go out and take a look. Maybe we can find an opportunity to leave the island. Once the warriors from the Four Forces escape, they will definitely deliver the news about this place at once. By that time, there surely would be God Realm Masters who covet for the cold ice flame, come to Minluo Island from all directions. Once the God Realm Masters are here, the Minluo Island would definitely become even more of a mess. It is definitely time for us to leave." Shi Yin nodded. After 4 days of recovery, and being under the effect of the immortal martial spirit, Shi Yin had returned to his peak physical state. After going through this disaster, Shi Yin's state of mind seemed to change again. On the verge of life and death, he gained more insight to life and seemed to feel a breakthrough was coming. The disaster realm required one to go through different kinds of challenges in order to gain enough insight to break through and stepping into a new realm. While having enough vigorous, profound qi, having insight was more important. Without enough understanding, even if there was enough profound qi, it would be hard to progress any further. This perilous event was actually highly beneficial to both him and Xia Xinyan. The two worked together to clear away the rocks blocking the cave, slowly approaching the cave exit. After a short while, the last few remaining rocks were moved aside, and the two walked out of the cave. Right after they got out of the cave, their faces immediately changed, and their expression changed into that of shock. Under the moonlight, the world of ice surrounding them glittered like glass. Everything had formed into thick layers of hard ice, and the ground was covered with a freezing layer of ice that was a couple of meters thick. Penetrating cold energy filled this world. The cold energy was like a white fog, slowly floating above the earth. The two were in a place covered with ice and snow, and there was not a spot where greenery could be seen. The entire Minluo Island had been turned upside down. The neighboring extinct volcanoes became ice mountains, standing tall and dazzled brightly under the moonlight, giving them a dreamlike aura. In the far distance, all the warriors were preserved in their running poses, but they were frozen into ice sculptures, their deaths forever commemorated by the ice encasing them. Because of the existence of the cold ice flame, Minluo Island seemed to have turned into an ancient iceberg. Ice and frozen rocks were present everywhere. Spreading their consciousness out, they discovered there was not a single trace of life. The ice beasts also completely disappeared, turning into lifelike-looking ice sculptures. All the people on Minluo Island probably froze to death. This time, it's really hell on earth. Xia Xinyan sighed. The warriors of the four forces broke the constraints that sealed the cold ice flame because they wanted to know the secrets of the iceberg. In the end, they let the cold ice flame escape its seal and let the entirety of Minluo Island and the people living in it be sealed in the ice. It's truly sad. Shi Yan's expression was cold, and he lightly said, I wonder how many warriors from the four forces escaped from this disaster. I really hope they also died under the cold ice flame. The Sky Realm Masters are extremely fast. The people they brought were probably able to escape the disaster. The Heaven Lake Divine World has many powerful secret treasures, so that Saintess Chu Yanqing and her group should have also been able to escape. But the unimportant people probably also died in Minluo Island. The ones who were not brought along by the Sky Realm Masters would have been very unlikely to stay alive if they didn't hide in a cave like we did. Crack, crack, crack. An extinct volcano a few thousand meters away suddenly cracked open. Beautiful figures slowly poked their heads out of the broken cave opening. The one in the lead was that saintess from the Heaven Lake Divine Land, Chu Yanqing. Behind Chu Yanqing, a row of beautiful women from the Heaven Lake Divine Land were all looked stunned. They were shocked by the bizarre changes to Minluo Island. Xia Xinyan frowned and quietly put her veil back on. It seems that we weren't the only smart ones. They should have also known about how to hide from the ice beasts, and they also have secret treasures that could instantly create a cave. I knew this woman wouldn't die easily. Chu Yanqing stood elegantly in the distance. Her face was emotionless. She was wearing a snow-white palace gown. The look in her eyes was cold. She gazed 1,000 meters away at Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan, seeming curious as to how they managed to survive. Chu Yanqing gazed in their direction for a moment. Then she quietly instructed the few beautiful women beside her. After that, Shi Yan saw 2 Earth Realm women slowly walking their way. These 2 women had arrogant expressions, and their fair faces were cold as ice, almost as icy as Minluo Island was at the moment. These 2 women looked to be about 30-something years old. They had long legs and were quite tall. They both had narrow eyes with thin eyebrows and hair down to their shoulders. With their thin waists, they took elegant little steps. The 2 women slightly raised their heads. Their expressions were cold. After coming this way, one of the women said lightly, Our saintess wishes to see you too. Follow us. Then, the 2 women only glanced indifferently at Shi Yan and Xia Xinyan. Then they turned around arrogantly, as if getting greeted by Chu Yanqing was a blessing to them. Xia Xinyan's bright eyes were filled with rage, and she snorted quietly. Shi Yan slightly furrowed his brows, and said indifferently, "They are quite full of themselves, aren't they?" Those two women seemed to have heard noises behind them. Their narrow eyes were filled with anger, as they both turned around to look at Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan. The one that talked first shouted with a cold face, "What are you whispering about?" "Nothing." Xia Xinyan responded lightly. She pulled on Shi Yan's clothes, signaling him not to do or say anything. She slightly lowered her head and dragged Shi Yin along with her. Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan followed the two women from Heaven Lake Divine Land and soon arrived beside Shu Yanqing. Shu Yanqing's long hair was done up in a high bun, and her looks weren't outstanding. But those eyes were like clear water, giving people a chilly feeling. She stood there frowning, while she looked at Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan. Then she said lightly, "When did you get out? Did you find anyone else on the island? Did you see any strange things?" Shi Yin composed himself and shook his head. "We just got out too, and we know nothing about the situation on Menluo Island now." Shu Yanqing looked at Shi Yin deeply. She pondered for a moment and then commanded, "You two, go take a look at where the iceberg is exposed. If you find anything, just come back and tell me, and I will give each of you a profound level weapon as a reward. Go." Where the iceberg was exposed was where the cold ice flame was sealed. It was very likely that the cold ice flame was hiding deep underground. If they went to roam around that area and got discovered by the cold ice flame, they would be dead for sure. There would be no chance for them to turn the situation around. The people from the Heaven Lake Divine Land didn't have the guts to take the risk and look for themselves, but wanted Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan to go check it out for them and most likely die. This was truly arrogant and extremely cruel. "Sorry, we managed to stay alive this long, and we don't want to go die." Shi Yin scowled and shook his head firmly. "We will be leaving Menluo Island now. Unfortunately, we won't have the chance to get acquainted with your profound level weapons." Shu Yanqing furrowed her brows, slightly revealing her annoyance. "Boy, no matter what you want, you will have to go." A beautiful, curvy, large-breasted Nirvana realm woman with a cold expression and icy cold eyes said, "If you don't go right now, then we will kill you right now." Shi Yan's face changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Piercing sounds came from the distance. A moment later, you could see Chun Duo alone, and that old woman from the Dongfang family holding Dongfang he in one hand and Gu Jianga in another. They quickly flew in from the outside of Menluo Island. Gu Jianga owned the dragon-slaying sword. The sword sealed the demon beast Hornless Fire Dragon, and the Hornless Fire Dragon was a fire demon beast. Therefore, it had a special restraining effect on cold things and icy environments. He had brought along this time. This group included 4 people. Chun Duo and that old lady were both in the Sky Realm. Dongfang, he was in the Nirvana Realm, and Gu Jianga was in the Disaster Realm. The 4 already sent out the news and were waiting for aid to come. But they also worried that there would be changes in the cold ice flame and that there might be mysterious treasures in the iceberg. So after the ice beasts all disappeared, they came back out of greed. "Hey, Dongfang," he exclaimed, and instructed that old lady. The old lady landed with Dongfang, he and Gu Jianga, and stood beside Shu Yanqing. Chun Duo looked down and also flew down from the sky, landing steadily behind Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan. "Zhao Rong, what is it?" Chun Duo landed. He glanced at that cold-faced, beautiful woman from Heaven Lake Divine Land that was threatening Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan, and asked lightly, "We wanted these two to go and take a look at the situation, but they don't seem to want to cooperate." When facing Chun Duo, Zhao Rong's expression was no longer cold and arrogant. Instead, she put up a flirty smile. "Well, I was just negotiating with them. I didn't know that you guys would come too." After Chun Duo and the rest heard her words, they simultaneously frowned and looked at Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan unhappily. Chapter 142, Seize the Body. Chapter 142, Seize the Body. Shi Yan's heart sank, and he cursed in his mind. If it were only the people from the Heaven Lake Divine Land, as long as Xia Xinyan used her reincarnation martial spirit, they had nothing to be fear. However, once the people from the magical wonderland, the Gu family, and the Dongfang family got here, Xia Xinyan wouldn't be able to do anything even if she used her reincarnation martial spirit. The Kiara Sea, where the Yang family and the Xia family lived, was not on good terms with the Heaven Lake Divine Land and Magical Wonderland from the Black Sea, nor with the Gu and Dongfang families from the Hengluo Sea. It would be fine if they didn't reveal their identities, but once their identities were revealed, without any powerful warriors by their sides, the possibility that they would be killed would skyrocket. Once Qin Duo and Dongfang He landed, Shiyin knew that they were going to be forced to go to the iceberg against their will. Indeed, negotiate. Dongfang He was the first to speak. He sneered and shouted, "You two, if you don't want to die, go take a look at the situation immediately, or else we will kill you right away." The woman can be spared temporarily, but we'll make her suffer a life worse than death. Do you understand me? Dongfang He grimly looked at Shiyin and Xia Xinyan. As his eyes glimpsed at Xia Xinyan, the look in them showed a hint of lust. Shiyin scowled. He hated Dongfang He from the bottom of his heart, especially the way this old guy looked at Xia Xinyan. It made sure Yin want to turn him into dust. Gu Jiang didn't say anything. He shook his head and sighed, his face full of helplessness. But in his eyes, there were also some malicious lights gleaming as he quietly looked at Xia Xinyan's body. "Stop wasting time." Qin Duo furrowed his brows and spoke with a deep voice. "I'll count to 3. After that, the man will die, and the woman will wish she were dead. Let's go." Xia Xinyan lowered her head. She pulled on Shiyan's clothes and forcibly dragged Shiyin towards the place where the iceberg was originally revealed. Shiyin scowled. He didn't say a thing. He lowered his head and followed her towards that iceberg. Dongfang He and the rest all harshly stared at their backs. The look in their eyes was sinister, and sneers lingered on the corners of their lips. If Shiyin and Xia Xinyan showed any uncooperative actions, these people would mercilessly attack and kill the two of them immediately. The four forces suffered severe losses this time, especially the Magical Wonderland and the Dongfang family, in which many of their warriors were frozen to death. On the surrounding ships, before the powerful warriors of these two forces had time to dodge, they were already shredded to pieces by the ice beasts. Right now, these people were filled with unreleased anger. If Shiyin and Xia Xinyan didn't have any use to them, the two of them would have been killed by Dongfang He on the spot. The closer they got to the iceberg, the colder the surrounding temperature became. It became chilled to the bone. The original tip of the iceberg had already disappeared. In its place was an enormous hole. Inside the hole, the cold energy was chilling. Wisps of freezing white mist filled the air. Inside, faintly they were able to see the light emitted by the ice crystals. Ka-ka! That was a sound of Xia Xinyan white teeth clattering as frost appeared in her hair. While moving, she had to continuously stir the profound qi in her body to defend against the cold energy that came from that hole. On the other hand, Shiyin didn't seem to be affected that much. Only in the disaster realm, he quietly used his profound qi and didn't feel too stiff in his body. You seem to be able to handle the cold energy here." Xia Xinyan's teeth clattered as she looked at Shiyin. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. "A while ago, when I was cultivating, I accidentally absorbed a portion of the cold energy. The cold energy merged into my body. Here, I really don't feel that cold." Shiyin nodded. Xia Xinyan was stunned, and her expression was mixed. If cold energy was absorbed into your body, how can you still move freely? Your body should have gotten stiff, and you should have been turned into ice, like the rest. "I don't know either." Shiyin hesitated for a moment, and then said, "The skill I'm cultivating is very strange. Although it is accompanied by tremendous pain and danger, it does have many mysterious and beneficial aspects, which is why I still cannot give it up." Xia Xinyan lightly nodded and sighed in her mind, but said no more. "One day, I will make them pay with blood." Shiyin grinned. "After we go through this, there will be plenty of opportunities to take care of them. A little impatience spoils great plans. Be careful when we arrive at the opening of the hole. I will immediately use the reincarnation martial spirit and take you to fly away from here. We only need to stay a short distance away from them. Then it should be no problem for me to take you and leave. Okay. Shi Yin nodded. He turned back and looked 2,000 meters away at Chen Duo, Dongfang He, and the rest, a cold look in his eyes. With a distance of 2,000 meters, as long as Xia Xinyan abruptly activated her reincarnation martial spirit, those people definitely wouldn't be able to react fast enough. This was also why Xia Xinyan didn't act on the spot. Instead, she chose to take the risk and come this way. From the opening of the hole, cold energy spread out in all directions and a white mist filled the air. 10 meters away from the hole, Xia Xinyan was trembling from the cold, but Shi Yin seemed to be unaffected. I'll go take a look. Only one look, then I'll come back. Shi Yin stood next to the hole, and, staring towards the hole, he suddenly spoke up. For some reason, the closer he got to that hole, the more comfortable Shi Yin felt. The penetrating cold energy that others felt not only did make him feel uncomfortable, but also gave his body a refreshing, enjoyable feeling. Especially the cold energy that came from inside the hole. It made Shi Yin feel even more sharp, and his body wasn't affected much. The cold energy in the hole overflowed and slowly poured out the side. Some cold energy moved and fell towards Shi Yin. Shi Yin's blood ran cold, but it felt very comfortable, as if the blood in his body really liked the cold energy here. Shi Yin was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and then tried to stir the second sky of rampage and merge the negative powers in his body into his blood. Unexpectedly, from inside the hole, massive amounts of cold energy suddenly flew out. That cold energy came without any warning. As if it was attracted by Shi Yin, it suddenly rushed out of the hole and came straight at Shi Yin. Shi Yin, Xia Xinyan exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with panic. The cold energy is too strong. I won't be able to hold it anymore. I'll go further. You should back up. Shi Yin didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly started stepping towards that hole. With every step he took, the cold energy on him became stronger, and the cold energy from the hole also rushed towards him faster. Xia Xinyan was stunned. The cold energy ahead of them was so strong that, even as an Earth Realm warrior, she still couldn't handle it. But Shi Yin was not only fine, he was actually gathering the cold energy. This bewildered her, not knowing whether or not she should urge Shi Yin to leave this place. Wait a moment for me. Shi Yin walked step by step towards the hole, his expression turning more and more serious. He said with a deep voice, "Stay away from me. Please don't come near me." Massive amounts of cold energy endlessly flowed out of the hole like smoke and crazily rushed into Shi Yin's body. Suddenly, beams of bright light came from inside the cave. A flow of extremely weird life force suddenly spread out of the hole. Xia Xinyan was aghast, and she screamed, "Shi Yin, get back here right now. The cold ice flame is showing signs of activity. Leave quickly." In the distance, Chen Duo's face changed. His body suddenly floated in the sky, and he watched, in astonishment, as Shi Yin walking towards the hole. That old lady from the Dongfang family also rose into the sky, staring into the distance. She said to Dongfang He, Gu Jianga, and the rest below, "That kid is walking towards the hole. A massive amount of cold energy is flowing out of the hole, but that kid seems to be fine. His body seems to be absorbing the cold energy." Absorbing cold energy? Dongfang He exclaimed. "Are you sure? The cold energy released by the cold ice flame is bone-chilling, even to me. That kid should have been frozen into ice. How is he still moving? His body is really absorbing cold energy." Chen Duo took in a deep breath. He said with a strange expression, this kind of phenomenon. What? Gu Jianga and Chu Yanqing all looked at him. They couldn't help but exclaim. The cold ice flame has chosen him to be the carrier. It should be attempting to seize his body. Chen Duo's expression changed repeatedly. He urgently said, "The cold ice flame is only in the fire form. Although it has a life consciousness, it has no solid body. A sky fire without a solid body is easy to control and seal. But once the sky fire obtains a fitting carrier, its life consciousness will seize the soul of the carrier. Then it will become like a warrior and able to utilize more power and use soul attacks. How could that person be the target of seizing? Chu Yanqing exclaimed. Isn't it that only people with the ice body martial spirit can be the seizing target for the cold ice flame? Normal people can't handle the cold energy of the cold ice flame at all. Once they touch it, they will be frozen to death and won't be of use anymore. I don't know either. Chun Duo shook his head. Once the cold ice flame successfully seizes him and obtains a solid body, then even the God Realm warriors of the Endless Sea won't be able to rein it in. If that were the case, not only did we work for nothing, none of us will get out of here alive. We have to kill him. Dongfang he immediately understood the meaning in Chun Duo's words. Let's do it. If the cold ice flame chose him to be the seizing target, then it definitely knows that he can handle the cold energy. You said it before, that kid's body can absorb cold energy. Then this can't be wrong. Yes, we have to kill him immediately. Chun Duo nodded, and the little silver hammer in his sleeve immediately flew out. In the rumbling thunder, that hammer fiercely struck at Shi Yan, who was standing at the opening of the hole. Here Dongfang, he, and the rest almost had no hesitation. They all performed their own attacks. Now Gu Jianga also stopped pretending to be nice. He lightly shouted, and the dragon's slaying sword around his neck flew out. The hornless fire dragon appeared and turned into a 100-meter-long fire dragon, fiercely throwing itself at Shi Yan. Shi Yan, come back. Xia Xinyan suddenly started screaming. Her voice almost came with a sob. Come back. I remember now. You're not scared of cold energy. That is the perfect carrier it wants to seize. The cold ice flame wants to seize your body. Sure, Yin was still enjoying the cold energy flowing into his body. When he heard Xia Xinyan scream like that, he finally realized something was wrong. He was just ready to leave, but he suddenly realized the cold energy in his body was stirring. Inside the hole, an enormous consciousness rushed out like a jackal, and the most vigorous cold energy tightly wrapped him up. That consciousness was extremely dark and evil. It suddenly appeared and immediately rushed into his mind, with the intention of immediately taking his soul. In the distance, waves of attacks from the four forces were still continuously coming this way. Shi Yan's head was in extreme pain. He held his head and roared. With red eyes, he roared fiercely, "You go first. Leave me alone." Then, Shi Yan used the rest of his power and pushed himself backwards, his body falling straight down the seemingly bottomless hole. Once Shi Yan's body was in the hole, the cold energy in the hole quickly swirled and instantly formed into thick hard ice. The hard ice was like a giant door, standing right at the opening of the hole, sealing it completely. "No!" Xia Xinyan screamed. Boom, boom, boom. The different attacks from the four forces endlessly fell on the opening of the hole, but couldn't shatter the hole. Chun Duo and the rest were all grim-faced. They quickly rushed here from afar. Xia Xinyan clenched her teeth. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She suddenly activated her reincarnation martial spirit and flew straight up into the sky. Xia Xinyan's figure quickly flew towards outside Minluo Island, but her hateful voice still came from afar. "You all killed him. Just wait for the revenge from the Yang and Xia families." Dash. Chapter 143, Immortal Island. Chapter 143, Immortal Island. The Reincarnation Martial Spirit. Chun Duo's face suddenly changed. He shouted in surprise, and blankly watched Xia Xinyan turned into a beam of green light, quickly disappearing into the distant sky. Dongfang he and Gu Jianga's faces suddenly became grim. Chu Yanqing deeply furrowed her brows and sighed quietly, looking a little stressed out. "Jianga, didn't you say that this girl's background was unknown?" Dongfang's face was cold. He glared at Gu Jianga. "Great. She's actually the Xia family's girl. If she died here, it would have been okay. But since she left alive, the Xia family will definitely bring trouble to us." Chunduo took in a deep breath, his face full of fear. The Xia family is bad enough, but the Yang family. When he mentioned the Yang family, the people from the Four Forces all turned livid, their expressions becoming ugly. You all know clearly about the Yang family's arrogance and ruthlessness. In the endless sea, even when people didn't mess with them, these lunatics were already stirring trouble all around. If someone accidentally messed with their people, giving them the excuse they needed, they would kill the entire family, leaving no one behind. If the Yang family really decides to stand up about this, then our Four Forces will really suffer a lot. Chen Duo sighed. When he was talking Shi Yin and Xia Xinyan before, Chen Duo was cocky and arrogant, as if he wasn't afraid of anyone in the world. Now that the Yang family was mentioned, he started sighing in despair. It was as if he messed with demons or beasts or something. He became a coward right away. Although the Yang family and the Xia family are allies, the Yang family is the leader, so they usually won't bother with the Xia family's business. Chu Yanqing was silent for a moment. Then she suddenly said, "Why did she say that the Yang family would make a move?" Reasonably, other than when something big happens to the Xia family, the Yang family wouldn't care at all about the Xia family. That kid, Dongfang, he gasped, then he suddenly said, "Could that kid be someone from the Yang family?" Upon hearing those words, everyone was frightened, their faces all becoming livid. If he is really from the Yang family, how could there be no strong warriors accompanying him? All the talented ones from the young generation of the Yang family are extremely arrogant. They don't know the definition of forbearance at all. If that kid is from the Yang family, with how we treated him, he definitely wouldn't have been that obedient. He would have definitely used his soul to send out the news and immediately battle with us. Chen Duo shook his head. The powerful warriors from the young generation of the Yang family all knew the skill of soul messaging. Even when they were out alone, rarely would any forces dare to try killing one of the young masters from the Yang family. Because once the Yang family's young man realized the situation was unfavorable, he would immediately use the soul skill to convey his situation. If something were to happen, the Yang family would definitely be able to know who did it. The Yang family's vindictive nature was famous in the entire endless sea. If their descendants were to be killed by someone, then that force would have been absolutely killed off, and the entire faction would have been removed from the endless sea. And because of that, even when the young members of the Yang family were out and moving about by themselves, if one couldn't guarantee that they could instantly kill him, not giving them any chances to use soul messaging, even enemies of the Yang family wouldn't dare to act rashly. They feared revenge from the Yang family. Let's hope he's not from the Yang family, or else us Four Forces will have to prepare for a bloody war. Chu Yanqing sighed distantly. He got dragged into the hole by the cold ice flame. He's probably going to be seized by the cold ice flame. Once the cold ice flame obtains its target, it will complete the seizing of the body on the spot. And during that time, the power of the cold ice flame would greatly decrease. This is the best time to attack. Dongfang, he furrowed his brows. He pondered for a moment, then said, "We should try to attack it." Everyone slowly nodded. Soon, a group of people arrived at the opening of the hole. The people of the Four Forces joined together and attempted to break the ice covering the hole. Different kinds of attacks came, one after another, as they tried to break the ice covering the hole. But the ice was as hard as iron. No matter how these people used their strength, they couldn't break open through the ice. After 3 days, the cold energy on Minluo Island started slowly dissipating. The ice rocks on the island started to melt. After half a month, the iceberg could no longer be seen on Minluo Island. The icy energy that covered the island had disappeared without a trace, and the volcanoes, which had been heavily suppressed, had become active and begun to spray out lava. The cold ice flame is no longer on Minluo Island. Chun Duo, suspended in midair quietly, felt around and shook his head with a sigh. It has obtained its carrier, so will definitely leave through the bottom of the ocean, preparing to find a place to completely seize the body. Once it leaves, the cold energy on Minluo Island will disappear with it. Now, even if aid comes our way, it would probably be very hard to find the cold ice flame. The lives of sky fires are different than ours. If they hide their presence, even if a God Realm warrior was nearby, it would still be hard for them to sense it. It seems that we came for nothing this time. We even messed with the Xia and Yang families. Such horrible luck. Dongfang, he smiled bitterly, clenched his fists together, and said, "We will be going now. If you want, you can keep searching. We will be leaving too." Once the people from the four forces found that the cold energy had disappeared from Menluo Island, they realized that the cold ice flame had certainly left a long while ago. Knowing that it would be very hard to find the cold ice flame again, they didn't waste any more time and left Menluo Island one after another. Half a year later, the Immortal Island in the Kiara Sea of the Endless Sea. Kiara Sea was one of the 5 seas of the Endless Sea. Inside, there were thousands of different-sized islands. The biggest and most famous would be the Immortal Island. It was the main island of the Yang family. In the Kiara Sea, or even the entire Endless Sea in general, the Immortal Island was seen as a magical place. On the island, there were hundreds of different-sized mountains. Every one of them was filled with spirit energy, and they hid many magical treasures and ingredients. There were no ordinary people on the Immortal Island. They were all warriors of the Yang family. Yang family warriors lived on every mountain. There were hundreds and thousands of different constraints on the island, and on the outer perimeter of the island, there were guards watching all day and night. Other than Yang family members or close allies of the Yang family, it would be hard for anyone to step into Immortal Island. The Immortal Island was the holy land of the Kiara Sea. Every once in a while, the dozens of warrior forces in the Kiara Sea would need to come to Immortal Island to offer up their resources, and leaders of the different forces would need to report their current situations. If the Kiara Sea were a country, then the dozens of warrior forces would be like lords, and the Immortal Island would be the imperial city of the Kiara Sea. The Yang family was the dominating force in the Kiara Sea. Even though the evil Wonderland and the Xia family held some power in the Kiara Sea, everybody knew that the Yang family was the true ruler of the Kiara Sea. Even the people from the evil Wonderland and the Xia family agreed to this saying. Because of the existence of the Yang family, the warriors of Kiara Sea walked proudly in all the big seas. When they talk about themselves belonging to the Kiara Sea, they felt very proud of themselves. In the other seas, the Yang family was famous for its warlike and arrogant nature. Over hundreds of years, in order to extend the land of the Kiara Sea, the Yang family fought wars everywhere. They made the neighboring areas miserable. It was as if they could never take a break. In the countless fights, the Yang family members always served as the leading troops. Every fight, the Yang family members took the lead and made bloody conquests, whether it be the Hengluo Sea from the northwest or the Black Sea from the northeast. They have all been the targets of the Yang family's conquest. Even the Sky Sea in the southeast were often attacked by the Yang family. In the past hundreds of years, the Yang family had, indeed, created enemies everywhere, but they stood firm and never fell. Instead, their territory expanded more and more, and the family's power also became greater and greater. The strong power of the Yang family was evident. On this day, in a corner of the Immortal Island, a small boat slowly approached. On the boat, there was a slim and graceful woman. She wore a veil, and there was a slight hint of sadness in her bright eyes. She slowly stood up. Whoosh! In the sky above the boat, there was a sudden flash of light, and a shadow covered with black armor abruptly appeared on a giant rock near the boat. This person was covered with heavy armor, holding a black spear, and had fierce eyes. He looked at the woman and said, "Who are you?" "Xia Xinyan from the Xia family." The woman swept aside the sadness in her heart and spoke with an indifferent tone. "I come with news about the Shura King Shao Hani." "Wait for a moment." The black armored guard frowned. He took out a black horn and quietly reported to that horn. In a short moment, the black armored guard's expression slightly changed. He said, "Master Mo wants to see you." Xia Xinyan nodded. "Master Mo and Master Shao have fought together for many years. I am just going to explain the situation to Master Mo." "Please." The black armored guard waved his hand. and a beam of lightning suddenly flashed in the air, opening a little trail in the thick rocks behind him. Xia Xinyan lowered her head and sailed the boat through that trail, quickly arriving at the immortal island. On the top of the mountain, which was tens of thousands of feet high, there was a haggard middle-aged scholar. From time to time he frowned and looked into the skyline. He stroked a piece of white beast bone in his hand, as if thinking about something. On the mountain, there was only a simple little hut and a strange, oval-shaped magic circle. After a short moment, a bright light flashed, and Xia Xinyan's figure appeared in the magic circle. The leader of the three Shura kings, Embark, was still staring up at the sky. Without even turning his head back, he said dismissively, "Girl, I heard you have news about Shao." "Greetings, Master Mo." Xia Xinyan bowed, and then thoroughly told him about their disastrous encounters in that sea. As Xia Xinyan was talking, Mo Duanhuan started frowning deeply. When Xia Xinyan finished talking, he finally shook his head and sighed. "Where is young Master Yin? Why didn't I see him?" Shi Yin also got in trouble. Xia Xinyan clenched her teeth and answered bravely. "Got in trouble." Mo Duanhuan's mouth cracked open and revealed a mouthful of pale white teeth. "What happened?" "The four forces of the magical wonderland, the Heaven Lake Divine Land, the Dongfang family, and the Gu family, forced us to enter the hole of the cold ice flame. Shurian's body got seized by the cold ice flame and was dragged into the hole. His whereabouts are unknown." Xia Xinyan lowered her head. Her eyes began to water up, and she started to sob. "The magical wonderland, the Heaven Lake Divine Land, the Dongfang family, and the Gu family." Mo nodded one after another and said lightly, "I will report it to the head of the family. This is the Yang family's issue. Your Xia family doesn't need to partake in it. Here is a nutrition pill. You may keep it." "Master Mo, Shi Yin and I encountered the disaster together. Even if the Xia family doesn't wish to participate, I personally want to be of service." Xia Xinyan took the nutrition pill and spoke while clenching her teeth. Mo Duanhuan was slightly surprised. He stared at her for a moment and finally nodded. "Do whatever you want." Chapter 144. Sealed in Ice for 3 years. Chapter 144. Sealed in Ice for 3 years. The Tiansua Archipelago, at the southwest corner of the Hengluo Sea. The Tiansua Archipelago had 36 islands. Although it had many islands, but this Tiansua Archipelago was barren, without any valuable mines or any treasures. There were many islands in the Tiansua Archipelago, but not a lot of warriors. This was a relatively remote area in the Hengluo Sea, whether it be the Three Gods sect, the Dongfang family, or the Gu family. Usually they rarely cared about this area. A boat that hoisted the flag of the sun, moon, and stars slowly sailed in the Tiansua Archipelago. The boat wasn't big, it was only 20 meters long, and there were all types of messy cargo piled up on this boat. More than a dozen of Three Gods sect disciples were standing on the deck, looking bored to death. These people were all in the nascent and disaster realms. On this trip, they accepted a task of shipping the resources on the boat to the Gu family. Linda was the little leader of this team. She was in the first sky of the disaster realm. She looked like she was around 25 or 26, bright and beautiful. She wore a normal gray religious uniform from the Three Gods sect, with the sun, moon, and stars pattern embroidered on the shoulders. The religious uniform was quite tight. It outlined the curves in her body perfectly. Her chestnut-colored hair was tied with a purple ribbon. They were very long and dragged all the way up to her plump butt. When she walked, her long hair flew in the air and then lightly hit her butt, leaving room for imagination. On the little boat, all the male disciples from the Three Gods sect were scattered in all the corners, but they often secretly peeked at Linda and quietly gulped. They weren't the Corel disciples of the Three Gods sect. These people didn't have the sun, moon, and star martial spirits of the Three Gods sect on them. They all used to be disciples that belonged to some small forces in Hengluo Sea. But because the forces pledged allegiance to the Three Gods sect, they became the outer disciples of the Three Gods sect. Without the sun, moon, and star martial spirits, they would never be counted as core disciples of the Three Gods sect. So even when they were counted as people from the Three Gods sect, they only had roles as errand boys, doing some minor things for the Three Gods sect. Linda was 25 years old, but she was in the first sky of Disaster Realm. Her potential was clearly very outstanding. Unfortunately, she didn't have the Sun, Moon, and Star Martial spirits on her. Even when her capability was extraordinary, she still couldn't get the approval of the Three Gods sect. She could only become a small leader of the Outer Disciples, doing some cargo, shipping errands. Linda had always worked hard, in the hopes that one day she would have accumulated enough contributions to earn the qualification to go under intense cultivation in the Three Gods sect for once. Only those Outer Disciples with outstanding contributions could obtain the qualification to go under intense cultivation in the headquarters. If they perform outstandingly during the intense cultivation, then they have a very slim chance of becoming a central disciple without the Sun, Moon, and Star Martial spirits. Then, they could further learn and cultivate the advanced martial skills in the Three Gods sect with the assistance of the Three Gods sect. Thunk! The boat suddenly shook heavily, as it had touched some floating object under the sea. Linda's pretty face slightly shifted. She was a little surprised inside. She had been to the Tinsua archipelago area more than once, but never once had she bumped into a hidden coral reef. This time the shake in the boat made her very perplexed. She raised her hand and pointed at a human realm third sky warrior and said, "Carmen, you go down and take a look. See if we hit a hidden reef." "Hidden reef?" Carmen continuously shook his head. "Impossible. When I came, my father told me there are no hidden reefs in the Tinsua archipelago. There are also no profound or strong warriors here, or else it wouldn't be a small team like us carrying the things to the Gu family." Linda's slim, long eyes slightly squinted. She said lightly, "I told you to go down and take a look, not to hear your bullshit." Carmen grinned and repeatedly shook his head. "Fine, I'll go down." "Linda, don't be so mean. When you let out a command, how can I dare to disobey?" Laughing, Carmen shouted with a deep voice and headed straight into the sea. In a mere moment, Carmen poked his head out of the sea, while, shivering, he screamed, "There are icebergs under the sea. Giant icebergs. They're everywhere. Ah, it's cold. It's so cold." Carmen urgently paddled in the sea, using all his strength to climb towards the boat. He kept shouting in shock. Our boat hit the top of 2 icebergs and got stuck. "Ah, it's so cold, it's so cold." Carmen's face almost turned white. He rushed onto the boat, with a face full of disbelief. "I can't believe it. How are there icebergs existing under here? I've came here to this Tinsua archipelago a few times, and I've never seen such a thing." On the boat, everyone was surprised and discussing about this. "Iceberg? How could there be icebergs?" Linda's face was also full of surprise. She kept shaking her head. Every time she shook her head, the ponytail behind her head swung repeatedly and kept hitting on her plump and round bottom. It made crisp snap-snap sounds, making people distracted, and they couldn't help but imagine some fantasies. Who the hell knows? Carmen stood behind Linda. He clenched his teeth and shivered. But his eyes were closely staring at Linda's, but the look in his eyes was fierce. "I'll go down to take a look." Linda pondered for a moment, and without notifying everyone, her delicate body leaped as she went under the sea. Under the sea, the icebergs were like mountains in the seabed. Roughly counting, there were probably more than 10 of them. You couldn't see the bottom of those icebergs. Their roots seemed to have dug into 100,000 feet deep into sea. The icebergs stood straight in the blue sea water. Cold energy was spreading around everywhere, and between the icebergs there seemed to be a murky liquid connecting them. That liquid was very icy, and the cold energy under the sea came mostly from that liquid. Linda's delicate body shivered. She too was slightly unable to stand against the cold energy under the sea. But she toughened up and dove dozens of meters under, carefully avoiding the murky liquid between the icebergs and moving through the icebergs. Linda suddenly covered her mouth, but her pretty face was still full of shock and disbelief. She blankly looked at the biggest iceberg. The iceberg was clear as crystal and transparent. In the biggest iceberg, there was showing a vaguely, slightly blurry shadow. It was a man. He was completely naked, with cold energy wreathed all over his body, and you couldn't make out his face. He seemed like an ice sculpture that had been sealed for many years, hiding in the biggest iceberg. Linda's felt shortness of breath, and she immediately jumped out of the sea. Her delicate body shivered as she boarded the ship. She looked like she was in a trance. All the clothes on her body were wet, and Linda's curves were completely revealed. Her waist, but chest and abdomen were vaguely visible. All the warriors on the boat had a spark in their eyes. They looked at her lustfully and secretly gulped. Linda seemed as if she didn't notice. She was drowned in the enormous shock. She blankly stood there, and many different thoughts flashed through her mind continuously. Not mistaken. I was definitely not mistaken. Linda clenched her teeth and was sure that she definitely saw a completely naked young man in the biggest iceberg. That man seemed to be sealed in the ice. He had no trace of life, but his entire body was covered by cold energy. In the barren Tinal archipelago, there suddenly appeared more than 10 icebergs that seemed to have existed for tens of thousands of years. In the biggest iceberg, there was even a naked man covered by cold energy. Linda's thoughts slowly became clear, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She realized that this discovery might just make her gather enough contributions. This contribution might even make her into a core disciple in the three-god sect, letting her cultivate the most advanced, mysterious, and magical martial skills in the three-god sect. Taking a deep breath, Linda said, "This ship is stuck. Later you guys could try and see if you can get it out of the crack of the icebergs. If you really can't, then I will use the backup boat to leave first and to go to a nearby island to find a big ship and transfer the cargo on the boat." She didn't intend to share his discoveries with others. She already had the thought of using a little ship to get away and quickly report the news in the place. This contribution, she wanted to have it all by herself. "All right, we'll try." Karma nodded. The group started to move around, trying to move the boat away. Linda smiled indifferently. "You guys go ahead. I'll go down to change into some clean clothes." Then Linda immediately left without helping these people move the boat. Under the sea, in the biggest iceberg, in Shurian's 720 meridians all around his body, the different negative energies continuously moved. The different countless negative emotions of fear, anger, hate, and desperation rushed into his mind and battled with the foreign soul that poured inside. The negative emotions kept defending against the seizing attack from the foreign soul in his mind. At the same time, from inside of the blood vein ring, different violent, murderous, and devastating soul attacks also rushed out. It combined with the negative emotions in his meridians to confront the foreign soul in his mind. It had been 3 years. 3 years ago, Shi Yin was dragged to the bottom of the sea by the cold ice flame. Brought by the power of the cold ice flame, he went into the depth of the sea and crossed through tens of thousands of miles of sea and reached all the way here. Here, the cold ice flame tried to seize his soul. The evil and invasive consciousness of the cold ice flame almost attacked Shi Yin until his soul had vanished. At the crucial moment, the negative emotions in his 726 meridians ragingly rushed out like a river bursting at its banks and battled against the consciousness of the cold ice flame. At the same time, the blood vein ring also let out violent, murderous, and devastating attacks. Working together with the negative power in his meridians, together they helped Shi Yin defend against the evil consciousness of the cold ice flame. 3 years. He battled hard for 3 whole years. In these 3 years, Shi Yin had to fight with the cold ice flame for hundreds of times every day. He used different kinds of negative powers and the violent, murderous, and devastating soul powers released from inside the blood vein ring. They formed into layers of soul barriers and bombarded the consciousness of the cold ice flame, blocking off the invasive consciousness let out by the cold ice flame. After fighting hard for 3 years, the cold ice flame still couldn't complete seize his body. Instead, Over the course of 3 years, Shuriyan's body already completely adapted to the cold ice flame and got used to the different soul-killing attacks. His knowledge and use of the negative emotions and soul power also rose to a new level. And during the soul battle, he unconsciously stepped into the second sky of the disaster realm. On this day, the consciousness of the cold ice flame, after 3 years of long-term attack in order to seize the body, finally seemed to have started to compromise. After battling hard for 3 years, the cold ice flame was tired too. The strain on the soul power was too big, and it started to become powerless. Shuriyan, after having been extremely tense, was afraid to loosen up even in the tiniest bit. He suddenly realized that the consciousness of the cold ice flame was slowly slipping out of his mind, trying to leave his body. Shuriyan sighed in relief. In the hard fight over these 3 years, he knew more than anyone how terrifying the cold ice flame was. Once he saw that the cold ice flame was going to leave his body, the joy in Shuriyan's heart was truly indescribable. However, when the consciousness of the cold ice flame was just leaving Shuriyan's mind, the blood vein ring on Shuriyan's finger suddenly bursted in light. A mystical, ancient presence suddenly came from inside the blood vein ring. The blood vein ring turned into a giant swirl, and different kinds of violent, murderous, and devastating evil powers kept rippling inside the blood vein ring, forming into a strong, fierce suction power. Once the cold ice flame left Shuriyan's mind, the blood vein ring actually started to fight back. Chapter 145 Save. Chapter 145 Saved. The power of massacre, violence, and destruction pervaded in the blood vein ring and formed an invisible black hole. The negative emotions which dominated Shuriyan's brain were now, with all the negative energy, rushing into the blood vein ring, which gained more power to devour. Shuriyan even felt that at that moment, the blood vein ring could devour the world. The consciousness of the ice-cold flame panicked for the first time and tried to go back to Shuriyan's brain. At the same time, the power of devouring in the blood vein ring at once doubled. The ice-cold flame inside Shuriyan began to fear and try to escape from Shuriyan's body. However, its power was getting stronger and stronger. Furthermore, inside Shuriyan's blood, his heart power, 3 pearls, and profound chi were all out of control. Fear energy went straight into the blood vein ring. At that moment, the blood vein ring became a devouring force, dragging all of Shuriyan's energy out. Shuriyan was stunned by it. The blood vein ring was like a black hole that couldn't be filled, dragging all of his energy into it. With that supplement, the power of devouring that was produced by the blood vein ring surged several times. The consciousness of the ice-cold flame fiercely struggled to escape from Shuriyan's body, but it couldn't help but get devoured by the blood vein ring. No, no, no. Messages came from the ice-cold flame, which showed that the ice-cold flame was literally frightened. Shuriyan could feel it clearly. Under the constraint of the blood vein ring, the ice-cold flame's struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, the consciousness of the ice-cold flame was entirely swallowed by the blood vein ring. Thousands of cold light spots sparkled out from the dozens of glaciers, and they kept penetrating into the blood vein ring. These thousands of cold light spots were the energy from the ice-cold flame, which connected seawater and formed those glaciers. Now, the consciousness of the ice-cold flame was in the blood vein ring, and the cold air, being influenced by it, also flew into the blood vein ring. Silently, dozens of glaciers melted. Without the cold air from the ice-cold flame, those glaciers melted back into seawater. Only in the area around Shuriyan, those glaciers were melting slower because of those light spots. Half an hour later, all the light spots were devoured by the blood vein ring and became a part of it. Shuriyan was exhausted. The power of star in his heart dissipated. The pearls in 3 meridians also vanished. The negative energy in all meridians disappeared too. All his profound chi was gone. At that moment, Shuriyan was completely exhausted. All sorts of energy and refined, profound chi was entirely devoured by the blood vein ring. In his mind, a weak wisp of spirit power was still trying to trigger the spirit power. Shi Yan's spirit tried to sink deep into the blood vein ring. A ball of silver flame flew out from inside the blood vein ring and gave out ice flakes as it tried to rush out from the ring. However, there was a huge swirl outside the flame, which blocked the flame from coming out of the ring. Wisps of cool air were sent out from the blood vein ring. Shi Yan withdrew his spirit and watched intently, only to find that on the surface of the blood vein ring, a pattern of the flame occurred which was as big as a grain of rice. The ice-cold flame was devoured by the blood vein ring, and there appeared patterns of flame on the surface of the blood vein ring, but Shi Yan couldn't figure out what it was. Cool air came from the blood vein ring, and Shi Yan's body felt rather refreshed. The glacier disappeared, and Shi Yan's naked body slowly floated up to the sea surface. After measuring the martial spirit, Shi Yan carefully tried to accept natural energy, only to find that immortal martial spirit, petrification martial spirit, and star martial spirit were still inside him. And when he triggered the natural energy, he could acutely feel the vibration of it. His body had no changes, and he was still at the second sky of Disaster Realm. Only his energy was forcefully absorbed by the blood vein ring. Profound chi could recover. Star power could be gathered by star martial spirit. In pearls could find dense in chi, and the negative power could also be regained. Shi Yan didn't worry at all, as he could recover as long as he had enough time. "Linda! Linda! Linda!" Carmen shouted on the deck. "It's okay now. The ship can move." Wearing a clean gown, Linda was drying her hair with a towel. As she walked up the stair, she frowned. "Carmen, what are you shouting at?" "Okay now, we can move the ship." Carmen giggled. "We can continue the trip." Linda was surprised and rushed to the deck in an instant, and then jumped into the sea. When she first went into the sea, she found the ship was blocked between the glaciers and that it was impossible to move the ship in such short time. As soon as she jumped into the sea, Linda's expression changed. Dozens of glaciers all disappeared. Linda thought her eyes were blurred. Thus she rubbed her eyes and watched carefully. Still no sign of them. Not even one glacier. What happened just now seemed like an illusion. She would have believed that her eyes were blurred if it was only her who saw the scene. But Carmen also saw the incredible scene at the bottom of the sea. Both of couldn't be blind. Linda's expressions shifted, and she swam further to figure out what happened. Just then, a naked young man was swimming up from the bottom of the sea, and he looked as if he was hurt. Linda just glanced at him and immediately shouted out. She was dumbstruck as she stared at Shi Yan. Then she hurried to move to the ship. She was afraid. Shi Yan was joyful when he saw a beautiful woman in the sea, as he thought he would be saved. But he never thought that that woman would be frightened and ran away in fear. Shi Yan felt his body become heavier, so he could only pretend to be kind and gentle. Linda had just got out of the water, and she took a deep breath of the fresh air, then looked into the sea in fear. Shi Yan looked so friendly that he kept waving at her with smiles. Linda was stunned as she stared at Shi Yan with complicated expressions. Shi Yan's body started sinking, but the blood vein ring kept his mind lucid. Seeing Shi Yan sinking, Linda hesitated. After a while, she jumped into the sea again. Shi Yan was naked, with his waving down the water. Linda cursed secretly, and she did not dare to looking down upon Shi Yan's lower part. She moved forward and approached Shi Yan soon. Seeing Linda coming near, Shi Yan jumped to her at once and showed a friendly smile. But he was naked, and he was hugging Linda, so it made her blush at once. Linda struggled and got rid of Shi Yan's hug, and she angrily stared at him. Then she grabbed his left arm and dragged him toward the sea surface. Shi Yan sighed to himself and had to obey Linda, so he let her carry him to the sea surface. Linda moved her legs up and down in the water like a beautiful fish. Shi Yan cast his eyes on Linda, who was beside him, and praised secretly. Linda finally popped out from the water. Beside her, Shi Yan also showed his head, as he smiled and said in a weak voice, "Thanks." Linda grunted and said to Carmen in a blush, "Throw a shirt to me." "Hmm? Who is this guy?" "Jesus. Pervert. Why are you naked?" "Damn." He is leaning onto Linda. "I have never done that during so many years." "Bastard. Stay away from Linda, or don't blame us for being rude." On the ship, many warriors began to curse after they saw a naked man leaning against Linda. "Carmen," Linda yelled in embarrassment. "Got ya." Carmen looked rigid as he found a broken shirt and threw it into the sea. Dash. Chapter 146, Lying Low. Chapter 146, Laying Low. Sponsored by Friends Favor. Dash. Hengluo Sea, Tiansuo Archipelago. A boat containing some mixed cargo was slowly sailing in the sea. On one big boxes among that cargo mess, Yin was comfortably lying on his side. He was dressed in patched clothes, and his expression was dull. Cameron and the rest were all either standing or sitting at different corners of the boat. They all looked at Yin with hostility. After Linda boarded the boat, she kept sneezing. Now, she was already in a room downstairs to change into new clothes. She didn't have time to talk with Yin. Once Linda went away, Carmen made a move first. He threw the weak Yin into this pile of cargo and stood on the side while looking at him coldly. Those people on the side were all gnashing their teeth together. They all secretly cursed in their minds. They wanted to beat Yin up and brutally teach him a lesson. On this boat, Linda was the object of admiration for these young men. For these guys, Linda was definitely in the topics they talked about every night. In these people's hearts, Linda was the soul of this boat. Yin was completely naked, and Linda actually held his hand to rescue him out of the sea. In the view of these people, Yin undoubtedly tainted Linda's purity. Even if Linda's purity were to be tainted, it should have been by one of them. How could it have been passed on to a stranger? These people all secretly cursed, and of course their looks toward Yin was unfriendly. Especially Carmen. He was full of anger at the moment. He clenched his teeth and sneered. "Kid, you really know how to play, huh? Stripping naked and bathing in this iceberg is sure fun, isn't it? Is there something wrong with you? Why didn't you drown in the sea water?" Yin frowned. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't answer. "Why were you in the sea? If you don't answer, I'll throw you back right now." Carmen was mad. He suddenly stood up and stepped toward Yin. He said fiercely. At the moment, Yin's different powers in his body were all absorbed by the blood vein ring. He was really like an ordinary mortal. If he were to fight with Carmen, he would definitely have been seeking his own demise. "I'm from an island in this area. When I was out fishing, my boat broke, and I was washed here by the sea water." Yin was full of lies. He kept smiling bitterly. "I thought I would be dead for sure, but I didn't expect that beautiful girl would suddenly appear, and I was finally rescued." "Kid, why were you completely naked?" This was what Carmen was most annoyed about. "With us fishermen, our clothes are more loose. When the seawater rushes, it comes off very easily." Yin frowned. He said in frustration, "I don't know what happened either. I was unconscious for a while, and when I woke up, I was already like this." "Bullshit." Carmen, bitterly, kicked at Yin. "Fishermen clothes are loose. Are their underwear loose too?" Carmen kicked Yin again. He said while gritting his teeth, "I think you just want to take advantage of my Linda, and you stripped yourself naked on purpose. You shameless bitch. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never speak the truth." "Is your Linda?" Linda's voice came from the stairway. Soon, after changing into a set of dry clothes, Linda slowly appeared while wiping her wet hair. She glared at Carmen with an unfriendly look and shouted, "Who told you to hit him?" Carmen was somewhat guilty, so he chuckled dryly. "I was just teaching him a lesson for you. This guy was all naked. He's definitely a pervert." "Linda, I don't mean to blame you, but this kind of guy shouldn't be saved. You should have just let him drown. Doesn't he like to expose himself? Then we ought to let the demon beasts under the sea fuck him." Linda frowned and said in disdain, "Carmen, you're so disgusting." Carmen's face was all innocent as he smiled wryly. "It's for your own good. Move away. I have something to ask him." Linda snorted. She impatiently walked forward and glared at Carmen. Move. Under her stare, Carmen couldn't do anything. He dropped his head and went to stand with the warriors at the other corner of the boat, looking towards in their direction from afar. Carmen, you got the short end of the stick. Hee hee. Sister Linda is really tough, and you said you can tame her. I think there's no hope for you in a lifetime. Carmen, Sister Linda isn't someone that's soft-hearted. Why would she rescue that kid this time? Could it be that Sister Linda has been single for so long that she wants a man? Bullshit, Carmen cursed out. He stared at that person ferociously. Even if Linda were to want a man, she would go for someone like me. That kid is as worthy as shit. He doesn't even have a wisp of profound chi in him. He's just a wussy. How could he be worthy enough to be Linda's man? Fuck. You people, are your brains grown on your dicks? Dumbass. The warriors cursed on by Carmen were all in the first sky, or the second sky of the human realm, but Carmen was at the peak of the third sky of human realm. Even when they were cursed by Carmen, they were too scared to go against him, so they could only smile apologetically. On this boat, Linda was undoubtedly the strongest, and after her was Carmen. After Carmen cursed out, he felt more and more annoyed inside. He looked at Shi Yin coldly, and he realized that Linda was squatting down, actually leaning very close to Shi Yin. The more he watched, the more he disliked this, and he was filled with rage inside. Linda was squatting with her back to Carmen and the rest. She reached out her slim hand and laid it on Shi Yin's pulse. After checking out for a while, she finally said, "You are a warrior, but the power inside you is completely used up. Is that right?" Shi Yin nodded. He smiled. "Thank you for your rescue, or else I would have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Who exactly are you? Where did you come from? Why are you here?" Linda took back her hand. She brushed back her chestnut-colored hair and said while breathing out fragrant breath. To prevent others from hearing her conversation with Shi Yin, Linda was very close to Shi Yin. While she talked, the fragrance in between her lips slowly released out and came toward Shi Yin's nose and mouth. Of course, Linda's looks were not as good as Xia Xinyan. She could only be the same level as Dialan, but she could still be counted as a rare beauty. With a beautiful girl breathing fragrant breath on his face, of course Shi Yin didn't dislike it, but his lips were tightly sealed, and he said lightly, "I just told Carmen I'm a fisherman from a nearby island. Because my ship was destroyed by the hurricane when I was fishing, and without noticing, I was washed here by the seawater." Really? Linda looked at him deeply. She was obviously unconvinced. Shi Yin nodded in certainty. "That's it." Linda frowned and became quiet. Shi Yin was frozen in the biggest iceberg. This scene, nobody else but she saw it. Someone who could be frozen in 100 feet deep iceberg was definitely not any ordinary person. Linda knew this clearly in her heart. Seeing that Shi Yin insisted that he was a fisherman, Linda knew that Shi Yin was lying. While knowing that Shi Yin was lying, she still could do nothing about it. She was hesitating on how to uncover Shi Yin's secret. "All right, then you are a fisherman." Linda hesitated for a second and thought that she should still take it slow. She said lightly, "No matter where you were before, we still won't change direction just for you. On this trip, we will be going to the Gu family's island. The resources on this boat are all to be shipped to the Gu family's island, and we won't stop just for you." "The Gu family?" Shi Yin dazed, and then exclaimed, "You mean the Gu family that has the Sword Mountain?" You. As if discovering something, Shi Yin looked at the sun, moon, and star flag on the boat and shouted, "You are from the Three Gods sect. Pretend. Just keep pretending." Linda frowned. She sneered in her mind, but on the outside she remained unmoved and indifferent. She nodded and said, "That's right, we are people from the Three Gods sect, but we are only outer disciples, and we only do some small errands for the sect. The cargo on this boat is sent by the Three Gods sect for the Gu family. In these 2 years, the Yang family made the Gu family miserable. Many defenses on the island were directly destroyed, so they had to purchase some defensive crystals from our Three Gods sect. The Yang family made the Gu family miserable." Shi Yin dazed for a moment, This time he was really surprised. Hmm. Linda quietly observed Shi, seeing that he revealed a curious expression. She then continued to explain, I don't know how the Gu family, the Dongfang family, the people from a magical wonderland, and the Heaven Lake Divine Land offended that arrogant and unreasonable Yang family. In the last 2 years, the strong warriors from the Yang family went out everywhere. They uprooted many islands of the Four Forces, killing many people from the Four Forces. The Yang family is notoriously arrogant in the Endless Sea, and this time they seem to be justifying it by making the Four Forces suffer unspeakably. Linda frowned and secretly observed Shi. She slowly described the fight between the Yang family and the Four Forces. Shi face was sullen. His eyes flashed in pleasant surprise. What happened in the end at that Minluo island was only seen by the Four Forces and Xia Xinyan. The Four Forces don't know his identity at all, so they certainly wouldn't gossip about anything. The news that the Yang family got had to be from Xia Xinyan, although when he fell into the hole, he guessed that using the reincarnation martial spirit, Xia Xinyan should have been okay. But in these 3 years, he was still a little worried about her. Now that he got the news from Linda's mouth, he was really relieved inside. He suddenly felt like a big stone had been dropped from his heart, and he became very relaxed. The Yang family is truly strong. Shi took in a deep breath, but his expression was quite serious. He purposely said with a common hatred, the Yang family really is arrogant. The Yang family is that strong. Linda's expression was indifferent. Although the Four Forces are also in the 15 forces of the Endless Sea, but compared to the Yang family with their rich heritage, the Four Forces are still slightly inferior. This time they seem to be on the wrong, and the Yang family got a hold on them. No wonder they are suffering so much. Our 3-god sect shouldn't be scared of the Yang family, right? Shi suddenly said. He pretended that he was from the Hengluo Sea, and the root of the 3-god sect was right at the Hengluo Sea. The status of the 3-god sect in the Hengluo Sea and the status of the Yang family in the Kiara Sea was about the same. Putting himself in the 3-god sect should be no problem. Indeed, Linda didn't care. She nodded and said, to be honest, our 3-god sect used to be a little worse than the Yang family. But now, you can't say for sure in the future. A holy person had returned to our 3-god sect. After a few decades, our 3-god sect would definitely surpass the Yang family. By that time, if the Yang family dare to make trouble in our Hengluo Sea again, we'll definitely make them suffer. While saying these words, Linda was clenching her teeth. It seemed that she really disliked the Yang family. Holy person, Shi frowned. A light flashed in his head, and he knew who was the holy person that Linda was talking about. Godstone Square, the meteor from the sky, Ouyang Luoshuang. Dash. Chapter 147. Hardship. Chapter 147. Hardship. Sponsored by Friend's Favor. Dash. Yin was leaning on one corner of the boat. He was meditating and slowly recovering his profound qi. In order to seal the cold ice flame, his blood vein ring had swallowed all his energy, causing Shi to not have a single drop of power in his body, making him just like a mortal, one who had never cultivated in martial arts. In these past few days, the profound qi in his dantian had already recovered a bit. Quietly circulating his power, Shi was out of worries. He believed that within 10 to 15 days, all his profound qi will be recovered, and it would reach its original state. Every day, all his muscles and bones were getting nurtured by the cold energy, and some wisps of that energy kept on seeping out of the blood vein ring. Most of the cold energy had already seeped into his bones, blood, meridians, and bone marrows. Shi's body was entirely brimming with the cold energy, and his body had become impervious to cold. Most of the cold energy had infused with his blood. Ever since that time, when he had accidentally infused the cold energy with his blood while cultivating in the second sky of Rampage, his blood had changed subtly. Traces of cold energy could be found in his flowing blood. There seemed to be a lot of cold energy hidden in his blood. In these 3 years of his struggle with the cold ice flame, his body had totally adapted to the cold energy. The cold energy inside his body had become a lot more dense in these 3 years. In these 3 years, he didn't dare to relax for a single time. The high tension in his mind and the soul fight with the cold ice flame let him smoothly step into the second sky of the disaster realm. It also made his control over his mind power and soul power to step onto another level. Hiding himself in a corner of the boat, Yan's expression was indifferent. Most of the time, he was intensely cultivating his profound qi. He would also spend some time to understand the change in his state of mind, to repeatedly comb through the experience he gained from these 3 years of soul battle. The process would be very beneficial to his future progress. He realized this point, so he didn't think it was humiliating. What's wrong with staying in this boat? He actually felt glad to be relieved, and he could cultivate intensely all day. Sometimes, Yan would sink his consciousness into the blood vein ring to observe the cold ice flame inside the blood vein ring. He realized that under the reveling of the strange swirl, even when the cold ice flame kept trying to escape the blood vein ring, it still couldn't truly get out of it. Slowly, Yan was reassured. He knew that the blood vein ring was indeed mysterious. It actually managed to suppress one of the sky fires, the cold ice flame. The cold ice flame was one of the sky fires. It was a cold energy flame that existed when the world first opened. Its consciousness was evil and ancient, and its life was extraordinary. If someone could wipe away the dominant consciousness of the cold ice flame and merge it into his sea of knowledge, they would completely change that person's sea of knowledge, causing a mutation to form in the sea of knowledge, and he will become an invincible strong warrior in the same level as his. Yan had this thought. Unfortunately, only Nirvana realm warriors could really form a sea of knowledge. The sea of knowledge has infinite magical effects. With it, you could perform many amazing feats. Without the sea of knowledge, it would be extremely hard to merge with the cold ice flame, and his body might be seized by the cold ice flame instead. In order to merge with the cold ice flame, other than forming a sea of knowledge, you also need to gather 9 extremely hot yang-powered treasures and materials. With these 9 treasures and materials, you have to refine the evil consciousness of the cold ice flame until it was nearly dying, and then use this opportunity to merge with it. The sea of knowledge and the treasures were both absolutely necessary. Without completing these 2 steps, Yan wouldn't dare to act rashly. Through these 3 years of soul battling, it gave him a deep understanding as to how terrifying the cold ice flame was. If it weren't for that he had many negative emotions in his meridians and the magical aid from the blood vein ring, he probably wouldn't last 3 days. He would have been successfully seized by the cold ice flame. The sun went down. The moon and the stars slowly hung up on the night sky. The stars dotted the sky, wisps of star power invisible to the naked eye quietly flushed down from the sky. They were all absorbed by the pores on Yan's body, and then gathered at the star martial spirit in his heart. The star martial spirit absorbed some of the star power. There were spots of starlight sparkling at his head again, and Yan once again felt the existence of the scattered star power. Raising his head, Yan stared at the starry night sky. Yan's expression was cold. A vindictive curve showed up on the corners of his lips. Chenduo, Chu Yanqing, Dongfang He Gu Jianga. These 4 names went through his heart one by none. Yan's eyes became colder and colder. Faint cold energy also seemed to be flowing off from his body. In the last moment at Minluo Island, these 4 people attacked together and joined forces in order to kill him. When his body fell into the hole, he saw the many attacks released from them. If the cold ice flame didn't place a block of ice at the hole opening, he definitely would have perished under the attacks from those 4, leaving no trace of him. Especially Dongfang He and Gu Jianga, they dare to have lustful thoughts about Xia Xinyan. This made Yan hate them even more. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Linda's chestnut-colored hair waved and lightly hit on her plump butt as she suddenly came up from the bottom of the boat. In the night, Linda's beautiful eyes were bright, She gazed into the distance on the deck and said lightly, "Everyone be careful. We are about to leave Tino Archipelago. I heard that there are demon beasts spotted in this area, so pay full attention." On the deck, the dozen or more warriors were all yawning. They seemed to be in poor spirits. Although that Carmen often bothered Shurian during these 2 days, but because of Linda's protection, he didn't really find a chance to make a move. Now that he heard Linda say there were demon beasts spotted nearby, Carmen actually stood right up and shouted, "Everyone pay attention. Linda said there are demon beasts nearby. Then there definitely are. Linda's been through this route for many times. Everyone stop sleeping. Get up, get up." Carmen shouted and walked around on the deck, kicking the bleary-eyed warriors awake. Carmen shouted and slowly came to Shurian's area. He glimpsed at Shurian and shouted coldly, "You get up too." While talking, Carmen's foot kicked this way. When he was kicking the others, he had controlled his power, and he didn't use much strength. But the foot he was lifting towards Shurian now was extremely powerful. Even though it was slow, but it was unusually powerful. Shurian slightly squinted his eyes. He immediately sensed that this kick from Carmen contained a lot of profound chi. If any ordinary person were to really get kicked by that foot, that would definitely cause heavy injuries. Sure, Yin sneered in his mind. Before Carmen's foot lifted towards him, he suddenly stood up and quickly walked towards Linda. Bang! Carmen's foot kicked this way, but it landed on the big box that Shurian was leaning on. That big box actually got kicked half a meter backwards from his kick. Shurian's face turned sullen. He stood aside and silently looked at Carmen. The surrounding warriors all secretly jeered at this. They were all a little surprised, but they didn't dare to say more. Carmen's foot had obviously been added with profound chi, or else that box wouldn't have shifted backwards for half a meter. These warriors all knew that inside the boxes there was heavy, profound granite, and every piece was much heavier than normal rocks. Carmen was able to kick the big box like this with his one foot. If it really were to fall on Shurian, Shurian's bones would have probably get shattered from the kick. "Carmen, what do you think you're doing?" Linda also noticed the abnormality here. Her pretty face changed, and she shouted angrily, "Do you want to murder someone? How did Shurian offend you? Did you have to strike with such force?" "I didn't." Carmen shrugged and said casually, "Shurian is also a warrior. Even though he's mediocre, he still should be able to handle my kick. I was just testing to see what realm he is really in. This kick of mine won't kill him. We are still a long way from Cloud Island anyway. So if he were to really get hurt, he can just obediently heal his injuries. This guy's background is unknown. It's best for us if he is unable to move. Or else we don't know if he might do something harmful to us. Am I right?" Carmen looked at the surrounding warriors and shouted, "This guy's background is unknown, and we are having a task. Letting a guy like this to stay on the boat? Is it better if he were injured and unable to move, or if he's alive and kicking?" Under his watch, the surrounding warriors all had different expressions. Those who had good relationships with Carmen all lightly nodded, and those who believe in Linda didn't make any comments. They only looked at Linda. "How is his background unknown?" Linda snickered. "Didn't he say that he's a fisherman on a nearby island? If he were really a fisherman on a nearby island, why don't you just send him to whatever island around here? There are boats that come and go on these islands. He can totally just go on another boat to go back. Why does he have to latch onto our boat?" Carmen sneered. He wasn't someone with no brain. Through his observations lately, he already saw that when Linda was treating Shurian, she seemed to have some other ideas. He didn't know that Linda was trying to dig out Shurian's secrets bit by bit. He only thought that she was attracted to Shurian, and he felt jealous. That was why this whole mess was happening. He wants to go experience Cloud Island. Is that not okay? Linda's pretty face was starting to look bad. She threw her hair to the side and squinted at the warriors on the boat. She said coldly, "Are you guys unclear about the current situation? Do you know who is the person in charge on this task? Do you know who does this boat belong to? If you don't want to work anymore, when the task is over, you all can leave my boat." Sister Linda, calm down. "Whatever you say, we all listen to you." "Yeah, Sister Linda, we didn't refute you in any way. Sister Linda, I've followed you for so many years. Wherever you go, I'll go. Please don't ever kick me out. Many warriors who leaned towards Linda all smiled to express their loyalty. Even those who originally felt inadvisable also put up a bitter face and begged for mercy when they saw that Linda got mad. Linda was quite respectable in the outer disciples of the Three Gods sect. Linda's family was also very strong out of the many powers that belonged to the Three Gods sect. Plus, Linda herself had an outstanding potential. She could very possibly become a central disciple in the Three Gods sect. Because of that, in these people's eyes, Linda was a much bigger deal than Carmen. Although normally Linda was gentle, but once she gets mad, absolutely no one dared to go against her. Even Carmen, when he saw that Linda was mad, he smiled wryly. For a kid with unknown backgrounds, is it worth going through so much trouble? You stay put. Linda threw a cold glare at him and shouted, "Pay full attention. Be aware of demon beasts." Splash, splash, splash. At this moment, on the water surface ahead of them, water splashed everywhere. Dark shadows quickly swam under the sea water and rushed towards the boat from all directions. There really are demon beasts. Linda's pretty face changed. She couldn't help but scream, "Everyone be careful. It's also my first time encountering demon beasts here." Yin frowned. He gazed into the sea. His expression was indifferent, but he was not nervous at all. Chapter 148, Expert. Chapter 148, Expert. Green-scale beasts were common demon beasts in the Hengluo Sea. Their body was covered with green scales, and they had tusks. They could jump out of the sea quickly and were capable of swift attack like arrows. Green-scale beasts were not high-level demon beasts in the sea, as they were almost at level 2, 3, or 4. Only a few of them could reach level 5. Green-scale beasts had no demon crystals in them, and their green scales were of no value. Only the green moonstones in their brains glittered with greenish light and made people calm. Beside its function to soothe people, green moonstone was usually made into accessories as it produced green light. Since green-scale beasts were at low levels, warriors on the Tian-So Islands usually hunted green-scale beasts to gain green moonstones and earn some money from it by trading it with traders. As more and more green-scale beasts were killed, their hatred for human warriors grew madly, and these amicable green-scale beasts started becoming more aggressive. Thus, they started attacking trade ships. Several green-scale beasts were swimming beside the ship, and their green scales could be seen clearly. Some green-scale beasts even showed their scales up over the water surface. Several green-scale beasts jumped out of the water like arrows and struck to the warriors on the deck. "Kill," Linda ordered. As Linda began to take action on the deck with her 2 daggers, a net made up of blue sword light appeared in the air. Double snake twist. Linda's arms weaved swiftly, while the daggers flew in the air, and she made the sword light into a double-headed snake which was moving its tongue. 2 level 3 green-scale beasts dashed towards Linda, but they got entangled by her double snake twist. The green-scale beast's green scales produced a dull sound, and their heads were hit by the daggers. The 2 green-scale beasts were killed by Linda, and their bodies fell directly on the deck. Shoo. More green-scale beasts appeared from the sea surface, dashing toward those warriors like sharp swords. On the deck, apart from Linda and Carmen, there were another 9 warriors who were at nascent or human realm, no weaker than the green-scale beasts. Though those warriors were only exterior disciples of the Three Gods sect, they were also from several minor powers attached to the Three Gods sect. Thus they had quite a lot battle experiences, which were enough for them to fight the green-scale beasts bravely. The warriors on the deck triggered their martial skills. Suddenly, the deck was covered by a light net. Those flying green-scale beasts were well rewarded, as they were killed up in the air or hit back to the sea. Before long, after green-scale beasts were killed, others returned back into the sea. Green-scale beasts didn't dare to attack a second time, nor did they leave the ship, but closely followed it. The group, including Carmen, cut the green-scale beasts on the deck calmly and took out the green moonstones and kicked their remains into the sea. Green-scale beasts afar in the sea saw the whole thing and showed deep hatred in their eyes under the moonlight. The green moonstone was as big as a nut, giving out greenish light, which appeared beautiful in the serene moonlight. "Linda, do you like these stones?" Carmen walked towards Linda with a smile, with green moonstone in his hand, and he asked, "You can have them all if you want." Under the moonlight, Linda looked extremely pretty, and her performance of killing the green-scale beast greatly impressed Yin. "Not interested." Linda shook her head. "I don't want cheap things. Only those mediocre women love this sort of mediocre stones." After a short pause, Linda added, "You can present these green moonstones to other women, and they may reward you other things. So just keep them yourself." Carmen chuckled. "Well, you don't want them. But why mock me? I don't love general women." Linda didn't respond, but walked towards Yin. She frowned while watching the remaining green-scale beasts which were chasing them, and said in worry, "Hope that level 4 green-scale beast won't come." Yin narrowed his eyes, but didn't say anything. Those green-scale beasts were at level 3. Level 3 green-scale beast equaled to human realm warriors, but as they jumped into the air while fighting, their ability were par upto nascent realm warriors. These exterior disciples of the three god sect were almost at nascent and human realm, and Linda was at the first Gaia disaster realm, so they could sweep those green-scale beasts easily, which was not surprising to Yin. But it was tougher to defend level 4 green-scale beasts. Level 4 green-scale beasts had harder scales than level 3 ones, which could hardly be hurt by any general attacks. Apart from that, level 4 green-scale beasts had sharp tusks, which could even tear the ship deck. If level 4 green-scale beast tore the ship first and then dragged them into the sea, then they could hardly escape. Green-scale beasts were much stronger in water than in the air. If the green-scale beast damaged their ship, they would definitely die. The warriors on the deck were still celebrating their victory over the green-scale beasts, while Linda sighed and started panicking as she stood beside Yin. "Yin, do you think we'll be attacked by level 4 green-scale beasts?" Linda sighed as she looked at Yin and asked in panic. Linda saw Yin being frozen inside a glacier in the sea. Though his energy ran out, Linda felt he was extraordinary and smarter than warriors like Carmen. Thus, she wanted some advices from Yin. "I don't know." Yin shook his head. "I know nothing about green-scale beasts." "What?" Linda couldn't believe it. "Aren't you a fisherman on the Tian Sua Islands?" Yin felt awkward as he coughed and said softly, "I'm just a common fisherman fishing common fish, not this frightening demon beasts." I can't face this type of demon beast. Only you experts from the three god sect can defend them, not me." Linda rolled her eyes to him and complained, "Just say you don't want to help. Stop mentioning fishermen. I have never seen any fisherman who looks so stable in front of a green-scale beast." The atmosphere turned quite scary when these green-scale beasts jumped out of the water, and Linda observed Yin when she was fighting against the green-scale beasts. She found Yin moved to find a safe position without showing any fear. A fisherman wouldn't be so composed. Yin smiled. "It's not that I don't want help, it's that I'm not able to. But I think the green-scale beasts will come again, and there will be several level 4 ones among them. Or those level 3 green-scale beasts wouldn't have followed us all the way." "Crap. Of course I know they would attack again with some level 4 ones." Linda rolled her eyes and grunted, "I'm asking about how to defend them. You are one of us now. You can't do anything either if the ship were to ruin. Didn't you say you want to go to the Clouds Islands?" Yin forced a smile. "We still have some time. Think carefully. If you are an expert, please give us a hand when necessary." Linda looked at him with pleading eyes. "After all, I have saved you once. Although my crew don't like you, but I want them to be safe. I will protect them as long as I'm alive." Yin was stunned, and he started respecting her. When Carmen was questioning about her leadership, she was still considering them carefully. No wonder the warriors trusted her so much. That's how she maintained her position in the group. And those warriors were lucky to have a leader like her. "I'm not an expert." Yin mocked himself, just a miserable man who almost died from drowning. Don't count on me. He was not being modest. Before his energy recovered, it was even impossible for him to win over Linda, don't mention protect her. However, if he could regain his power in a short time, it would be a different situation. Never mind. I won't push you. Linda turned cold. You can't survive either if the ship sinks. You would die with us then. So think about it. Then Linda left with a rigid face to those warriors, and she started reminding them about what would happen next. Dash. Chapter 149, Soul Attack. Chapter 149, Soul Attack. Sure, Yin was casually leaning against a big box and resting with his eyes closed. Inside his body, the profound qi was circulating and slowly recovering. It was late at night. The deck of the boat was shining under the moonlight. On the deck, the group of 11, including Linda, were constantly observing the surroundings. The ship was being chased by large numbers of green-scale beasts. These dozens of green-scale beasts weren't giving up, and so Linda and the group was constantly on alert. The 11 warriors were scattered throughout the deck, checking high and low, near and afar, for any possibility of an attack from the level 4 green-scale beasts, especially from beneath the ship. The ship was already far from Tianso Islands, and there were no other islands nearby. If the ship got torn apart by the green-scale beasts, then their whole group would drown. Therefore, they were in no situation to allow even a single scratch to the ship. After fruitlessly questioning Shi Yin, Linda no longer bothered with him and started monitoring the surroundings without a care about Shi Yin. Though Carmen and several others disliked Shi Yin, they didn't bother with him at such a crucial moment. Shi Yin seized every moment to recover his profound qi. Another full circulation. Shi Yin's profound qi had recovered by half, which when compared to warrior levels would be at the first sky of human realm. Now, even if Cameron wanted to mess with him, Shi Yin could easily teach him a lesson. However, it was still not enough to guard against Linda, who was at first sky a disaster realm. Shi Yin was getting a little anxious. According to the green-scaled beast patterns, their next attack would come shortly. Presence of level 4 green-scaled beasts in the attack was a surety, and Linda's group wasn't capable of handling them. If the ship were to be destroyed, even Shi Yin would not survive. Although Shi Yin hadn't promised anything to Linda, he was still looking for ways to help her. After a long thought, Shi Yin came up with a vicious idea. Once all the warriors on the deck die, he would gather the negative energy from their corpses, enabling him to operate gravitational field, along with Rampage. In that way, he could control the level 4 green-scale beasts. He was very well aware that once these two types of forces formed in the gravitational field, he could easily trap the level 4 beasts, even if he wouldn't be able to kill them. Without these level 4 beasts, Linda and the group would easily be able to stand against the attack and force the beasts to retreat back into the waters, keeping the ship safe. Shi Yin narrowed his eyes and silently cursed Carmen and his people. Only when you all die will I be able to protect others. With that thought, Shi Yin was prepared for a fight. After a deep breath and another circulation, Shi Yin secretly released the spirit power to test the green-scale beasts. Cold air started emitting from the blood vein ring and moved in Shi Yin's body, gushing straight into his bones and flesh. As he was releasing his spirit power, cold air came out from every pore of his body and intertwined with his spirit power. While the spirit power spreaded, Shi Yin felt that he got an extra eye, which could see the green-scale beasts from a bird's eye's view. 53 green-scale beasts, including 30 level 2 ones, 20 level 3 ones, and 3 level 4 ones. The life patterns of those green-scale beasts reflected into Shi Yin's mind through the extended spirit power, so he instantly got hang of their abilities. Shi Yin was surprised. 3 level 4 green-scale beasts equaled 3 disaster realm warriors. If they were to damage the ship, then those level 4 green-scale beasts would become much more frightening in water. 1 level 4 green-scale beast could easily kill Linda in water, and the other green-scale beasts could kill them all. Shi Yin got a foreboding feeling. As he decided to withdraw his spirit power, Shi Yin found something interesting. Wherever his spirit power had swept over, those green-scale beasts had become quite anxious. Among them, the 3 level 4 green-scale beasts emerged out of the water and started looking around, as if searching for something. After a while, Shi Yan's eyes lit up. As he was about to withdraw the spirit power, the latter formed into a string and rushed toward a level 2 green-scale beasts. All the spirit power was concentrated on that level 2 green-scale beast, and it struck heavily. The cold spirit power seemed to be striking at a cotton ball containing immense hatred. Under the strikes of the spirit power, that cotton ball exploded and the hatred disappeared. A level 2 green-scale beast sank deep into the sea and stopped chasing the ship. Shi Yan's eyes sent out dazzling light as he tried to refine the spirit power again in excitement. The spirit power then shot towards another level 2 green-scale beast. In the same way, cold spirit power destroyed the cotton ball and smashed the hatred. Another level 2 green-scale beast went back to the bottom of the sea, and its life aura disappeared. Shi Yin showed a surprised smile as he lay there among goods, and once again began to refine the spirit power and shot it towards a level 3 green-scale beast. Under the attack of the cold spirit power, that level 3 beast quivered and bled heavily from its mouth. It struggled strongly in the sea and tried to search for its enemy. This time, Shi Yan's spirit power struck on a big cotton ball, but it didn't manage to crack it. Therefore, that level 3 green-scale beast didn't go back to the sea bottom, as it was just that its soul was ruined and it struggled. 3 waves of spirit power attack tired Shi Yin a bit, so he had to withdraw the spirit power unwillingly. Below Nirvana realm, spirit power was just spirit power, which could only be percept but cannot attack other souls. Xiaohani and Xa Xinyan both had explained it to him. Only when a warrior reached Nirvana realm could his spirit power turn into soul consciousness. Soul consciousness was transformed from spirit power. It could percept its surroundings, refine sea of consciousness, and perform soul attacks. Soul consciousness can be concentrated and formed into a sea of consciousness. Although soul consciousness originated from spirit power, the latter was much more powerful than the former. Expert warriors could transfer their soul consciousness into an array and penetrate the adversary's soul and kill it. Sea of consciousness, the vitality of Nirvana realm, was formed by soul consciousness. Once the sea of consciousness was formed, it could increase the power of a martial spirit. However, spirit power could merely test its surroundings and had no other effect on souls. But just now, Shi Yin had refined the spirit power into a soul attack, freeze the souls of the 2 level 2 green-scale beasts, and also severely hurt the soul of that level 3 beast. It was obviously different from common people. Shi Yin smiled as his eyes glittered. The abnormality of the spirit power must have something to do with the ice-cold flame inside the blood vein ring. Shi Yin was quite certain about it. He was sure that his spirit power could perform soul attacks before it transformed into soul consciousness, only because his spirit power contained cold power. The cold power ran throughout his body and mixed with the spirit power when he pushed the spirit power out. His spirit power attack might not be substantial or do any harm to souls, but the cold power in it could damage other souls heavily. No wonder that God Realm's warriors could combine sky flame and the sea of consciousness and become the most powerful in the same realm. Shi Yin took a deep breath as he figured out this crucial fact. He still hadn't combined the ice-cold flame with spirit power, but merely that weak cold air made a difference, which froze those beasts' souls directly. Once he injected the ice-cold flame into the sea of consciousness, and the spirit power turned to soul consciousness, he would be able to combine the cold air of the ice-cold flame with the soul consciousness. How horrible his soul consciousness would be then. Which warrior could defend against the attacks of soul consciousness? Their souls would be smashed into nothingness in an instant. Shi Yin was so happy when he thought of that, and his face showed a big smile. Even though the ice-cold flame was restrained inside the blood vein ring, but its cold power still kept pouring into Shiyan's body. According to this, the cold air from the ice-cold flame will accumulate in his body, and he could use more and more of it. Now he had found a new attack technique with which he could ruin others' souls directly. Chapter 150, Undersea Battle. Chapter 151, Undersea Battle. Early morning. The boat was traveling to a mist-shrouded area. A light mist shrouded the sea. Linda and others had their complexion turned extremely ugly, and the nascent realm warrior among them showed frightened expressions on their face for the first time. Behind the boat, there were already more than 60 green-scale beasts gathered, and 4 of them were already at level 4. In the clear sea, it was already very difficult to deal with these green-scale beasts, and now, with the boat in the foggy areas, if the green-scale beast started to attack, then it will be even more difficult to deal with it. The green-scale beast lived in the sea, and under the sea, there was no fog. Therefore, the green-scale beast on the sea didn't get affected by the fog. Sometimes the things you fear always becomes true. At the moment when Linda and the others were shocked, the green-scale beasts, gathered behind 100 meters of the boat, suddenly increased their speed. One after one, the green-scale beast, as if like an arrow, quickly jumped from the sea and rushed up. "Careful!" Linda screamed. "There are 4 level 4 green-scale beasts in there. In any case, don't go under the water. We will look for a chance to lure them out." This scream from Linda was a bit lifeless and weak. A level 4 green-scale beast was a huge threat in the sea. Even if she went under the water, she was still not capable of defeating it. Also, level 4 green-scale beast also possessed some wisdom, as long as they did not come out of the sea and choose to attack the boat from inside the sea. Then if the boat gets destroyed and they fall into the water, then they will surely die. Linda could not stop the beast from attacking the boat. Her screams naturally seemed weak. Shiyan frowned, and in his heart lightly sighed, as he knew that this time the people on the boat were in deep trouble. And then, sure enough, one after another, the green-scale beast leaned over and surrounded the boat, but none of the green-scale beasts came out from the water. With the presence of level 4 green-scale beast, the rest of the green-scale beast become wiser and didn't recklessly rush out, but they only surrounded the boat, as if quietly waiting for something. Crack, crack, crack. A creepy sound came from under the boat. The faces of the people on the deck suddenly became pale. The level 4 green-scale beast had begun gnawing at the boat. Once the boat had been broached and it sunk into the sea, then it will become the domain of the green-scale beast. And when they fall into the sea, then nobody could escape from the jaws of the green-scale beast. Linda's face also changed. Her beautiful eyes were full of despair, but she shouted persistently, "Go near the deck and attack the green-scale beasts in the sea. Nobody is allowed to give up. Understood? Sister Linda, we believe in you. Damn it, even if I die, at least half of these level 3 green-scale beasts need to." The crew on the deck furiously came to the edge of the deck and attacked the green-scale beasts gathered around the boat. All kinds of rays were shot into the sea, aiming at the scales of the green-scale beasts. There were a few green-scale beasts that were too close to the water surface. They were stabbed by Linda and immediately lay flat with their bellies turned up and died by her fierce attacks. However, the rest of the warriors' attacks couldn't do much. The green-scale beasts which had been hit only hid under the sea and dived back into the deep sea. Once the green-scale beast went within 10 meters in the sea, any attack will be nullified by the seawater, and it didn't pose any more threat to the green-scale beasts. One after one, the green-scale beast began to dive. On the sea, the water splashed, but there were no longer any green-scale beasts that were injured. All of the green-scale beasts dove into the sea and stared furiously at the crew at the boat. Linda suddenly felt powerless. They can't do anything if the green-scale beast didn't come out, especially the level 4 green-scale beast who was still under the deck and carried gnawing on it. Once the deck was destroyed, then they will surely die. Shiyan also stood up. He quietly came to the deck and looked sullenly on the green-scale beast on the sea. If the green scale beast didn't attack any warrior on the boat, then there won't be any negative energy produced, and without negative force, it's impossible to construct a gravitational field. Shi Yin's face becomes sullen, and he coldly looked at Carmen and the others as an intense killing intent rose from the depth of his heart. Unless someone died, then they can get rid of this situation, and someone had to die immediately, or else if the deck got destroyed, then even with the dead, the result will still be the same. Shi Yin was ready to kill. Get into the sea, rather than waiting to die. It is better to fight with the green scale beast in the sea. Anyway, if the deck destroyed, we will sink in the sea too. Then it would be better if we fight with green scale beast in the sea before the deck is destroyed. Linda looked despaired, and she can only issued such a helpless decision. Fight with the green scale beast in the sea. That was definitely an extremely unwise decision. Linda understands this better than anyone else. But now, she didn't have any other choice but to gamble with this decision. All right. Every warrior on the boat started to become enraged in the desperate situation, and without any command, there were already 3 people who jumped into the sea. Carmen hesitates for a while, but he also jumped into the sea. Fight! Linda screamed, and was ready to jump into the sea. Shi Yin suddenly came over near her, as he frowned at her and hesitated. Although Linda seemed aggressive, but she knew that once she jumps into the water, she will definitely die. She froze for a moment and looked blankly toward Shi Yin, as she was waiting for something. But Shi Yin couldn't do anything. He just shook his head with a sigh. Linda's face became sad. The hope in her eyes faded away, and she too jumped into the sea and fought the green scale beasts with the other warrior in the sea. She really hoped that Shi Yin was a master and would be able to help them at this critical moment. She had placed her last hope on Shi Yin, but only got Shi Yan's sigh in exchange for it. Linda's last hope completely vanished, and finally, she didn't hope for anything else and jumped into the sea to die together with her crew. Shi Yin had a very complex expression. Looking at the empty boat, he hesitated a bit, and suddenly also jumped into the sea. The last gaze from Linda before she jumped into the sea was full of despair and sadness. Yet she jumped into the sea anyway. He was really touched with this, which made him feel pity for this girl. Whether for Linda or for himself, Shi Yin must do something. Plop! Shi Yin held his breath and dove into the sea. His eyes looked abnormally cold in the deep sea. A negative energy of despair and hatred suddenly came from the deep sea and started flooding into his meridians. A warrior which has a close relationship with Carmen was torn into pieces by a level 4 greenscale beast, and he was the first casualty in the sea. As Linda and the others jumped into the sea, the level 4 greenscale beast which were gnawing at the boat suddenly stopped and swarmed over and surrounded Linda and others. The boat wasn't the greenscale beast target. The reason they attacked the boat was to force Linda and the others to jump into the sea. And now, as Linda and the others were already in the sea, the greenscale beasts naturally won't waste their time on the boat, and they surrounded Linda and the others immediately. In the sea, the greenscale beasts were like shuttles. Their speed was extremely fast. The threat of the level 3 greenscale beast in the sea was much dangerous than on land. Carmen and the others that were in human realm, after jumping into the water, their strength decreased significantly, and could they only barely fight with level 3 greenscale beasts. And in the sea, there was also the 4 level 3 greenscale beasts. For them, the presence of these 4 level 3 greenscale beasts was like 4 mountains which can't be budged. Arg! Another scream of despair suddenly came from a warrior near Carmen. This man crazily forced his way into the group of greenscale beasts and was bitten by 5 level 3 greenscale beasts. His arms and legs were chewed into pieces, and he became the second casualty in the sea. After his death, the profound chi from his body was sucked by Shi Yin, who quietly came up close. In his meridians, after obtaining the profound chi from 2 people, negative force began to spread. Although not much, but it was enough for Shi Yin to construct a gravitational field. As he willed, Yin began to stir his profound qi and negative force, and constructed a millstone-sized magnetic field. The invisible magnetic field, because it was constructed in the water, began to form a spiral tornado, and it gradually formed a whirlpool in the water. Chi. In the sea, Linda was waving her double daggers, which seemed like dancing sea snakes. She killed some of the level 3 green-scale beasts that rushed at her. The level 4 green-scale beasts immediately noticed Linda, and one of them suddenly rushed towards her with a great speed. Poo-pee-you. In the water, Linda performed her double snake twist, and slashes of sharp sword light were shot at the level 4 green-scale beast body. With level 4 green-scale beast, the thickness of their scales was way more powerful than the level 3 ones. The sharp rays of Linda's swords can maybe penetrate through the level 3 beasts, but it couldn't penetrate through the scales of the level 4 green-scale beasts, and it can only leave a deep sword cut on its scales. Another level 4 green-scale beast quietly rushed over to Linda. This beast opened its mouth, and its teeth were like rows of sharp blades, which were aimed straight for Linda's waist. If she got bitten this time, then the beautiful supple body of Linda certainly will be broken into 2 parts, and then no matter how pretty she was, all that was left would be 2 pieces of a mutilated body. At this moment, Linda was struggling with the attack from another level 4 green-scale beast. Under the attack from this beast, she was already scrambling and appeared very flustered. She saw the attack from the second beast, but she couldn't do anything. Linda's eyes were full of despair. Her expression was miserable, and she could only conceive the attack from the another beast coming her way, but unable to do anything. At this moment, the tornado that mysteriously appeared in the sea suddenly moved fast. It made huge waves along the way and swept over everything in its way. When the sharp teeth of the second green-scale beast were at the distance of 3 meters apart from Linda, it was suddenly swept up by the tornado and got forcefully dragged into it. Linda was shocked. She fearfully wanted to avoid the tornado that swallowed the beast. Unexpectedly, the tornado seemed to have eyes, and it suddenly changed its direction in the quick assault, passing from her side and engulfing another green-scale beast that was struggling with her. 2 level 4 green-scale beasts, in just a few seconds, were engulfed by a tornado that mysteriously appeared. Linda, who would have died, had escaped from the brink of death and fearfully watched the raging tornado on the sea. Her beautiful face was full of confusion. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her sight. Hey, he also jumped down. Linda was shocked as she looked at the cold face of Yin in the water. Suddenly, a strange thought emerged in her heart. Perhaps that tornado was made by him. Translated by Y. Chapter 151. Got it wrong? Chapter 151. Got it wrong? Sponsored by Vragil. A miserable scream rang out in the sea. Another human realm warrior fell to the attacks from the level 4 green-scale beast. The warrior was completely gored and torn by the other level 3 green-scale beasts. Once the warrior died, the profound qi in his body quickly dispersed into the air and was consequently absorbed into Yin's meridians, who was quietly approaching the scene. Yin secretly infused the negative energy with his profound qi and once again formed a gravitational field. Once the field was laid, the sea water once again surged and formed a whirlpool. No one knew how the whirlpool, once again, was formed in the sea. However, the whirlpool seemed to have eyes of its own, as it created waves in the sea, immediately swallowing one of the level 4 beasts. After swallowing the level 4 beast, the whirlpool didn't stop and continued towards the remaining level 4 beast. In the underwater battle, Linda's group was on a back foot all the time. Right from the time they submerged under the sea, they were immediately surrounded by the green-scale beasts. The level 4 green-scale beasts, lurking in the waters, immediately started harassing them, and the group couldn't gain any advantage in the battle for even a single moment, whereas their casualties kept on increasing. The turning point in their battle came only when the two whirlpools unexpectedly appeared and started the devastation. The first whirlpool saved Linda from being attacked by the sharp teeth of the beasts and swallowed two greenscale beasts, thus reducing the pressure on Linda. The second whirlpool came as a surprise and immediately swallowed one of the beasts and continued toward the others. Among the level 4 greenscale beasts, 3 were already swallowed by the whirlpools, and 1 was being bitterly chased down by it. So, the beasts were in no position to care about Linda's group in the water. Linda massacred many of the level 3 beasts with a slash from her dagger. Her beautiful eyes were gleaming as she occasionally glanced at Shi. However, while being in the sea, Shi was totally calm and collected and didn't participate in the fight. There wasn't even a single energy fluctuation coming out of his body. Looking at him like that, Linda got a little bit dumbfounded. Could it be that it wasn't him? Linda was full of uncertainty. She observed Shi for a while, but still couldn't feel Shi releasing extraordinary powers. Thus she remained completely in the dark. Shi kept on dodging the attacks of the level 3 beasts, and only when he couldn't dodge did he attack the beasts. Even then, he was not able to completely suppress the beasts. Linda was dumbfounded. She then suddenly shouted, "Get back to the boat!" When the other warriors heard her shout, they quickly gathered towards Linda. Shi was no exception. He also quickly swam and rushed towards Linda. The two whirlpools that were stirring waves on the sea surface continued to rage around the greenscale beasts and swallowed many of them. Under the sweeping of the two whirlpools, the remaining level 4 greenscale beast was also got swallowed in the end and was constrained by the whirling power of the whirlpools along with the other greenscale beasts. Linda took the lead. Her 2 daggers produced bright sword light and cut the neighboring greenscale beasts into pieces. Carmen was behind Linda. He held a silver long spear. With the movement of his arms, he pierced through many level 3 greenscale beasts. These 2 people took the lead and messed up the formation of the greenscale beasts and rushed their way towards the boat. Shi's face was sullen, but he didn't say anything and only followed behind them. On the boat, the rope ladder was already hanging down. When Linda arrived, she didn't immediately board the boat herself. She shouted, "You guys go first." Those crew members didn't refuse. They seemed to have gotten used to Linda's behavior a long time ago. They all quickly went up the rope ladder and quickly climbed up the boat. Shi also leaned closely, but he didn't look at Linda and just grabbed the rope ladder to go up. "Get down." Carmen's expression was cold. He grabbed Shi's clothes and forcefully dragged Shi down. He shouted, "Huijie, you go up first." A warrior near Carmen didn't hesitate. He immediately took the rope ladder out of Shi's hands and quickly climbed up. "Carmen," Linda shouted coldly. "Even right now, you still have to fuss about these things. He's not one of us. He should be the last." Carmen snorted and attacked with Linda to defend against the greenscale beasts that surrounded them. He said stubbornly, "He can only board the boat after all of us went up. This guy is retarded. He doesn't even have much power, yet he tried to copy us and got down from the boat. I saw that he didn't do anything in the sea. He only knew how to fool around. I don't know why he came down. He's no use at all. Just a piece of garbage." Shi frowned. He didn't bother with him and leaned next to Linda, waiting for the others to board the boat. "You go up." Linda grabbed the rope ladder and shoved it into Shi's hands. "I'll take cover." "Okay." Shi was not fair-spoken at all. After he took the rope ladder, he quickly climbed up the boat. Linda and Carmen were the last to stay in the sea. Streaks of sword light shot out of Linda's dagger. The greenscale beasts that came close were all chopped with their blood flying everywhere, and they kept trying to evade their attacks. The scales on level 3 greenscale beasts couldn't hold against the sword of a disaster realm first sky warrior like Linda. When the 4 level 4 greenscale beasts were constrained, even inside the sea, Linda could still have a sharp attacking momentum. Her long hair were completely wet by the sea water. A few cute hair strands messily fell on her breasts. With the waving of her arms, the strands of hair splashed out water drops. Linda swiftly twisted her hips and shot out the beams of sword light, forming into a semicircular arc. Using solely her power, she kept off more than 10 green-scale beasts. When Carmen also got up on the boat, Linda killed 3 more level 3 green-scale beasts. Then, she finally grabbed the rope ladder with one hand and continued waving the dagger with the other hand, while shouting, "Pull me up." The crew members on the boat had been waiting for this command from Linda. After they heard it, they all used their strength together and pulled Linda out of the sea. Set sail. Once Linda got on the boat, she immediately instructed, "While the level 4 greenscale beasts are still constrained, we need to leave out of here immediately. Or else, when the level 4 greenscale beasts break their constraints, the odds would be against us." Needless for her to say, the crew members on the boat already started sailing. The boat quickly sailed in the faint fog. It went through the winds and waves, sailing towards the southeast direction. Greenscale beasts lingered far behind the boat. They followed the boat, somewhat seemingly unwilling to give up. On the sea surface, 2 whirlpools continued to rage around, pulling more greenscale beasts into it. These 2 whirlpools came out of nowhere. No one knew how they were formed. And it also timely dragged the level 4 greenscale beasts inside. It could be said that the reason why they could escape from this disaster was because of those 2 whirlpools. That was extremely lucky. Without these whirlpools, we would have died for sure. Jet lied down on the deck, feeling tired from all swimming and fighting. He looked up at the completely drenched Linda, whose curvy figure was showing, and laughed foolishly. Jet was in the second sky of human realm. He had followed Linda for many years. In these years, although they encountered many dangers, but none were hopeless like today's. Being able to escape from death, Jet felt really lucky. Now he had no strength at all, only that his stealthy eyes were still unusually clever. Don't know where that whirlpool came from. Carmen also smiled. I almost thought that there's a god that is secretly helping us. That whirlpool seemed to have came specifically for the greenscale beasts. The 2 whirlpools almost completely swallowed all the level 4 greenscale beasts. It's really unbelievable. I thought we were dead for sure, but I didn't expect that we would be able to breathe fresh air again. This is great. This is really great. Yeah, the whirlpools came too magically. They were just in time. Could it be that we got the blessing from the gods? The crew members on the ship all spoke in astonishment. They marveled at the magical nature of the whirlpools. Only Linda was silent. She didn't care about her curvy body being revealed because of her wet clothes. Her eyes flashed in a mysterious light, as if she had been thinking about some possibilities. After a long while, Linda suddenly looked at Yen deeply. She slightly bowed. A bunch of fair skin was revealed from her breasts, as she said solemnly, "Thank you." "Linda, what are you doing?" Carmen suddenly stood up. He said mockingly, "Linda, you can't possibly be thinking that the whirlpools were made by this guy. Ah, this is a joke." Jia kept shaking his head. He looked at Yen with a mocking expression. "If this guy had the ability to create such big movements, then I could be a god realm master." Even Jet, who always leaned towards Linda, also shook his head with a bitter smile. "Sister Linda, did you exhaust yourself too much that you're tired? This guy doesn't have any trace of power on him. Him alone couldn't possibly made such big movements." The rest of the crew members on the boat all looked at Yen. Their eyes were also filled with disdain. Linda didn't bother with the others. She still looked deeply at Yen and said again, "Thank you." Yen frowned and shook his head. "You got it wrong. It had nothing to do with me." He didn't want to get too much involved with these peoples, and he didn't plan to stay on the boat for long. Once they entered Cloud Island, he will immediately leave from the boat. After all, this was the Hengluo Sea, under the influence of the 3 gods sect, the Gu family, and the Dongfang family. If he exposed himself too much, it wouldn't be beneficial to him at all. Linda straightened her back and blankly stared at him. After a long while, she finally said to the other crew members, "Don't let down your guard. Gather your spirits. And be careful if those level 4 greenscale beasts manage to escape and come back." Linda still had some questions, but she knew clearly about all the ins and outs of the crew members on this boat. She knew how much these people were worth, and knew that with the abilities of these people, it would be impossible to constrain those level 4 greenscale beasts. On the boat, she was only unfamiliar with Yin, and doesn't know his exact details and cultivated realms. Plus, when she saw Yin sealed in an iceberg, of course she would first suspect that Yin secretly did something. However, when they were in the sea, she truly didn't discover any special energy fluctuation on Yin. When the whirlpools were raging in the sea, Yin was still dodging in the water. The two whirlpools didn't even try to protect him. From these signs, Yin really didn't look like the secret helper. But if it wasn't Yin, who could it be? Could it be that the whirlpools were really formed naturally? Linda secretly shook her head. Her heart was full of questions. The look in her eyes toward Yin was filled with more unclear meanings. Yin pretended like he didn't notice. After he boarded the boat, he went back to the pile of mixed cargo. But in his hands, there were 2 pieces of green moon rocks. Right now, he was holding one of the green moon rocks towards the blood vein ring. Try to put the cold energy flowing out of the blood vein ring into the green moon rock. Chapter 152, Forging Secret Treasures. Chapter 152, Forging Secret Treasures. Sponsored by Vragil. Sinking his consciousness into the blood vein ring, Yin found the cold ice flame was still trapped in its constraints. The flame still couldn't oppose the strength from the blood vein ring. The blood vein ring was still emitting the cold energy from the cold ice flame. The wisps of cold energy was continuously seeping into his body. The 2 green moon rocks were received by Yin from the corpses of the green-scaled beasts. Before the beasts died and sank to the bottom of the sea from Linda's strikes, they were secretly touched by Yin, who immediately took out the rocks from their bodies. Green moon rocks could itself be counted as a crystallized item inside the beast's body. They by itself had no power, but contained a considerable effect in calming the mind. According to what Carmen and others said, these rocks were very well the future demonic crystals of the green-scaled beasts. Once these beasts reached level 6, the rocks would gather all the power in their bodies and transform into demonic crystals. In that case, the green moon rocks should be able to store other types of energy. Yin kept noted this thing when listening to Carmen and the rest. This time in the sea, he was able to grasp 2 green moon rocks, capable of storing the cold energy belonging to the cold ice flame. Although the cold ice flame was trapped by the blood vein ring, cold energy was still flowing out. This cold energy seeped throughout Yin's body, but he still couldn't find many methods to use it. Only when spreading out his mind power could he amass some cold energy onto the mind power. However, Yin was only in the disaster realm. His mind power wasn't vigorous enough. Using the mind attack only 1 or 2 times would completely use up the mind power. Now under the situation where his powers had not fully recovered, Yin had to find another source of power to deal with the future unknowns in the future. Bringing the green moon rock near the blood vein ring, Yin's willed, and he tried to use mind power to draw out the cold energy inside the blood vein ring. Wisps of cold energy slowly flowed out of the blood vein ring. Under the guidance of Yin's mind power, a link seemed to have formed between the ring and the moon rocks. The mind power served as the body of the link, connecting the green moon rock and the blood vein ring. Cold energy seeped out of the blood vein ring and slowly went into the green moon rock. The green moon rocks started releasing a faint green light, in which a pale white light could be seen. The moon rocks soon turned as cold as ice. Traces of wisps of cold energy appeared inside the green moon rock. Those patterns were very clear, and they were releasing cold white light. It indeed was feasible. Yin felt very happy as he continued to concentrate his mind power in flowing the cold energy of the cold ice flame into the rocks. The moon rocks got colder and colder and felt like ice cubes in his hands, but they were well controlled by Yin, and not much cold energy leaked out. Soon, the patterns on the moon rocks started getting more and more evident, and soon formed into tiny cracks. With the cold ice flames, cold energy seeping in it, the green moon rock seemed to have reached the limit of containing cold energy. If any more cold energy were to be forcefully added, the green moon rock might just explode. Shi Yan's expression was serious. His eyes were burning like torches and glued onto the green moon rock in his hand. When he saw that the green moon rock was really at its limit, he decisively moved the green moon rock away from the blood vein ring and took back the mind power that connected the two sides. The green moon rock was extremely cold, but because Shi Yan's body had transformed by the cold energy of the cold ice flame, he didn't really fear the cold energy. Wisps of cold energy were concentrated and wrapped in the middle of the green moon rock. Those who didn't touch this green moon rock would never feel what a shocking amount of cold energy it was hiding. Carefully keeping this piece of green moon rock with the same methods, Shi Yan put cold energy into the other green moon rock. Both green moon rocks had obvious cracks. If there was a forceful collision, the green moon rocks would probably immediately explode. Once the green moon rock exploded, the large amounts of cold energy inside would immediately be shot out. From Shi Yan's understanding of the cold ice flames' frightening cold energy, the cold energy in these two little pieces of green moon rocks right now was a little more than the amount inside the ice beast that raged through Menluo Island. Once the cold energy bursted out, the surrounding people would definitely be affected. They might even immediately be frozen into ice statues by the cold energy. While his body was not yet recovered, these two green moon rocks counted as secret treasures. They might be of use in crucial moments. Carefully putting away the two green moon rocks, Shi Yan continued to meditate with his eyes closed, feeling the change in his meridians. After 1 hour, wisps of strange power secretly flowed out of his meridians. Under Shi Yan's full concentration, those strange powers all entered into the profound qi in his lower dantian. All that profound qi was just sufficient for a few human realm warriors, and to the now disaster realm Shi Yan, it was only a drop in the bucket. While his meridians were purifying those powers, the negative emotions that seeped out weren't even able to affect Shi Yan's state of mind. Although the strange powers that flowed out was little, but it was better than nothing. When this mass of strange powers flowed into his profound qi, Shi Yan realized that his profound qi got a little stronger again. The profound qi in his body had already recovered to 30 to 40% of his peak state. If he wished, he could immediately kill Carmen right now. Even against Linda, he could still vanquish her with his extraordinary martial spirits and martial skills. Shi Yan's mind calmed, and as a faint smile appeared on the corners of his lips, he continued to recover his profound qi. Here, your food. When it was late in the morning, Jet suddenly came over and casually threw a big piece of dried meat his way and also passed a bag of clear water. Shi Yan opened his eyes, he smiled and said, "How come I get to have meat today?" These days, Shi Yan had only been gnawing some dried steamed bread on the boat. The crew members on the boat all had large bowls of wine and meat, but no one had been friendly to him. Linda didn't care much about food and drinks. She only instructed Jet to give Shi Yan a serving of food every day. Most of the time, Linda was resting under the deck, so she didn't know about the food treatment that was given to Shi Yan. "You have some courage in you. I'm giving these dried meat to you personally, so don't let Carmen see it, or else Carmen would definitely trouble me." Jet grinned. "No matter how much power you have, when you dare to jump into the sea while surrounded by green-scale beasts, that prove that you're not a coward. This I really admire. You're a real man, so you have the right to enjoy meat." Jet was only in the second sky of human realm. On the boat, he usually followed the lead of Linda. Other than Linda, he also had to take notice of Carmen's mood. After all, Carmen had a great position on the boat. He also was regarded highly by Linda. Carmen didn't like Shi Yan. Of course, he wouldn't have dared to give meat to Shi Yan before. Shi Yan's performance this time made Jet admire him a bit. That was why while Carmen was closing his eyes to meditate, he secretly added some good food for Shi Yan. Shi Yan chewed the dried meat and gulped down the clean water. He smiled faintly. "I'll remember this favor." Jet laughed. I don't need you to return any favors. If you didn't have some guts, I would never have cared about you. To be honest, I also didn't like you. You were actually that close with Sister Linda while being naked. At that moment, I wanted to beat you up. Hee. Yin grinned. He shook his head and didn't say much. All right, eat slowly and don't let Carmen see it, or else that guy would come for me. Jit stood up. He patted Yan's shoulder and smiled. You remember, Sister Linda is the soul of our boat. Don't get any ideas. Sister Linda has a promising future. She will soon become a core disciple of the Three Gods sect. She's not someone you are good enough for. I know. Yin smilingly nodded. Jit didn't say much. He smiled and left from there, then gathered with the other crew members again. They were quietly and strangely laughing, discussing about various topics. The green-scale beasts didn't continue to chase them. The 4 level 4 green-scale beasts were trapped by Yan's gravitational field for at least a whole day. When the level 4 green-scale beasts were not there, the rest of the beasts chased for a while, but finally gave up. The boat had long passed through the fog and returned to the normal course, continuing its journey towards Cloud Island in the southeast. Cloud Island was the Gu family's island. Cloud Island was very close to the Kiara Sea. This time, when the Yang family took revenge on the Gu and Dongfang families, Cloud Island was an important target for attack. Apparently, the Gu family's stronghold on Cloud Island was completely destroyed, and many Gu family guards had died there. Lately, the Yang family's powerful warriors were looking for trouble with the Dongfang family, so they didn't really care about Cloud Island. The Gu family took the opportunity and prepared to reconstruct the defense on Cloud Island, sending their own powerful warriors to the Cloud Island to defend against the Yang family's ferocious attacks. Among the strong warriors that were sent by the Gu family, there were Gu Jianga and his father Gu Lai, plus dozens of Gu family masters. The reason why these people were going to Cloud Island was that other than reconstructing the island, the main thing was that they wanted to negotiate with the Yang family at Cloud Island. They didn't want to continue fighting with the Yang family. Because the 4th demon area had been preparing to attack in the past few months, the demons seemed to have the tendency of a massive invasion. The Yang family also agreed to the idea of Gu family's truce and prepared to send people to Cloud Island to discuss about this with the Gu family. The reason why Yan was following Linda and the rest to Cloud Island was because he knew that Gu Jianga would be on the island, and he also knew that people from the Yang family might also appear at the Cloud Island. He even guessed that maybe Xia Xinyan would appear too, and that was why he decided to join in. At dusk, the boat sailed on a sea covered with submerged reefs. Linda quietly came out from below the deck. Her hair flew in the wind, and she frowned. Hang up all the flags of the sect, and everyone be careful. There are pirates in this area. Sister Linda, would the pirates dare to touch our boat? Jie sneered. Do they have such massive guts or something? If they still dared to attack, knowing that our boat belongs to the sect, I will make them bear all the consequences. Among the many big islands of the endless sea, there were many pirates roaming about. Pirates didn't usually stay in one place, as once they found an opportunity, they would go loot the traveling ships. Usually, pirates wouldn't dare to touch ships that dealt with the 15 forces, but some would still like to take risks, have this one haul, and then escape to another sea. They were not afraid of being chased across the seas. Usually not, but it's hard to say. Linda frowned and said, if it were a big ship like the level of the sect Sun, Moon, and Star, meaning there would definitely be strong warriors from the sect, then the pirates definitely won't dare to make trouble. But with a boat like ours, you can know it's just a transporting boat of the outer disciples. There definitely won't be any strong warriors on the boat, so maybe the pirates would dare to attack. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 comes, I'll kill both. Carmen's face was full of disdain. Just mere pirates, they're not worth my attention. Ha ha ha. Kid, you sure are arrogant. I'd like to see what abilities you have for such arrogance. A savage big laugh suddenly came from behind a giant reef in the distance. Once the laugh was heard, a bunch of thin boats appeared from behind the reefs and quickly sailed towards Linda's boat. Chapter 153, Speak Out. Chapter 153, Speak out. Sponsored by Vragil. Dash. The thin boats were only 4 to 5 meters long, and on each little boat, there were 3 to 4 pirates. These pirates had dark complexions. They were all shirtless, with different demon beast and skull tattoos engraved on them. On the 12 thin boats, there were more than 30 pirates. These pirates were mostly in the human and nascent realms, and only 3 pirates were in the first sky of Disaster Realm. The pirates held utensils and sticks as weapons and laughed strangely. They quickly surrounded Linda's boat. There were submerged reefs everywhere, and Linda's boat was slightly big, so it was inconvenient for it to move. But because these thin boats were elongated and narrow, they were quite agile. They moved in and out of the submerged reefs like flexible snakes. Not only were these submerged reefs unable to obstruct them, they were actually like a natural protective barrier for them. The leading big man with a beard was topless. His muscles were all popped up, and his body was filled with demonic and monstrous tattoos. He held a big black mace in his hand, and Creepola laughed as he came. On the thin boat of this big man, there stood a flag. There was a blood-dripping eyeball embroidered on the flag, and the flag flew in the sea wind. The blood-dripping eyeball looked like it was blinking and seemed very ferocious and frightening. Linda didn't care in the beginning. However, when she glanced towards that flag, her pretty face suddenly changed. She shouted, "You are the blood pupil from the Black Sea?" Pretty girl, you sure know a lot. If you've heard of us, the blood pupil, then things are a lot easier." That man with the beard laughed out loud. Once Carmen, Jet, and the rest heard that these pirates were actually the pirate force blood pupil from the Black Sea, their faces also changed. Carmen, who spoke arrogantly before, furrowed his brows deeply. He had a sullen expression. The blood pupil was active in the Black Sea at first, and they never followed any rules. They even dared to loot the ships that dealt with the Heaven Lake Divine Land, the Magical Wonderland, and the Sacred Sect. The blood pupil had always acted savagely, and finally this resulted in the 3 forces of the Black Sea into exterminating them. Thus they could no longer stay in the Black Sea and had to move to the other seas. Once the blood pupil escaped to another sea, they still acted arrogantly. Once they caught any opportunity, they would rob the ships of the 15 forces, just like they always did in the past. Once they realized their situation was unfavorable, they would escape to another sea again, and like that they were always on the move. In the endless sea, the blood pupil was the toughest of all the pirate forces. They were also the pirates that annoyed the 15 forces the most. Thus, once they heard these people came from the blood pupil, both Carmen and Linda looked a little uneasy. They realized that the situation was not well. "We are from the 3 Gods sect. We have never had any associations with the blood pupil, unless you would dare to have ideas about us." Huajie's face was cold. "I don't think our 3 Gods sect had tried to siege you, so you better not look for any trouble. I don't think there's a need to displease the 3 Gods sect just for some worthless resources. Haha, as long as we kill all of you, how would the 3 Gods sect know we did it?" That man with the beard laughed wildly. He looked at Carmen in disdain. "Kid, didn't you say that you'll kill as many as they come?" Carmen's expression was grim. He snorted coldly. "Exactly what do you want?" Linda stepped forward. Her pretty brows were tightly knitted. "There are only a few rocks on the boat. Are they really worth all this trouble?" "Pretty girl, you have to come with us. Our big brother moves with difficulty, and he wants to make a deal with you. If the deal is done, then we won't do anything to you. Maybe we would even gift you some things." "How's that?" That bearded man had a big smile on his face. "Sister Linda, you can't go." Jet couldn't help but exclaim, "The blood pupil has a horrible reputation. God knows what vicious ideas they're having." Pretty girl, what do you say? If the deal is done, we can let you leave unscathed. Or else the bearded man said. "All right, I'll go take a look." Linda pondered for a moment and suddenly nodded in agreement. "Linda, I'll go with you." Carmen's face changed. At crucial moments, he wasn't stupid. He said, "If the 2 of us go together, at least we can look after each other." "Kid, you can't go." That bearded man sneered. He shook his head. A guy like you would only ruin things if you went. You should just calmly stay on the boat. Linda, I'll go with you. Right at this moment, Shurian already walked out of the corner and stood alongside Linda. Carmen, Huijia, Jet, and the rest were all shocked. They gazed at Shurian with a strange look. Kid, why are you causing trouble? Carmen's face immediately darkened. He sneered. Shurian, what are you going for? Jet also exclaimed. You won't be of much help there anyway. What exactly are you trying to do? Shurian didn't bother with them. He only looked at Linda and smiled indifferently. Can you bring me too? Linda's beautiful eyes were filled with complex feelings. Her expression kept shifting. Then after a while, she finally nodded lightly and looked towards that bearded man. She said, I'm bringing someone. I hope you don't mind. The bearded man frowned. He glanced at Shurian a few times and nodded. Okay, good. Linda glanced at Shurian. Follow me. Okay, come up on our boat. There are too many submerged reefs here. There would be too many obstacles if your boat were to move. The bearded man shouted. A thin boat quickly came up, and another Disaster Realm warrior on that boat sneered. Come on the boat quickly. Don't waste my big brother's time. Linda didn't hesitate for long. She leapt up and steadily landed on that thin boat. Shurian's face was calm. He also jumped after Linda and stood alongside her. Brothers, half of you stay here and watch them. The bearded man shouted loudly and immediately said, Kong, let's go. That Disaster Realm man on Shurian's boat nodded. He urged the two pirates beside him to move the boat, and the thin boat made its way through the submerged reefs, going quickly towards the left side. Soon, a 40-meter-long iron ship suddenly appeared in Shurian's view. The flag of the Blood Pupil was hung on that iron ship, and on the deck, a well-mannered-looking middle-aged man, with a white complexion, squinted his long, thin eyes. He had a smile on his lips, and he sat on a wheelchair. His legs were broken off from below the knee, so indeed he could not move very well. This middle-aged man, with a white complexion, was in the third sky of the Disaster Realm. The profound chi in his body was vigorous and pure, but his legs were cut off, so his power should have been greatly reduced. Behind him, there were more than 20 blood pupil pirates, mostly in the human and nascent realms. They all had sturdy bodies and looked aggressive. You guys go up. When the thin boat was about to lean towards that iron ship, the cold-looking pirate named Kong said to Shurian and Linda coldly. Shurian and Linda both remained silent. They went up to the deck using the rope ladder that was lowered. I am Lin Xiaochong. It truly delights me that you two would come here to see me. That crippled, white-faced, middle-aged pirate sat on the wheelchair and put his fists together. He said with a smile on his lips, You are all outer disciples of the Three Gods sect. Yes. Linda nodded and frowned. I wonder what deal are we going to discuss, now that you have gotten us here, sir. You guys should be shipping the cargo on the boat to the Gu family's island. Is that right? That Lin Xiaochong calmly took a sip of tea and smiled. We want to add some things onto your boat. I hope you can bring these things along and give everything collectively to the Gu family. How's that? Add things. Linda was surprised. What things? Do you have to know? Lin Xiaochong frowned. Of course I have to know. All right then. We want to add boxes of explosives onto your boat. Lin Xiaochong smiled. What do you think of it? You want to go against the Gu family? Linda shouted. That's right. Lin Xiaochong nodded. His expression suddenly turned dark. The Gu family had hit us quite hard. We need to teach them a lesson. As long as you do as we say and send the explosives to the Gu family, then once you leave, we will detonate the explosives. All the Gu family members present there be blown to death. Don't worry, no one would know that it's the problem with the resources that you guys sent out. No. Linda shook her head. We have regulations in this field of work. Our Three Gods sect and the Gu family are allies. I can't hurt the Gu family. Secrets will not last forever. Once this deal gets exposed, not only would we be executed by the Three Gods sect, our families would also be doomed. I absolutely will not help you. There is no more room for consideration. Lin Xiaochong squinted his eyes. He lowered his head and took another sip of tea. This deal is absolutely impossible. Linda said decisively. You don't agree, doesn't mean others won't either. Lin Xiaochong raised his head, but this time he didn't look at Linda. Instead, he looked at Shi Yin. Little brother, if you agree to this, we can take care of this woman. Then we will make you the leader of the boat. As long as you ship the things to the Gu family for us. How's that? I will be glad to help you take care of the Gu family. S.H. Yin smiled indifferently. Linda's face changed. She looked at Shi Yin with hatred and shouted, You traitor! Good, good, good. Lin Xiaochong's face was joyful. He nodded towards the bearded man in calm, then said, This girl is useless now. Seize her, and you guys can have your fun. After that, just take care of her immediately. Understood, big brother. Hee hee. Later I'll have a taste of this girl first. The bearded man laughed. He slowly approached Linda with calm. These two were like Linda. They were both in the disaster realm. Now on the boat, there were still dozens of human and nascent realm pirates. Plus Lin Xiaochong was there too. So Linda had no way to escape. You think he can convince the others? Linda sneered and looked at Shi Yin with hatred. He's not even from the Three Gods sect. If he were to take the lead, the Gu family would never recognize him. The crew members on the boat would also never accept his leadership. This is a waste of your efforts. Lin Xiaochong froze. He smilingly looked at Shi Yin. Little brother, you can't take care of those crew members? I can't take care of them alone, but with all of you, it should be all right. Shi Yin smiled. Those who can recognize the facts of a situation are wise. I don't want to die. I know what I should do. You have potential. Lin Xiaochong leaned his back on the wheelchair and stretched. He grinned and said, Little brother, if you have some interest in this girl, you can also have a taste later. But you would need to wait for my two brothers to play with her first. How about I let you be the third one to fuck her? Isn't that generous enough for you? Thank you very much. Shi Yin lowered his head and put his fists together in gratitude. But the look in his eyes was chilled to the bone. A murderous flash fleeted across his eyes. The reason why he wanted to follow Linda here was because he planned to use these people's lives to recover his own power. Although he also wanted to take care of the Gu family. But the most urgent priority right now was to recover the power in his body as soon as possible. He quietly calculated for a moment, estimating that the mysterious, strange powers formed from these people's deaths should have been enough to make him recover to his original state. Chapter 154 Kill. Chapter 154 Kill. Linda was being approached by Beard and Kong step by step, while the two daggers were in her hands. The 5 human realm warriors behind Lin Xiaochong also came out and stood beside Linda. Being surrounded by 2 disaster realm warriors and 5 human realm warriors, it was impossible for her to run away. Ling Xiaochong was delighted. Lying lazily on the wheelchair, his slender eyes were cold and bent. Shi Yin, who was 7 meters off from Linda, smirked strangely and looked calmly at the surrounded Linda. You're shameless. Linda bit her lips. Her bright eyes were full of anger. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Shi Yin smiled, shrugged, and said, Don't blame me. I also want to live. As long as I can live on, I will forsake everything. Shameless. Linda screamed and suddenly rushed up. Once again, the 2 daggers unleashed the double snake twist martial skill. The daggers were engulfed by sword light, and the light resembled ribbons. Linda didn't care about the attack from the both sides anymore, and she rushed straight towards the front. Kong, who was blocking her, after seeing her tenacity, suddenly smiled and moved away. Linda didn't bother with Kong and rushed from his side. She didn't care for the mace attack from Beard, who was on her left, and shot out toward Shi Yin. I will kill you first. Linda was furious. She suddenly came out from the group and rushed forward towards Shi Yin like a bolt. Shi Yin suddenly panicked and hurriedly ran behind Lin Xiaochong to evade it. He shouted, Quickly stop her! Stop her! The sea bandits were disappointed with Shi Yin's performance as they showed their expression of disdain. Lin Xiaochong frowned and commanded from the wheelchair, Seize that girl. Several human realm warriors behind Lin Xiaochong rushed up together and stood in front of Lin Xiaochong. After seeing the audacious Linda rushing at Lin Xiaochong, Kong and the beard uncle did hesitates. They smiled and slowly approached her. Sure, Yin was only 3 steps away from Lin Xiaochang. After observing Kong and that beard uncle's expression, he pondered about something. Lin Xiaochang is definitely hard to deal with. These 2 men appeared too confident. It's already enough to prove that Lin Xiaochang's strength was more than enough to deal with Linda. Because they knew about Lin Xiaochang's true strength, so they were able to stay so calm and didn't bother about Linda's attack on Lin Xiaochang. Shi Yan's face was full of panic as a series of thoughts quickly appeared in his mind. He concentrated his spirit power and didn't dare to relax. I will kill you. Linda hated Shi Yan from the bottom of her heart. She was like a fierce tiger rushing straight toward Shi Yan, not caring about the wounds on her body or her surroundings at all. This girl, she is really daring. Lin Xiaochang smiled. He glanced at Shi Yan and said, "Little brother, don't be afraid. No matter how strong this girl is, she will still fall down." No, Shi Yan nodded. His eyes suddenly became cold, and his panicked face instantly vanished. Lin Xiaochang has been observing Shi Yan quietly, and after he saw the sudden change of expression of Shi Yan, his slender eyes suddenly turned ruthless. Bang! Suddenly, the wheelchair under Lin Xiaochang bursted open and a rain of arrows were shot toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan looked callous and smirked. Dang, 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 dang. Suddenly, a series of sound came out from Shi Yan's body. Under the petrification martial spirit, the arrows couldn't penetrate through Shi Yan's body. It only ripped the clothes from his body and then fell down. I knew there was something wrong with you. Lin Xiaochang laughed, and the wheelchair suddenly regressed quickly. The one who had the courage to came over is definitely not a timid one. You want to kill me? Ha, you're still too young. Lin Xiaochang laughed and once again hit the wheelchair. A shining centipede flew out from under the wheelchair. It was 56 meters long and had a thick stench. As the centipede appeared, it exhaled a toxic smoke toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan dazzled his body and strangely avoided that toxic smoke. With his will, the gravitational field which moved slowly toward Lin Xiaochang suddenly fell from the sky. As the field expanded, it immediately trapped Lin Xiaochang. Ka. Under the rotation of the gravitational field, a cracking sound came from the wheelchair, but Lin Xiaochang was still unharmed, but he appeared gloomy. A wisp of shining light shot out from his soft armor. That armor was extremely soft, yet durable and firmly protected his body. Under the gravitational field, Lin Xiaochang couldn't move his body, but his body remained unharmed. Shi Yan knew that the gravitational field power had been reduced, and it couldn't kill Lin Xiaochang. When he saw Lin Xiaochang had been trapped, he didn't hesitate one bit and threw out a green moonstone. The green moonstone turned into a chilly light ray and immediately fell into the gravitational field. Boom! In the field, a chill rain made of cold force bursted out, turning into a drizzle and spreading outwards in the field. The body of Lin Xiaochang was still unharmed in the field, but after being coated with the drizzle, which was formed from ice-cold flame, his body quickly frozen up. In just a moment, not only did Lin Xiaochang turn into an ice sculpture, even the field was frozen just because of a small green moonstone. Lin Xiaochang, who has been turned into an ice sculpture, still had a smile on his face. It seemed like everything was still being controlled by him. Big brother! Big brother! The sea bandits on the ship screamed and frantically lunged toward Shi Yan. Kong and the bearded man who were dealing with Linda suddenly emitted a deadly light from their eyes and looked in shock at Shi Yan. All of this happened in a split second. The warriors on the ship still hadn't realized what was happening as they watched the frightened Shi Yan from before suddenly laugh at Lin Xiaochang. The crowd only heard Lin Xiaochang laughter, but after they looked back at him, he was already turned into an ice sculpture. The sea bandits on the ship suddenly became crazy. Not caring about Linda anymore, they rushed toward Shi Yan, trying to prevent his next action. Shi Yan suddenly jumped up like a cheetah and arrived near the gravitational field. The spirit power from his brain rushed out and struck at an incoming human realm warrior. This warrior was already at the third sky of human realm. His brain imploded, and blood started to uncontrollably flow out of his eyes, ears, and nose. He looked very mournful. Crack! Shurian stretched out his hand and crushed his throat, after quickly crossing him and arriving behind Lin Xiaochong. He gathered negative force and punched Lin Xiaochong's skull. Ka. The skull of Lin Xiaochong, who had turned into ice, broke into pieces after being hit by Shurian. Shurian looked on coldly. After seeing the skull pieces, he lightly sighed in his heart and looked into the centipede in front of him that was wandering around, seemingly confused. Again, another soul attack shot out. The spirit power was like a sharp sword, carrying the chill from ice-cold flame. It pierced into the centipede's soul. After being hit, the soul of the centipede seemed to have suffered a heavy injury. Frightened from the injury, the centipede didn't care about Lin Xiaochong anymore. It immediately turned into a shining light and flew toward the stern. Shurian looked on coldly, seemingly enjoying the profound qi from Lin Xiaochong and the human realm warrior. He quietly mustered the negative energy in his body. A white mist covered his body. A bloodthirsty, violent, and brutal aura arose from his body. Boom! His left hand formed death seals. 7 death seals released from his hand towards the incoming sea bandits. Just before they could reach Shurian, 3 human realm warriors suddenly stopped in their tracks as holes the size of a palm formed on their chest. The 7 death seals in a row penetrated through the 3 human realm warriors. The death seals didn't stop there and still rushed out until it arrived at the bearded man's chest. Under the impact of the 7 death seals, the huge body of the bearded man flew backwards as the seals drilled into his body, destroying his vitality. The bearded man was already dead before he hit the ground. His eyes turned white as his soul extinguished. The death seal was very tenacious. It still killed the bearded man who was at the disaster realm after traveling through 3 human realm warriors. After they died, the profound qi on their bodies flowed into Shurian. On the field full of corpses, the aura of brutality on Shurian became firmer. He was like a demon Azura who had risen out from a sea of blood. Once again, he formed death seals on his hand. Boom! This time, after the death seals were released, 5 bodies of the sea bandits were instantly penetrated and they died tragically on the spot. Shurian looked on coldly while he walked on the field full corpses, gathering the negative energy and forming invisible gravitational fields. One by one, the sea bandits floated into the sky, swirling around in the gravitational field. Shurian looked calm as he walked along the gravitational fields. He stretched out his hand and ripped out each of the imprisoned sea bandits' neck. On the steel ship, the remaining sea bandits were frightened and stepped back. Even Kong was frightened. After Lin Xiaochong and Bearded Man were killed in such a bizarre manner, Kong finally understood the meaning of fear. He quickly stepped back and shouted, "Brothers, retreat." Yin looked callous as he looked at him. Kong, who was on the sea, suddenly flew up. It seemed like he was being grasped firmly by an invisible hand. Yin looked on calmly. He slowly walked toward the struggling Kong and pierced his finger straight into Kong's neck. Linda was stunned and had forgotten to deal with the sea bandits that were running away as she stared dumbfoundedly at Yin. Her heart was astonished. Chapter 155, I Will Save You. Chapter 155, I Will Save You. On the iron ship, Yin looked rigid as he walked on the ship like a reaper. There were corpses lying all over the deck. 3 disaster realm warriors were easily killed by Yin, and no one could defend against him for more than 1 second. Lin Changxiao's dead body was giving cold air, still sitting on the wheelchair. Kong Air and the Beard Uncle were both killed by Yin. Especially for Kong Air, he died in a weird way. As his body was thrusted into the sea, he seemed to have catched by a huge hand. His throat was cut through by Yin. Those pirates also fell into the sea, while 5 were killed on the ship by Yin. The rest 6 people escaped into the sea and ran away desperately. Yin went into the sea like a shark and killed all the runners. After that, Yin went up to the ship through the ladder. Linda was still in astonishment as she looked at him dumbstruck. 20-some warriors, including 3 disaster realm ones, 10 human realm ones, and a dozen of nascent realm ones. Their profound chi was all absorbed in by Yin. After getting their profound chi, Yin's meridians started to hurt a little and his negative emotions pervaded, tried to strike Yin's consciousness. After getting on board, Yin glanced at Linda and thought of an idea. With the help of Linda's body, he could release his negative energy and recover his body to the peak. Once this idea popped out of his mind, he couldn't get rid of it anymore. As he looked at Linda, Yin felt his body was on fire. Linda was still in great shock, not knowing that since Yin absorbed too much negative energy, he was having some bad ideas about her. "It was you who saved me from the green scale beast." Linda looked radiant. "Why don't you admit? You are an expert. Then why stay silently on the ship? You could have killed Carmen easily." Yin frowned and said indifferently, "My energy recovered too slow. It's still not at my peak." "It's not the peak now." Linda was shocked. "I feel that you're merely at disaster realm. But how could you kill so many people so easily?" And 3 of them were at disaster realm. They couldn't do anything to protect themselves. Linda took a deep breath and gazed at Yin with his bright eyes. "Who on earth are you? You are young but so powerful. You are not nobody." "I don't belong to the endless sea." Yin shook his head and explained, "I wasn't here before, but you will know it later. You still won't know who I am if I tell you now." Linda guessed Yin was still hiding something, so she sighed and shook her head. "I know. We are nothing in your eyes. Don't say it if you don't want to. I will know it sooner or later." Yin sat down on the ship while breathing heavily, and he looked at Linda with desire in his eyes. Linda was frightened. She was very familiar with such eyes. Most men looked at her in this way. Linda had experienced so much, so she could see lust from it. "Go, while I'm still lucid. Stay away from me." Yin bellowed. After absorbing so much energy, his negative emotions were about to lose control, and the idea of pushing Linda took Yin's mind. His reason was eaten away by the lust, and his mind was being engulfed by evil thoughts. "What's up?" Linda cried out. "Are you wounded?" If Yin didn't tell her go, maybe she would become afraid and run away. Yin's eyes were burning with lust, but he still asked Linda to leave, which reminded Linda something, and she stayed. "You were good before. What's up with you now? What should I do to help you?" "Leave me alone. Go away from me." Yin shouted again. "Go quickly if you don't want to lose your virginity." Yin didn't let her bind himself up. Linda was not Xia Yin, so Yin couldn't trust her. Although the pirates were killed, but there were still other pirates. If they came again, it would be tough for Yin to fight them if he was binded. "Ah!" Linda covered her mouth and blushed as she stepped back to the rear of the ship in astonishment. "Shoo! Shoo!" At that moment, that centipede appeared again. That centipede suddenly spouted poison, and it flew onto Linda's body, which frightened her a lot. "Ah!" Linda shouted again, and she waved her sword to fight with that centipede. As Linda's whole body was covered with greenish, stinky poison, she waved her swords, and her body gradually lost her energy. Yin was breathing heavily as he saw Linda getting hurt. He stood up, concentrated his energy, and attacked the soul of the centipede again. Meanwhile, Yin grabbed that wolf tusk rod left by Beard and rushed with a vicious face. After striking Linda, the centipede suddenly fell from up in the air, and seeing Yin coming, the centipede ran quickly in fear with its hundreds of feet. It knew its adversary was Yin, and it could feel the murderous aura emitted by Yin, which frightened it a lot. "Run! Keep running! Run!" Yin took that wolf tusk rod, went over Linda, and stabbed it into that centipede. He triggered his energy, and the wolf tusk rod sent out pale light. Peek! Just after a few strikes, that centipede's head was smashed by the wolf tusk rod. The centipede's body was not hard for it to move swiftly. It was not so weak before, but after 2 times of strikes on its soul, it nearly collapsed. As soon as the centipede died, Shi Yin threw the wolf tusk right away and looked at Linda with his hot eyes. Linda's body got numb and tired, and she could feel a pain in her heart. Under Shi Yin's gaze, Linda's face turned pale, and she mumbled, I'm finished. Shi Yin, promise me, save my crew. Don't let them be killed by the pirates. Please. Shi Yin breathed heavily. His eyes were burning red as he bellowed, Linda, I want you. I can save you. While what? Linda's voice got weaker and weaker, but her eyes again filled with light. What do you mean? You can save me? The poison of the centipede only could be cured by poison pills from the 15 powers. Do you have one? No pills. I can save you by sleeping with you. Shi Yin gritted his teeth as his vein protruded on his face. You decide. Virginity or your life. Linda was stunned, a light crossing her eyes. As her soul was about to flew away from her body, she whispered to Shi Yin, This is my first time. Please be gentle. Linda's neck blushed as she said that. Lying on the deck on her side, Linda's curves were so inviting, her chestnut hair covering her butt. I said, be gentle. I can't even stand. How do I face Carmen and others? After a long time, the bellows disappeared. Then, there came a woman's complaint. I couldn't control myself. The man's giggling voice came, How's your body? The woman was silent for a while as she was checking her body. Then she said in surprise, The poison has disappeared, and I seem to have gained more energy. I feel that something inside my body has changed. What? Shi Yin cried, and after hesitating for a while, he mumbled, Is it that your martial spirit had waken up? Dash. Chapter 156, I like obedient women. Chapter 156, I like obedient women. On the boat, Linda was blushing. Her clothes were a mess, and her beautiful eyes were shining. With his eyes wide open, Shi Yin stared at her shocked, and then screamed, Your hair. Linda's maroon hair, which were originally to her hips, were now growing rapidly to her thighs, and still kept growing. Seeing her hair growing and shimmering, Linda was shocked too. After a moment, she untied her hair ribbon and took a tuft of hair close to her eyes for examination. A kind of magic force was working on Linda's scalp, a force coming from Shi Yin's body. The force streamed into Linda's body and seemed to have awakened the martial spirit that had been sleeping in Linda's tender body for years. My hair grew faster than normal people since I was a little kid. I cut it off, but it grew too long again. Linda said surprisingly, but it had never grown as fast as it is now. This too creepy. Shi Yin, with his brows knitted, said, Don't worry, this is not a bad sign. Maybe this is because of the martial spirit that's in your body. For some reason, your martial spirit has never displayed itself before, but now it is awakening. Martial spirit. Linda's face was glowing. How is that possible? For all these years, how could I have any martial spirit? You must be kidding me, Shi Yin. Let's wait and see. With a faint smile on his face, Shi Yin looked relaxed. Before long, Linda's maroon hair had grown to the ground, and now she looked as if she was wearing a ground-length dress. Her hair was shining like a cloak on her back and made her a breathtaking beauty. The magic force was still working on her scalp, and gradually, Linda's eyes were tinted with a strange color, as if she had found out something from the abnormality in her scalp. Linda stopped talking to Shi Yin, and she was trying to feel something silently. Shi Yin did not break the silence, because he knew this was a crucial moment for her. But he kept a close eye on her in case anything bad happened. Choo-choo-choo. Half an hour later, Linda's eyes were suddenly beaming, and her hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. Her hair had now become hundreds of thousands of fine steel needles. She waved her head, and all the needles were thrown out. Boom! The hair smashed onto a piece of board, and the board was pierced through by the hundreds of thousands of needles. Shi Yin was more than surprised. Linda was shocked too. Covering her mouth and staring at the holes that her hair had made, she cried, This. Yes, your hair made it. Sure, Yin nodded. This must be a special type of martial spirit. You should feel it for a little longer to see what's special about it, and to find some other ways to use it. Linda was shaking with excitement, though she still could not believe it. How's this possible? How? My hair. It's also a kind of martial spirit, but how's it possible? To any warrior, martial spirit was the most powerful attack technique. Warriors with martial spirit were endowed with an advantage, the ability to make the full use of their power. Therefore, with martial spirit, a warrior was able to beat another warrior of even higher level. Linda had never thought that a person of her age could also have a martial spirit. Her excitement was beyond words. Brother, brother, brother. Several cockle shells were coming, and Hua Ran also appeared from a submerged rock afar. For this long, not a piece of news had been given to them, and the pirates with Carmen could not hold back their curiosity any longer, so they decided to come and see. Shi Yan's face suddenly turned stern. With a merciless smile, he was ready again to fight and kill. Swish, swish. All of a sudden, Linda jumped off the boat and landed on a cockle shell. She moved among those cockle shells and went ahead. With her hair fluttering, Linda now looked like a mysterious monster, and the pirates' bodies were now soaking with blood, killed by her hair. Linda was excited, for this was the first time that she used her hair in this way. She immediately realized that she can control her hair, and the long hair was like a part of her. She could use it to kill as she wished. Her hair was as sharp as needles at one moment and as flexible as whips at the next. Her hair pierced through the pirates' bodies or tangled them before throwing them into the sea. Using her hair as her weapon, Linda moved among the pirates, killing the pirates of human realm one by one. Shi Yin smiled. He jumped off the boat and quietly stood by Linda's side and started absorbing the spirits from the dead pirates. Now, Shi Yan's profound chi had recovered to its peak at the second sky of Disaster Realm. His body was now full of power and energy. The profound chi of the dead pirates was assimilated in Shi Yan's body. Shi Yan did not join the fight. He simply watched Linda killing the pirates one by one, and then absorbed the power of those dead pirates. All of a sudden, a scream was heard from a rock further away. Fellows, retreat. The heads are dead. All of them are dead. A pirate hidden behind the rock looked across and found out what had happened finally. The scream of this pirate was spreading around all the rocks, and the pirates guarding Carmen's men were also panicking. They ran for their lives in all directions. The cockle shells were moving rapidly among the rocks, and the complex topography helped them. Though Shi Yin wished to kill all these pirates so as to become more powerful, facing these many rocks, he could do nothing more. In about 10 minutes, all the pirates were gone, leaving only shriveled bodies and empty cockle shells. Linda was now standing on one cockle shell and still felt exciting. Did you see, Shi Yin? Just now I killed all of them merely with my hair. Did you see that? Shi Yin nodded, smiling. Yes, I saw what you did. Good job. Your martial spirit can be very useful in battles. It was indeed out of the enemy's expectation that Linda's hair could be used like weapons. When fighting, if she suddenly used her hair, she could pierce her enemies or tangle them with her hair. In both ways, she could kill them easily. I never expected this. It's truly out of my expectation. Surprise and excitement were all over Linda's pretty face, and there was something more in her eyes when she looked at Shi Yin. You can feel your legs now, Shi Yin teased her. Hearing this, Linda was confounded for a moment, and then blushed immediately. You're such a bad guy, she blamed. Huh. Shi Yin felt happy and was just about to say something when he saw that Carmen and his men were sailing the boat toward their way. Linda, don't tell Carmen and his men anything about me. Tell them that these men were killed by some top warriors from the Three Gods sect who were just passing by. I don't want Carmen and his men to know anything about me. Shi Yin said seriously to Linda, frowning. We are now in the Hengluo Sea, and to be honest, I had some unpleasant history with the Gu family and the Dongfang family. And if Carmen and his men could not keep their mouths shut and said something about me, I would be in a dangerous situation. This time, he was about to go to Cloud Island to deal with the Gu family. If his identity was disclosed, the Gu family and the Dongfang family might make trouble for him on the road. If that happened, he would have to think about saving his life, let alone achieving his goals. You are enemy to Dongfang family and Gu family. Linda was surprised. What did you do? Let's talk about this later. Now, remember, do not tell Carmen and his men anything about me. Sure, Yin repeated. Linda stared at him for a few seconds and then nodded, saying softly, "Don't worry, I'll never let anything happen to you. Women are women." A woman would protect a man out of instinct once she had an intimate relationship with that man. And Sure Yin was Linda's first man, and she also had benefited a lot from him. It was obvious that she would not let anything bad happen to him. Even if Sure Yin were to be hunted down by the Three God sect, Linda may help him escape, let alone the Gu family and Dongfang family. Most men were willing to sacrifice their women for their own benefits and ambition. Most women, however, were willing to sacrifice the benefits at hand, their ambition, and even their companions and friends for their man. Right, I like obedient women. Sure Yin laughed and lightly slapped Linda's hips. Women who obey can get wet easily. Linda had just had the first taste of sex, and with her sensitive hips been slapped like this, she felt as if an electric current had gone across her body, and her eyes became watery. Blushing, Linda stared at Sure Yin, while pleading, "Don't do this to me in front of them, Sure Yin, or else I would gain a bad reputation. But when they are gone, I can tolerate your frivolous behavior, okay?" Saying this, Linda kept her mouth shut, and her face blushed, looking shy but very tempting. Sure Yin smiled and nodded. "Okay, I know you need to establish your prestige. Don't worry, I won't make you embarrassed in front of those people. Carmen is here." Linda took a light breath and hid her desire. She became as majestic as usual, with her head high and face looking nonchalant. Sure Yin thought to himself, "This woman is good at putting up an act. Carmen, come here. Search these bodies and see what they have, and then sort them out." Linda started issuing orders to Carmen, Jia, Jet, and the like. "Be quick. A presbytery of our sect had just passed by and killed them all. He ordered us to clean this out, and maybe he will ask about it in the future." When alone with Sure Yin, Linda was charming and shy, but in front of Carmen and others, she was an elder sister with an imposing manner. While smiling lightly and watching her, Sure Yin felt something different at heart. Chapter 157, A Pleasant Journey. Chapter 157, A Pleasant Journey. When Carmen and the others arrived at the boat, a buoyant searching of the pirates' spoils began under Linda's direction. Weapons, medicines, and martial skills of the mortal rank were discovered one by one, along with a motley assortment of knives and gadgets and so on, which proved immensely appealing to Carmen, Jet, and some others. For instance, 2 profound martial skills were found in Kong Air and Beard Uncle's bodies, not to mention the peculiar soft armor that Lin Changshao had been wearing, which surprisingly turned out to be a rare treasure of the spirit rank. The armor, soft as it was, could accumulate power constantly in order to unleash it when the owner was attacked, acting as an automatic defense. Apart from these, the giant ship also harbored a great amount of explosives piled like small mountains in the cabins. A glimpse of these deadly weapons could send chills down one's spine. Linda raised her head. Her eyes were impenetrably cold. She checked the collected items one by one, taking Lin's soft armor for herself, as well as storing some of the medicines in her purse, before she kindly left the rest to Carmen and the others. This delighted Carmen, Jet, and the other fellows very much, and without delay they plunged themselves into the plunder and snatched whatever came to their liking. In a moment, these men fell into a heated argument concerning the distribution of the items. Some even shouted words with a flushing face. This was surely a disgrace to Linda. Knitting her eyebrows, she could not help but raise her voice and commanded, "Shut up, you guys. Draw lots to decide who should have the things you all want." If any of you still make a noise, I shall turn over the spoils to the sect, and I promise no one is ever going to get a single bit of them." The crowd was immediately tamed, and even the discussing whispers were hushed. With her back straightened and her round breast stuck out, Linda nodded satisfactorily. She threw Shuri a casual look and asked, "Don't you want to pick something? What's it got to do with him?" Carmen broke forth indignantly, glaring fiercely at Shuri. "What has he done to help us? Also, he's not one of us. How come he has the right to take our spoils?" It was natural for Carmen to make this protest, considering how much value the spoils in the ship held and how little favorable impression Yin had made on him. This same sentiment soon found its echo in Jet and the others, who shouted their disagreement one after another after hearing Linda's words. Linda's delicate face fell amid the disgruntled voices. She snorted, "I never would have come here if not for his escort. He has the right to have a share when I say he has. Who's going to stand up against me?" Right at this moment, the relationship between Linda and Yin had already reached a point where Linda would instantly feel rather offended whenever Carmen and the other guys threw Yin unkind words. At such moments, she was anxious to teach them a lesson. Seeing Linda in rage, Carmen and Jet could only bite their lips and continue their protest silently by casting Yin murderous looks, as if Yin was their arch-criminal. "I'd rather pass," Yin smiled, shaking his head. "After all, I haven't made much contribution to deserve the treasures." Actually, in his heart, the so-called treasures do not deserve his attention at all. Knowing that Yin was not much interested in the spoils, Linda nodded lightly and indicated him with her eyes, signaling that he did not need to bother himself arguing with the likes of Carmen. To this considerate suggestion, Yin shook his head and smiling instead, meaning that he would not waste time on them, so there was nothing for her to worry about. "You guys hurry up, we'll set sail shortly. The pirate's vessel is good, but the signs left by Blood Pupil are too many. Blood Pupil is not known for his good reputation, so we'll leave this vessel to avoid unnecessary troubles." Seeing that Carmen and the others were still lost in picking the spoils, Linda shouted impatiently. The fellow men obeyed by hastening their pace. Half an hour later, the distribution was done, with the remaining items all stuffed into their ship's cabins. In an elevated mood, the men talked and laughed loudly, sailing their ship in the direction of the setting sun island. Yin still spent his time lying on the piles of all sorts of boxes and baskets, practicing martial skills secretly by himself. Only sometimes Linda would find all kinds of excuses to call Yin down to her cabin now and then. Each time Yin entered her room, she would bolt the wooden door by the staircase carefully, and the two of them would then have their intimate time with hushed voices. The pleasant sensations after first tasting and sexual intercourse had left Linda no appetite for food, ruminating the rapture and euphoria all the time. Therefore, she oftentimes called Yin to her cabin, asking him to give her the provoking experiences again and to have her prolific lands further opened up by him. Each time Yin walked out of the cabin, Carmen, Jet, and the others would throw him suspicious looks, wondering the reason for the suddenly developed relationship between Linda and Yin, doubting if meeting the pirates had given them a shared secret that bonded them thereafter. Since Linda and Yin behaved quite normally before them, nobody would ever believe their relationship to be a carnal one except Carmen. "Here's your food and water." Jet came to Yin's place, putting down 3 baskets of fruits and meat along with 2 jars of water in front of Yin. Smiling, Jet said, with a half-complaining tone, "Sister Linda asked me especially to bring you food and that I should not cut a portion. But you really eat a ton. I worry if our food is going to be eaten up by you alone. Carmen is having an issue with this, and I'd not dare to bring you this much if Sister Linda had not asked me to." Yin returned a faint smile and brought the fruits and meat from the baskets to his mouth, eating with enjoyment. "Thanks," he added. "Uh-huh." Then Jet squatted down abruptly, approaching Yin closely and asked in a lowered, furtive voice, "Yin, what did you do in that room? Do you have a secret or what? What on earth happened when you two met the pirates alone?" With a curious face, Jet spoke rather earnestly, without forgetting to keep a vigilant eye. He looked over his shoulder to make sure nobody was around, and then continued his persuasion. I'm very reliable. I won't tell a word to others. So just let me know. Shurian, I'm really curious to death. Be an angel and just let me know. Just telling jokes and, Bill and Koo. There's no secret at all. Shurian could not help laughing. Shaking his head, he felt amused by how Jet would react if ever he knew the postures they took each time in bed. Bill and Koo. Jet stared hard at Shurian with widely opened eyes for a second, then immediately said indifferently, "Want to send me away with such a lame excuse? Talking love? With Sister Linda? Huh, do you know her status? Her family is extremely famous even in my home seas, Hung Luo Sea area. She's going to be a central disciple to the Three Gods sect, and you still think you deserve her? You are delirious, boy." To this Shurian replied an apathetic smile and said no more words. Just then, Linda's voice came from the cabin again, clear and cold, with a smack of condescension as if one was calling for a servant. "Shurian, come down. I've got things to ask you." Jet smirked proudly. "Haha, boy, if you can really bill and coo with Sister Linda, how come she's speaking to you like a queen? Admit it. All right, just go. Sister Linda must have some business to do with you. Better behave yourself. Don't look at the wrong places with your goo-goo eyes. You'll learn your lesson if you ever go out of the limit." Carmen was beaten blue and purple back then when he tried to look at the wrong places. You know what I mean? Don't say I haven't warned you. Obviously, Jet would not believe a word of what Shurian had said. Shrugging, Shurian walked to the cabin, smiling proudly and wondering what would Linda ask for this time. This woman was really a slut in bed, desirous to try every posture. Thinking this, Shurian's blood began rushing, and his eyes glittered excitedly. At this moment, the crew on board did not pay much attention to their oncoming meeting at all, except for Carmen, who had been observing Shurian secretively all the time. The suggestive flash in Shurian's eyes made his heart throb alertly, and his face turned grimly. Heedless, Shurian walked down to the cabin. Linda had long been waiting for him, and once Shurian arrived by the door, her face beamed charmingly, and quietly she bolted the wooden door from within, then thrusted her soft, fragrant body into Shurian's arms, her eyes overflowing with sexual desires. In her tender, suggestive voice, she smiled and said, "Let's do that today." Meanwhile, Carmen quietly moved near the wooden door. His face was gloomy and nervous. Then, he carefully stuck his ear against the door. He had been on a stakeout for days, the result of which warned him with an ever-increasing voice that there was something suspicious going on between Shurian and Linda. The ill omen hung over his heart like dark clouds that would not go away. For years, Carmen had an unrequited love for Linda, losing his heart to her at the first sight on the ceremony when he became a peripheral disciple of the Three Gods sect. Thereafter, Carmen had abandoned many chances of his success during the past years, just to follow Linda and to wholeheartedly serve her. He also successfully drove away all other suitors. Deep in his heart, Linda was the only person that captivated him, and himself alone. Never will he allow anyone to lay a finger on Linda. However, the appearance of Shurian roused a pressing sense of insecurity in his heart. When everyone else had not detected the usual feeling Linda had for Shurian, Carmen, with a sensitive heart that knew everything about Linda, sniffed something portentous in the air. Finally this time, he could not contain the increasing suspicion in his heart, and therefore tried to find out the truth by sticking his ear on the door. In the cabin, Shurian and Linda were having a romantic moment while consciously keeping down the noise and softening their movements. Therefore, Carmen's detective action proved fruitless after a while. He knitted his brows tightly, and the doubt only deepened even more. His face became more grave. In principle, Linda should have been talking with Shurian, as her excuse went, but the contrasting silence only showed that there was something fishy going on behind that wooden door. Jet and other warriors on the deck all wondered about the furtive behavior of Carmen, but they all remained silent, since on the one hand, those who were on good terms with Carmen would naturally protect their friend, whereas on the other hand, those who liked Linda also wanted to know the secret between Yin and Lind. Therefore, for them, Carmen was finding out the desired truth for themselves. After a long while, what Carmen heard was still a total silence. But his perseverance encouraged him to hold his breath and continue the mission. Eventually, his hard work paid off. Half an hour later, some strange, erotic pants came to his ears. Chapter 158, Deterrence. Chapter 158, Deterrence. What is Carmen doing? Do you even need to ask? He definitely wants to know what Sister Linda and that kid are discussing about. Speaking about that, it's really weird too. Ever since that kid and Sister Linda went to see the pirates together, Sister Linda had been a bit special to that kid. She occasionally wants to discuss things with that kid. Those two definitely have some secrets. There's definitely a secret. Sister Linda definitely wants that kid to do something, or else she wouldn't call him so often. I wonder if Carmen heard anything. It seems that he already stood there for a long time. Who cares? Who here doesn't know about Carmen's intentions? The warriors on the deck were all gathered together and discussed with one another. No matter if it was Jie and those who favored Carmen, or Jet and those who believed in Linda, they were all quietly watching Carmen. They all want to get some news from Carmen's mouth. The group of people quietly whispered while secretly watching Carmen. At the same time, they were pretty relaxed. Suddenly, while everyone was watching, Carmen's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Like he was cuckolded, his face was full of rage, his expression twisted, and his eyes were murderous. "Hey, Jie, Jet, and the rest suddenly exclaimed at the same time. They all looked at Carmen with a strange expression. "Bitches." Carmen clenched his teeth. His expression was ferocious. Suddenly he roared. The power in his body gathered in his left hand, and a ball of bright light abruptly released from it. Rumble. The wooden door at the stair entrance suddenly shattered into pieces. Wooden shards flew everywhere. With one blow, Carmen actually shattered the wooden door that blocked everyone's questions. With such a fierce blow, Carmen himself was also blown a step back by the force. His stance was unstable. "Carmen!" Jet screamed. "Are you fucking crazy?" Jie and the rest also suddenly changed faces. They didn't know why Carmen was furious about. They all exclaimed, and quickly came near him, trying to stop Carmen's reckless behavior. After this blow, Carmen's momentum stagnated. After he steadied his stance, he immediately wanted to sprint down to the boat cabin. Finally, at this moment, Jie and the rest all were able to react. They leaped a few meters of distance and all rushed to this area, trying to pull and stop him. "Fuck off!" Carmen roared. He broke free from Jie and Jet's pulling and headed straight into the boat cabin. This boat was not very big. The cargo was all docked on the deck. Inside the cabin, other than piles of food and fresh water, there was only a small wooden room. And that room belonged only to Linda. That wooden door at the stairway entrance was to prevent Carmen, Jet, and the rest from touching the food and fresh water in the boat cabin. Other than that, the little wooden room also had a door. Because Linda was the only female on the boat, that wooden room was for Linda to change clothes and rest. Carmen's explosive blow shattered the wooden door at the stairway entrance, and he immediately sprinted into the boat cabin. At this moment, Jie, Jet, and the rest also rushed here quickly. Together they all tried to go to the boat cabin and stop Carmen. Carmen seemed to have gone crazy. The force of his human realm third sky power bursted out and blew Jie to the side. Clenching his teeth, he sprinted towards the little wooden door inside the boat cabin and roared, "Bitches!" Carmen roared in anger and was going to shatter this wooden door with his foot. Creak! Then at this moment, the wooden door opened by itself, and Yin appeared at the entrance, with messy clothes and furrowed brows. He didn't let anyone see the scene inside the room. The door was not wide, and Yin's physique was quite well built. Just standing at the door, he almost entirely blocked the entire room entrance. Inside the boat cabin, it was already quite dark. Everyone reached their heads to look, but realized that they couldn't see anything. "Who are you calling bitches?" Yin's expression was dark. He impatiently looked at Carmen and waved his hand as if driving off flies. If you have nothing to do, go away. Don't disturb us when we're getting down to business. He was having his fun time with Linda. They were almost going to reach the climax, and Linda even let out quiet moans. But when Carmen suddenly blew open the first wooden door, it scared Linda so much that she hurriedly pushed Shurian away, and the two scurried to put on their clothes. If it weren't for that after Carmen's blow, his body slightly stagnated for a moment, and he was pulled back by Jet, Huijie, and the rest for a while. When Carmen rushed his way through, he might have caught them red-handed. Fortunately, Shurian's movements were swift. He had only taken off half of his pants before. After he quickly pulled up his pants, decided to block the wooden door entrance, and obstructed everyone's view. "Kid, I want you dead." Carmen's expression was twisted. His eyes were filled with raging anger. Suddenly, spiral-shaped bright light shot out from his fingers. That light swirled and gleamed like crystal. Like an arrow, it went straight for Shurian's chest. "Spiral spirit!" Jet screamed and exclaimed, "Carmen, are you crazy? You really want to take Shurian's life?" Spiral spirit was Carmen's best martial skill. He would never use it easily. Once he used it, it meant he really wanted to kill someone. Spiral spirit was a profound level martial skill. It could use profound chi to form into spiral-shaped spirits. It could dig into someone's body like a drill and was very sharp and fierce. Jet, Huijie, and the others once saw Carmen use the spiral spirit to open up 10 bloody holes in a warrior of the same level. It killed that warrior immediately. Seeing that, Carmen immediately used his most adept skill, spiral spirit. At the first encounter, everyone was shocked. They secretly thought that this time, Shurian was going to be doomed. "Dodge!" Nano, who was not friendly with Carmen, couldn't help but shout out, "Stop blocking the door, dodge now. You can't hold against the spiral spirit." Shurian frowned. He blocked the door and stood still. His eyes looked at Carmen coldly, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Beams of spiral spirit went into Shurian's chest. Shurian's clothes immediately tore open into 10 finger-size holes. The spiral spirit was like piercers. They formed into spiral shapes and kept drilling into Shurian's skin and flesh. Unfortunately, Shurian's body, after using petrification, was hard as iron. The beams of spiral spirit made strange sounds in his chest, but could not drill into his flesh. Bang! Shurian moved his leg, and with a massive force, it landed on Carmen's chest. Like an explosive, Carmen got blown into the air by Shurian's kick. He even hit Huijie and fell back for 5 meters, rolling to a corner of the cabin with Huijie. His mouth was full of blood. The noisy cabin suddenly became so silent you could hear a pin drop. Jet, Nano, and the rest all opened their mouths wide. They looked at Shurian with a face full of surprise, and the look in their eyes was that of astonishment. Carmen was also dazed by this kick. Disregarding the blood pouring out of his mouth, he blankly stared at Shurian. Ever since Shurian arrived on this boat, he had always been very obedient. He rarely talked with others and didn't have any conflicts with anyone. Even when Carmen and the rest bothered him, he tried his hardest to be patient and never fought back. Whether it be Carmen, Huijie, or that Jet and Nano, they all saw Shurian as a pushover. They didn't think that Shurian was any kind of profound warrior. Now, the Shurian that everyone took as a wussy was left completely unscathed from Carmen's spiral spirit, and he even kicked Carmen 5 meters into the air. Such a strange scene deeply shocked all of them. "I'll kill you." Under everyone's watch, Carmen, who was mercilessly embarrassed, let out a crazy roar. He stormed forward once again like an insane demon beast. Shurian frowned. His face was full of impatience. Just when Carmen was about to go near him, he suddenly moved like lightning. He precisely held Carmen's neck and held Carmen in midair with only one arm. Carmen kept using the strength in his limbs to strike onto Shurian's body. But Shurian's expression was indifferent, and he ignored it as if Carmen's bombardment was merely tickles to him and had no effect whatsoever. With one hand on Carmen's neck, lifting him in midair, the force on Shi Yan's hand slowly increased. Carmen struggled for a while. His face turned red from suffocation, and slowly it became hard for him to breathe. The shaking of his arms and legs became weaker and weaker. Shi Yan's eyes were cold. They glared at Carmen, as the force on his hand slowly became stronger. "Let go. Do you want to kill him?" Hui Jie's face instantly changed. He hurriedly rushed over. Boom! Shi Yan gave another lightning-speed kick that blew into Hui Jie's chest like an iron mountain. Hui Jie's body then suddenly got blown into the air. Crisp fracture sounds came from the bones on his chest. Rolling into a corner of the cabin, Hui Jie's face was covered with blood. He stared at Shi Yan with a terrified face and didn't dare to move any further. Shi Yan didn't care that Carmen was about to gasp his life away. He frowned and observed the rest of the warriors in the boat cabin and sneered. "Is there anyone else that wants to save him?" Hui Jie's outcome was right in front of them, so everyone was silent. Jet, who sent food to him every day, was also frightened inside. He opened his mouth and closed it again. His expression was extremely awkward. "Shi Yan, don't kill him." From the wooden room behind him came Linda's voice. "Let him go. Do me a favor." Shi Yan frowned. He hesitated for a moment and finally threw Carmen away. Carmen's body formed a curve in the air and fell straight onto Hui Jie's body. It made Hui Jie scream in misery, and he clenched his teeth, looking very painful. Shi Yan still blocked the door. He turned his head to look behind him. Seeing that Linda was fully dressed, he smiled and walked away from the wooden door. Linda was neatly dressed. She leisurely walked out of the wooden room. The warriors in the cabin all concentrated to look at the only bed inside the room. They saw that the sheets were neatly arranged on the bed, as if there was nothing inappropriate about it. However, the redness on Linda's face and the slight lustful look in her eyes gave people unlimited imaginations. The crew members inside the boat cabin all blankly looked at Linda. They slowly understood something. If Shi Yan and Linda were really innocent, then Shi Yan wouldn't have been blocking the door all along. Carmen wouldn't have been so hysterical, and Linda wouldn't have had such a nourished glow to her face, looking so amorous. The situation was already quite clear. Brushing back her slightly messy hair, Linda pretended to be calm. Her pretty brows furrowed as she asked indifferently, "What are you all doing here?" Everyone laughed dryly, and nobody spoke. Carmen's eyes were filled with hatred. His eyes swept across Shi Yan and Linda, but he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. Shi Yan scowled. He looked at Carmen, pondered for a moment, and turned his head back to Linda. "I'm going up. I'll leave this to you." Then, before Linda agreed, with an indifferent expression, Shi Yan walked straight towards the stairs. When he walked to Carmen's side, Shi Yan's was looking up, but his foot precisely stepped onto the hand of Carmen, who was limp on the ground. Crack! After a crisp sound bone breaking, came Carmen, pulled back his left hand. The bones in his hand were shattered. This hand of his was probably going to be completely crippled. Inside the cabin, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. A chill grew in their heart as they gained a new understanding on Shi Yan's ruthlessness. Chapter 159, Upgrade the Treasure. Chapter 159, Upgrade the Treasure. Shi Yan looked indifferent as he stepped on Carmen's left arm and broke it, and then he left. Carmen's forehead was full of sweats, but he could only stand with the help of Hui Jie. Inside the ship, in shock, Jet, Nano, and others were staring at Shi Yan's disappearing figure. And after that they looked at Carmen and Hui Jie with weird expression. Linda didn't stop Shi Yan. "Carmen, don't even think of revenge. You can't win him. I can't even save you if you make any trouble." Others didn't know how vicious Shi Yan was, but Linda had seen his cruelty when he killed dozens of pirates without hesitation. That battle impressed Linda a lot. Even Disaster Realm warriors couldn't fight back against Shi Yan. Carmen wouldn't know how he died if he irritated Shi Yan. Actually, Linda's reminder was not necessary, as Hua Ji and Carmen's situation made everyone realize how vicious Shi Yin was. The two were beaten in an instant by Shi Yin, and everyone knew what they were both capable of. Jet suddenly felt pity for Carmen. The girl he loved so many years went to another man, and he himself was humiliated relentlessly. Jet could understand how painful Carmen was. Carmen's face twisted just like his broken left arm. He didn't hear Linda's persuasion at all, as his eyes glittered with vicious light, seeming to be looking for ways to attack Shi Yin. Linda frowned and turned cold. Carmen, I hope you will take it seriously. I could save you once, but I can't save you forever. He wouldn't spare you for my sake if you irritate him. Bitch, stay away from me. Carmen cried madly. Is he better than me? Do you know how much I gave up for you? For so many years, I protected you as my most precious treasure. Now you chose an unknown man. You are so shameless. Carmen was depressed after knowing the truth, so now he became a little crazy. Linda's expression turned cold. I've rejected you many times. You just never gave up. It's none of your business that I chose him. You think you can control my life because you love me? I don't have to change myself for you. Carmen looked hideous and breathed heavily. But he couldn't say anything, though, and stare at Linda in hatred. Through Carmen's eyes, Linda realized they couldn't be as close as before, so she sighed and shook her head and said helplessly, well, after this deal, we should stop our cooperation. After hesitation, Linda looked to Jet. You too. You can leave as you like after this case. Jet, Nano, and others frowned slightly, looking somewhat lost. Shi Yin went back to the cargo, took out a green moonstone, and focused on injecting the cold air of the ice-cold flame into the green moonstone. Ever since he fought Lin Changxiao using the green moonstone, Shi Yin had noticed how powerful the green moonstone could become. For the past days, Shi Yin had gotten about 15 green moonstones from Jet and his companions through Linda. He would inject the cold air of the ice-cold flame into green moonstone whenever he was free. Now he had 10 green moonstones which were filled with the cold power from the ice-cold flame. When that green moonstone was absorbing ice-cold flame from the blood vein ring, Shi Yin also tried to push his profound qi into it. He focused on that green moonstone. At the center of the green moonstone, there was a small space. However, when he focused his attention, Shi Yin found that the pace became bigger. With his eyes closed, Shi Yin could feel the cold power from the ice-cold flame as it went into the green moonstone little by little. An idea popped up his mind. What would happen if he injects some negative power into the green moonstone? Shi Yin began to try as soon as he came up with that thought. As his willed, negative power moved along his arms and permeated into the green moonstone in his hand. As the negative power fell into the green moonstone, the stone was suddenly filled with murderous emotions. The negative power seemed to conflict with the cold power in the green moonstone, and it became so violent that it started attacking the cold power. Small cracks showed up on the surface of the green moonstone, and quickly, it broke into small crystal stones, and the cold air dissipated. The negative power drove the ice-cold flame out of the green moonstone. Carmen shrugged and said casually, Shi Yin is also a warrior. Even though he's mediocre, he still should be able to handle my kick. I was just testing to see what realm he is really in. This kick of mine won't kill him. We're still a long way from Cloud Island anyway. So if he were to really get hurt, he can just obediently heal his injuries. This guy's background is unknown. It's best for us if he's unable to move. Or else we don't know if he might do something harmful to us. Am I right? Carmen looked at the surrounding warriors and shouted, This guy's background is unknown, and we are having a task. Letting a guy like this to stay on the boat? Is it better if he were injured and unable to move, or if he's alive and kicking? Under his watch, the surrounding warriors all had different expressions. Those who had good relationships with Carmen all lightly nodded, and those who believe in Linda didn't make any comments. They only looked at Linda. How is his background unknown? Linda snickered. Didn't he say that he is a fisherman on a nearby island? If he were really a fisherman on a nearby island, why don't you just send him to whatever island around here? There are boats that come and go on these islands. He can totally just go on another boat to go back. Why does he have to latch onto our boat? Carmen sneered. He wasn't someone with no brain. Through his observations lately, he already saw that when Linda was treating Yin, she seemed to have some other ideas. He didn't know that Linda was trying to dig out Yin's secrets bit by bit. He only thought that she was attracted to Yin, and he felt jealous. That was why this whole mess was happening. He wants to go experience Cloud Island. Is that not okay? Linda's pretty face was starting to look bad. She threw her hair to the side and squinted at the warriors on the boat. She said coldly, "Are you guys unclear about the current situation? Do you know who's the person in charge on this task? Do you know who does this boat belong to? If you don't want to work anymore, when the task is over, you all can leave my boat." Sister Linda, calm down. Whatever you say, we all listen to you. Yeah, Sister Linda, we didn't refute you in any way. Sister Linda, I've followed you for so many years. Wherever you go, I'll go. Please don't ever kick me out. Many warriors who leaned towards Linda all smiled to express their loyalty. Even those who originally felt inadvisable also put up a bitter face and begged for mercy when they saw that Linda got mad. Linda was quite respectable in the outer disciples of the Three Gods sect. Linda's family was also very strong out of the many powers that belonged to the Three Gods sect. Plus, Linda herself had an outstanding potential. She could very possibly become a central disciple in the Three Gods sect. Because of that, in these people's eyes, Linda was a much bigger deal than Carmen. Although normally Linda was gentle, but once she gets mad, absolutely no one dared to go against her. Even Carmen, when he saw that Linda was mad, he smiled wryly. For a kid with unknown backgrounds, is it worth going through so much trouble? You stay put. Linda threw a cold glare at him and shouted, "Pay full attention. Be aware of demon beasts." Splash, splash, splash. At this moment, on the water surface ahead of them, water splashed everywhere. Dark shadows quickly swam under the sea water and rushed towards the boat from all directions. There really are demon beasts. Linda's pretty face changed. She couldn't help but scream, "Everyone be careful. It's also my first time encountering demon beasts here." Yin frowned. He gazed into the sea. His expression was indifferent, but he was not nervous at all. Dash. Chapter 160, Soul Gathering Pool. Chapter 160, Soul Gathering Pool. Clouds Island. At dusk, clusters of fiery cotton-like clouds were present in the sky. The afterglow from the sunset shone on the fiery clouds, shooting off beautiful rays. The entire Clouds Island was covered with a fiery dusk glow, appeared as a magnificent scenery under the afterglow of the sun. There were also many fiery red maple leaves on Clouds Island. They appeared even more enchanting in the afterglow. The scenery on Clouds Island was unique. Once dusk came, the fire clouds in the sky and the maple leaves on the island would complement each other, creating a breathtakingly beautiful view. On the island, the natural spirit energies were also quite extraordinary. There are also 3 mines containing the fire manganese rocks. Fire manganese was a material that could be used to forge godly weapons. It has fire properties. When a high-quality fire manganese was merged into a weapon, the weapon would also gain fire attributes. If it was merged with some fire crystals, it could form into a sharp weapon with a strong heat energy. In the Gu family, most of the martial skills they cultivated had to do with swords. The masters of the Gu family all used swords. The sword mountain of the Gu family contained many treasured swords, some of which even had consciousness. The many masters of the Gu family were all experts in refining swords. Sword refinement needed many precious materials. The fire manganese was a scarce material used to refine fire-type swords. When the Gu family discovered that Clouds Island had fire manganese, they went through quite a lot of trouble to sweep away the warrior forces that dwelled on the island so that they could obtain this island. A year ago, the Yang family's Shura king Mo Duanhuan brought 30 Shura blood guards and brought calamity upon Clouds Island. In only half a day's time, all of the Gu family's defensive measures on Clouds Island were destroyed. The Gu family members on the island were also killed by the Shura blood guards, and the forces that were related to the Gu family were all extinguished completely by the Shura blood guards. After 1 year had passed, although Cloud's Island returned to the Gu family's control, the defense on the island was still not completely reconstructed. Fortunately, because of the mysterious movements in the fourth demon area, the Yang family quietly retreated the powers that were attacking the Gu and Dongfang families back to the Kiara Sea. Seizing this opportunity, the Gu family proposed a truce. The Yang family agreed since they were busy dealing with the demons from the fourth demon area and prepared to negotiate details on Cloud's Island. On Cloud's Island, under the biggest mining mountain containing fire manganese, there were stone towers and stone walls built. The surroundings were filled with maple trees. The fiery red maple leaves surrounded the bunch of buildings, making this area into a sea of red maple leaves. On top of a 50-meter-tall, giant stone tower, Gu Jianga and Gu Lai stood side by side, gazing into the distance. The bright afterglow was like a blush on the sky. The beams of red light came from the sky and fell inside the tower, dragging red lines onto the floors of the tower. When the sun slowly sank into the horizon, a messenger eagle came through the wind. Its speed was extremely fast. The messenger eagle found its target and landed straight on the stone window in front of Gu Lai. Its wings flapped twice and then stopped. Gu Lai raised out his hand and took off the letter from the messenger eagle. He read the contents of the letter with a frown, his expression becoming more and more ugly. Gu Lai was in the second sky of the Nirvana realm. He had quite a high position in the Gu family. This fight between the Gu and Yang families was caused by Gu Jianga. Thus, Gu Lai was put in charge of taking care of it. The Yang family repeatedly provoked them, killing the representatives on many of the Gu family's islands. Because of the losses of the family, the head of the Gu family was quite upset. He put all the blame on Gu Jianga, feeling quite discontent with Gu Lai. This made Gu Lai quite gloomy. When he took care of the matters concerning the Yang family, he was always very careful, fearing that there would be further problems on the subject. "Father, what is the situation?" Gu Jianga took a step forward and leaned towards the letter. Ji Lai's expression was grim. He directly gave the letter to Gu Jianga and said in anger, "The Yang family is truly greedy. They actually want 5 islands in order for them to agree to subside the matter." 5 islands? Gu Jianga's face changed. He immediately read the contents of the letter and blankly exclaimed, "Cloud's Island, Profound Shell Island, Iron Wolf Island, Gourd Island, and Evil Island. These 5 islands all either have mines or good medicine production. It took a lot of trouble for our Gu family to obtain each of these islands. How could the Yang family dare to ask such a big price? 5 islands at once?" Gu Lai's expression was grim as he sighed. The family would never allow it. These 5 islands are too precious. They absolutely won't give them to the Yang family. However, if we don't make an agreement with the Yang family, the ones above us would blame everything on me. This thing is truly hard to handle. Father, when we were at the Soul Gathering Pool last time, that demon seemed to want. Gu Jianga's expression turned a little gloomy. He clenched his teeth and said, "Since the Yang family is going too far, we can simply go all the way and accept that demon's terms. We will make those Yang family members who come to Cloud's Island stay here forever." Demons. Gu Lai's expression shifted, but he was still hesitant. "Although we are on unfriendly terms with the Yang family, but if we were to get involved with demons, once everything gets exposed, we would be hated by all. By then, other families would also despise our methods and might even criticize that our methods are despicable. Once all of the Yang family members are killed, who would know that it was us who did it?" Gu Jianga pondered for a moment and urged, "Father, the times are different now. Nowadays, we can work with anyone for profit. As far as I know, in the Endless Sea, there already are some people who are working with the dark dwellers in the sevenfold underworld. For the sake of achieving our goals, sometimes it's not bad to accommodate to our circumstances. The one that's coming might be Mo Duanhuan." Gu Lai frowned. Mo Duanhuan is the leader of the 3 Shura kings. His power is earth-shaking. Unless a God Realm demon comes, or else no one would be able to stop him. Once Mo Duanhuan escapes, and learns that we have helped the demons come here, the two of us might not be able to stay in the Goof family anymore. If we fail this time, Father's position in the family would also go down. The family would never allow us to give these 5 islands, and the Yang family is infamously arrogant. We would never be able to accommodate to both sides. But if Mo Duanhoen were to be killed by a demon, then we can get rid of ourselves from all responsibilities. By that time, the Yang family would be flown in a panic, and probably Wu Titi have time to continue making trouble. Father, you should consider carefully. Let's go to the Soul Gathering Pool. Yes, on the south side of Clouds Island, there was a secretive valley. In the middle of the valley, there was a pool. Inchi lingered around the pool. Above the pool water, there was a poisonous fog that was dark as ink. In the surroundings, there were many soul-calling banners that covered the entire pool. On the pool surface, there were many ghost-faced souls appearing. The pool water was like a creepy mirror. It contained an endless amount of sealed ghosts and souls. Legend has it that Clouds Island once had a giant disaster. Everyone on the island were killed. After those people died, their souls were attracted by some unknown force and didn't dissipate immediately. Instead, they all gathered inside this pool in the valley. Inside the pool, there were endless souls. Those souls continuously swam on the surface of the water and occasionally came out to take a stroll. Clouds Island back in the day once had an evil warrior sect. They treated this soul-gathering pool as a holy place and kept cultivating near the pool. In order to obtain the attribution of Clouds Island, the Goof family sent out the strong warriors in the family and extinguished this evil warrior sect. All the souls of the warriors from this sect sank into the soul-gathering pool. After the Goof family obtained Clouds Island, they obtained a deeper understanding of this soul-gathering pool. From the scriptures of the destroyed evil sect, they learned that this soul-gathering pool could connect to the sevenfold underworld and the 4th demon area. However, the soul-gathering pool was different from the gate of heaven. The gate could let the people from the endless sea enter into the sevenfold underworld and the 4th demon area, whereas the soul-gathering pool didn't have this effect. The soul-gathering pool could only let some of the strong warriors from the sevenfold underworld and the 4th demon area appear on the surface of the pool water through the infiltration of the soul. Back in the day, when the Goof family attempted to destroy the soul-gathering pool, a demon soul suddenly appeared in the soul-gathering pool. That demon appeared onto the surface of the pool and asked for cooperation from the Goof family. They wanted to make Goof family use their secret method to put different creatures and souls into the soul-gathering pool, in an attempt to use the pool to make the soul come to the endless sea directly from the sevenfold underworld and the 4th demon area. However, the sevenfold underworld and the 3 God sect were never on the same path. The 3 God sect went to the sevenfold underworld many times through the gate of heaven and obtained enormous resources and benefits there, but they also had deadly conflicts with the sevenfold underworld. The Goof family and the 3 God sect were allies so naturally. They didn't want to help the dark dweller from the sevenfold underworld go against the 3 God sect. Because of that, not only did the Goof family refuse to agree with the dark dwellers and the demons, they tightly constrained the soul-gathering pool instead. They used all kinds of different powers to hide this area so that no one else would know about everything related to the soul-gathering pool. At the time, when the Goof family was deciding on whether or not to destroy the soul-gathering pool, there were intense arguments inside the Goof family. In the end, in order to take precautions against having bad relations with the 3 God sect, or for some other reason, the Goof family actually decided to keep the soul-gathering pool. But all the secrets that were related to the pool were kept hidden by the Goof family. The many constraints set outside the pool were also arranged by the top powerful warriors of the Goof family. Unless a master from the 15 forces who was an expert in seals coincidentally came here, it would be very hard for others to know about the secrets of this place. The last time that Mo Duanhoen came to cause a bloodbath in Clouds Island, he wandered the entire Clouds Island while riding his cyan bloodbath. He even spread out his soul consciousness to search for strong warriors and spiritual items on the island, but he still couldn't discover the soul-gathering pool. The secrecy of the soul-gathering pool was evident. The father and son duo, Gu Lai and Gu Jianga, quietly left the tower. They avoided the guard from the Gu family and went to the soul-gathering pool. The two arrived at the mysterious and strange soul-gathering pool. Gu Lai used a secret method to open the constraint and arrived onto the surface of the pool. He sent out a streak of soul consciousness into the black light ball in the middle of the pool surface. That black light ball was formed by countless souls. The souls of these people blended together, making ferocious ghost faces that appeared on the surface of the black light ball. Gu Lai's wisp of soul consciousness flew in and fell on top of the black light ball. Soon, the black light ball sank into the soul-gathering pool. In 10 minutes, the water of the soul-gathering pool started boiling and stirred choppy waves. The filthy black water rose up and vaguely formed into a pitch-black demon figure that was dark as ink. It had 6 sharp horns on its head and was 3 meters tall. After a month, the leader of the 3 Shura kings from the Yang family of the Endless Sea, Mo Duanhuan, will arrive here. At that time, I can open up the soul-gathering pool for a while. Can you guys seize the opportunity and prevent Mo Duanhuan and the Shura blood guards from leaving? Gu Lai didn't waste his words and went straight to the point. Mo Duanhuan, that demon flared out his fangs and claws. Its body of pool water kept swaying. It gave out a sinister laugh. Great that he's coming. Great. Dash. Chapter 161. I will be waiting for you. Always. Chapter 161. I will be waiting for you. Always. Dark clouds were gathering in the sky. Strong winds started to blow at the sea. It was an overcast, as if a rainstorm was arriving. The sea was no longer calm. Powerful waves started to surge on the sea. In the waves, a medium-sized boat was sailing with great difficulty. On the deck, Linda's hair was dancing in the wind. While appearing serious, she kept reminding Jet and the others to be careful and ordering the warriors on the boat to brace themselves up. A shipwreck was more than they could bear. The wind was gaining power, building up even larger and more powerful waves in the sea. The boat was swaying dangerously, and even Linda was a little bit worried. She kept her breath cautiously, not daring to relax for even a second. Sure, Yin was standing in the stern of the boat, frowning. His face was as serious as Linda's. This storm came all of a sudden, without a single sign. It was all sunny the moment before, and the next, dark clouds were gathering. It was rather weird. The calm-faced Sure, Yin suddenly recalled that when he was riding the cyan bloodbat with Xiao Hani, a rainstorm suddenly started just like now. Back then, the clouds were pressing down overhead, and a giant bony hand of Demon King Bo Sun appeared from the clouds. The hand grabbed Shura King Xiao Hani and took him to somewhere into the 4th demon area. Thinking about Xiao Hani, Shi Yan's mind was weighed down, and he started to feel a little bit unpleasant. And now this storm also happened abruptly, making Shi Yan suspicious. At this moment, the boat was very close to Cloud's Island. It would reach the island in a day. And at this crucial moment, the sea changed all of a sudden. No wonder Shi Yan could not relax and felt extremely doubtful. Standing on the stern, Shi Yan concentrated his spirit on his eyes and looked towards all directions. There seemed to be nothing wrong on the sea. Everything he saw with his spirit power looked normal. Shi Yan was unwilling to give up, so he stretched his spirit as far as possible, all the way to Cloud's Island. After some time, just when he was feeling too exhausted, he vaguely sensed an icy and evil chi from the direction of Cloud's Island. That chi was not concentrated, and it seemed to be dissipating between the heaven and earth, disappearing gradually. Shi Yan was surprised. He concentrated his spirit in the direction of the island to feel out it carefully. This icy and evil chi was spreading across Cloud's Island, as if a mass of air was curling up on the island. This chi felt somewhat similar to the chi coming from Demon King Mara's skeletal avatar. Only this chi was weaker. Did this mean that a demon from the 4th demon area was on Cloud's Island? Shi Yan's heart sank, and his face turned white. He had a foreboding that something was happening on the Cloud's Island, and that there was now something abnormal. Just as he was going to concentrate his spirit to feel it more carefully, the icy, evil chi dispersed in the wind. By now, he had used much of his spirit, causing him to be struck by exhaustion. Thus, he had to relax a little bit and contemplate the issue. At this moment, the rainstorm that was about to occur stopped out of expectation and allowed the dark sky to clear up. Soon, everything became normal again. The sunset glow reappeared on the horizon. Looking at the beautiful glow, Shi Yin was even more serious. At this moment, Gu Lai and his son Gu Jianga were talking with the demons at Dead Man's Pool. What's going on? The rainstorm stopped? That's really weird. True, this is rather rare. The storm was about to come at any moment, and then it stopped. There must be something wrong. Normally, when the dark clouds were gathering like this, rain would be pouring down. But now, there is no rain. It's strange. I don't understand. Jet, Nano, and the others were talking about the strange weather, frowning and feeling surprised at this abnormal phenomenon. Linda, silently, let out a breath of relief. She jerked her head and ordered, "Everyone can relax a little bit now." "Right, Linda." Jet smiled while leaning against the deck drowsily. He looked into the direction of Cloud's Island through squinted eyes. The journey is about to end. When we have given the things to the Goo family, we can head back. Are you going back with us, Linda? Hearing this, many people on the boat were a little shocked. Then, as if remembering something, they all looked towards Linda and Shi Yin. Over at the corner, Carmen and Hajar also looked at Linda with enmity. Linda's beautiful eyes shined, and she let out a sigh silently while looking at Shi Yin's back. She forced a faint smile and said, "Of course I'll go back with you. I'm a member of the Three Gods sect. Of course I'll go back there after our mission is accomplished. That's my home. Where else can I go?" "Oh," Jet was peering at Shi Yin and laughed. "That'll be the best. I was thinking that I would not see Linda again in the future. We like working for you, Linda. If we were to work for someone else, we would probably be used as a cannon fodder when danger arrives. Those men are not as kind as you, Linda." "That's right. We want to work for you, Linda." Other crew members on the boat agreed too. They all felt relieved and lucky when they heard that Linda would go back with them. Some heads of Three Gods sect would use their subordinates as a shield when they feel that they are in danger, disregarding the lives of the subordinates. Many friends of Jet's and Nano's died like this on missions due to following the wrong leader. Jet had been in Three Gods sect for a long period of time and knew what those little heads were like. If Linda did not go back with them this time, they would lose their leader and would be assigned to other heads' teams. Then they would be in real danger. Most likely, they would die on mission just like their friends. Jet was watching both Shi Yin and Linda secretly. He found sadness and helplessness on Linda's face, but he did not dare to say anything more. He winked at Nano and others, suggesting everyone to drop this issue so that Linda would not feel embarrassed or sad. Linda was standing in front of Jet and the others, looking sad and lonely. After a while, she gently took a breath and slowly walked to Shi Yin, who was standing in the stern. She stood beside him, and the two looked at the Red Sea under the sunset glow. Their shadows were on the deck, stretching till they overlapped. Linda lowered her head and found that her shadow was overlapping with that of Shi Yin's. She sighed in her heart and thought, if only they could be together as their shadows were now, how happy she would be. However, reality was, Shi Yin was frowning, still thinking about the icy and evil chi that he sensed earlier. He was suspecting that something must have happened on Cloud's Island, and began wondering about whether to continue this journey or not. That chi was very dispersed, but if it came together, it would be horribly powerful. No matter what kind of creature this chi came from, Shi Yin was sure that he was unable to deal with it right now. If they went to Cloud's Island and encountered this creature, he was afraid that he would be no match to it. Thinking this, Shi Yin began to hesitate. Shi Yin, yes. Putting aside those ideas, Shi Yin drew a deep breath to calm himself and looked at Linda beside him. Linda's face was blushing in the sunset glow, as tender as a flower. Her eyes were bright with affection. Now, she looked stunning. "Linda, You look increasingly charming. Sure, Yin said honestly while staring at Linda. Over the past few days with his nourishment, Linda was indeed glowing with beauty. When in love, a woman would feel happy both mentally and physically, and would naturally be more charming. We are about to arrive at Cloud's Island, Sure, Linda sighed. Sure Yin was a little bit surprised and frowned. He said after a while, good times are always transient. We can be together, Sure Yin. No matter who you are, as long as you are willing to be with me, I'm willing to follow you. Linda wanted to say something more, but stopped. I'm going to Kiara see. Sure Yin waved his head. I have my ambition, and you have your family. Linda, if you want, you can come with me, and I will return to Hangluo Sea eventually. However, if I am fighting against the Dongfang family and the Gu family, it would be... Sure Yin knew himself well. He was not that kind of person that could endure loneliness and followed rules. He would get his revenge from Dongfang family and Gu family someday, sooner or later. And he would make himself known across the endless sea. Linda's family was in Hangluo Sea and was affiliated to Three Gods sect. If the Three Gods sect knew that Linda had followed him to Kiara Sea, they would punish Linda's family. And that was something Linda was unwilling to see. There was no benefit for Linda to follow him when he was not strong enough to change the reality. Therefore, he did not dare to make any promises. Linda suddenly went silent. After quite a long time, Linda said slowly with her head down, my family lives on Snow Dragon Island in Hangluo Sea. If you come back to Hangluo Sea and happen to pass by Snow Dragon Island, please remember to see me in the Jorah family. Sure Yin sighed silently and nodded. You can rest assured. I will come to see you. Someday, when I'm powerful enough, I will go to Snow Dragon Island. Then I will no longer be afraid of the Three Gods sect, and I will be able to protect you and your family from any harm. Tears were welling up in Linda's eyes, but she gritted her teeth to stop the tears from coming down. She stared at Sure Yin and said, remember your promise, Sure Yin. I will be waiting for you. Always. Chapter 162, Extort a Confession. Chapter 162, Extort a Confession. The next morning, the boat finally landed on Cloud's Island. Upon arriving, Sure Yin parted with Linda and left alone. Standing on the deck, Linda silently watched Sure Yin's disappearing back. Jet shot a yellow signal flare and, with Nano and the others, waiting for someone from the Gu family to come pick them up. Linda really cares about that guy. We even don't know who he is or what he's doing here. Poor Linda. Obviously, that guy loves to sleep around. I'm afraid Linda will never see him again. Exactly. I never expected that even a woman as powerful as Linda could not keep him for herself. If I could win Linda's love, I'd do anything and everything for her. I would never leave her. Yet, this is for the best. For us, as long as Linda is here, our life in the Three Gods sect will be fine. That's right. Jet and the others were whispering while waiting for the Gu family. Linda was standing on the deck. Her long hair, dancing in the wind, made her breathtakingly beautiful. Carmen, staying in the corner, was looking at Linda while gritting his teeth, feeling quite happy. The bitch deserves this. She gave him everything, and look at what she got in return. The guy took what he wanted and just left. This is what she asked for. Indeed, Hajar was also full of hatred, whispering, Carmen, we don't know who that guy is and why he went to Cloud's Island. Will he do something bad to Gu family? Should we tell the Gu family about him? Maybe they will know who he is and will deal with him. Carmen frowned, meditated for a while, and then he shook his head, said, no, not for now. Besides his name, we know nothing about him. There's not enough information for us to identify him. Let's wait until we have something on him. Then I will not only deal with that guy, but also Linda. Hajar agreed. Sure, Yin was heading to the south side of Cloud's Island by himself. Cloud's Island was about half the size of Tianyan City. Although the island belonged to the Gu family, most of the warriors and residents on the island were not members of the family. The Gu family occupied Cloud's Island. They took possession of the 3 mines on the island and made the regions they thought were valuable into forbidden areas reserved only for the Gu family, where other warriors and residents of the island could not enter. Every few years, the warriors living on the island had to hand in money and goods to the Gu family for the right to live on the island, while the residents on the island had to hand in goods and coins to the warriors. There was a rigid hierarchy on the island. The south side of Cloud's Island was where the base of the Gu family was. There were dense forests, numerous pools, and lakes. It was very beautiful and had very few inhabitants. Sure, Yin intended to go there to see if there was any chance for him to find Gu Sword Song, the person with whom he would settle the issue they had on Monroe Island while waiting for someone from Yang family. Sure, Yin had learned from Linda that the Yang family would dispatch the Shura Blood Guards to Cloud's Island. The Shura Blood Guards would ride the cyan bloodbat. As long as he saw a cyan bloodbat flying in the sky, he would know that the Shura Blood Guards of the Yang family had arrived. At that time, Sure Yin could expose himself and then go to Immortal Island in the Kiara Sea. The Yang family was one of the 15 powerful forces in the Endless Sea and had many prominent warriors. Since he could put on an identity, Sure Yin would use it willingly. He also wanted to take advantages of Yang family to improve his own power. In addition, he wanted to see Xia Xinyan again. Therefore, he had to go to Kiara Sea with the Shura Blood Guards. Sure Yin passed by several villages on his way, but there was not a single person in these villages. Dead silence reigned in the villages, but many of the houses were clean and tidy. Dishes were set on the tables in some houses, but the villagers were all gone. It was as if the villages had all vanished all of a sudden. Sure Yin was confused, unknown to what had happened. Frowning, he chose to keep on heading south. He came to a dense forest at night, while walking in the cold moonlight. Suddenly, the icy and evil Qi, which he had sensed before, reappeared on the island. The Qi came out and began converging on some place in the south from all directions, releasing all kinds of invisible power. Sure Yan's soul was quivering. He could clearly sense an attraction from somewhere in the south. There was more and more Qi being drawn from a river beside him to the south. Sure Yin tried to feel it carefully. His face suddenly changed, and he hurried towards that river. 5 warriors, wearing black robes and bamboo hats, were dragging along many residents, whose mouths were stuffed by cloth. They were killing them one by one, and after the residents were dead, they pushed the bodies into the river without hesitation. There were many swollen human bodies in the river, and among them were the elders, women, and children. With a single glimpse, Sure Yin found that there were at least hundreds of bodies. Plop, plop. The sound of dead bodies dropping into water filled the silent forest. The 5 warriors, who were at the nascent and human rank, kept pushing the dead bodies into the river. By the time Sure Yin had arrived, the last few residents had been killed and thrown into the river. Many souls, who were hardly visible, rose from the river. However, instead of dispersing, they were all flying rapidly to the south of Cloud Island, as if being drawn by some kind of force. There was a powerful attraction force coming from south of the island. Drawn by this force, the residents' souls would not disperse immediately after they die, but were instead taken away by it. "What are you doing?" Sure Yin appeared on the river bank abruptly, asking, "Who are you? Do you enjoy killing defenseless residents?" Sure Yin knew too well that he was no good guy himself, but he kept his baseline. He only killed those who deserved to be killed, but never defenseless women and children. These people, however, had no humanity and could be called animals. They even killed the helpless elders and children. They cannot be called human. "Hey boy, mind yourself and leave from here," a warrior in the 3rd sky of the human realm warned coldly. "Which warrior sect are you from? Didn't you receive the message?" "What message?" Sure Yin scorned. "Then you're not a warrior from the island." The man interrupts between them, and then says, "Take my advice, leave Cloud's Island now, and go as far as you can, or else you'll be dead before you know it." Sure Yin sneered. "It looks like you won't be honest until I kill some of you." Having said this, Sure Yin immediately ran towards them. 3 minutes later, 4 of the 5 warriors were dead, leaving the warrior who opened his mouth first as the sole survivor. His bamboo hat had been torn off and was under Sure Yan's foot now. This warrior while lying on the ground, was staring at Shi Yin in shock as he asked, "Who on earth are you? Do you know who you're dealing with? To be our enemy, you are asking for trouble. Now tell me, who are you? Why did you kill these people?" Shi Yin asked. "You'll regret this." The man on the ground gritted his teeth. "Come." Shi Yin picked up a dagger and cut off the man's left hand. Without any expression, he said, "I ask and you answer. I don't want any of your bullshit." The man on the ground was screaming out in pain. Sweat ran down his forehead and his body was cramping. "Come." Shi Yin cut off his right hand and said coldly, "I count screaming as bullshit. How dare you? How dare you to do this to me? I'm on the Gu family. You'll be sorry. You'll die a very ugly death." The warrior screamed. "Come." With one more move, the warrior's foot was also cut off by Shi Yin, who kept asking, "Why are you killing these people?" "I don't know. I know nothing. I was just following orders. We were ordered to kill 300 residents at a particular moment. Besides this, I know nothing." The man on the ground screamed fearfully. "Many others like me received the same order. We don't know why. We really don't." "Okay, that's the truth." Shi Yin nodded and cut off the man's head. Then he stood up and kicked the 5 warriors' bodies into the river, one by one. Throwing away the dagger and washing the blood off his arm, Shi Yin continued to go south. On his way, Shi Yin found that many bodies were piling up by the rivers, in sealed caves, and in deep pits. Their souls were all acting abnormally. All the souls were of common folk. Hundreds of thousands of them were killed by the warriors of Gu family. Shi Yin had killed another 3 groups of warriors of the Gu family as he traveled. He absorbed their qi, but wasn't able to obtain any other information from them. It seemed like these warriors who had received orders to kill these people truly didn't know the reason. They were simply obeying orders. Then the sun started to rise above the horizon. The force attracting the souls to the south suddenly became extremely powerful. Shi Yin, who was now among many old trees, clearly sensed the abnormality on the island. Even his own soul was attracted by this horribly powerful force, acting as if it wanted to leave his physical body. The blood vein ring on his hand was also shimmering like a bulb that was about to explode. Looking at the ring, Shi Yin was shocked. He could vaguely sense that the ice-cold flame sealed in the ring was having a very strong reaction to something. Frowning, Shi Yin concentrated his mind into the blood vein ring to see what had changed in it. Soul collecting bead. Soul collecting bead. The bead is on the island. The consciousness of the ice-cold flame was heard from the ring for the first time. Chapter 163, Soul Gathering Beast. Chapter 163, Soul Gathering Beast. Ever since its emergence on Monroe Island, the cold ice flame had not uttered a single word, not even when it took over Shi Yin's body and consciousness. All it aimed for was to gain a full control over Shi Yin. On the other hand, Shi Yin also presumed that this ice-cold flame was only crudely equipped with a primitive consciousness that forbade any possibilities of communication. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine his shock when receiving the first message sent by the flame inside the blood vein ring. Only now did he realize that this ice-cold flame was in every way capable of communicating with its consciousness. The only reason why it had not made the move earlier was that it did not care to talk at all. Actually, for the ice-cold flame, there was absolutely no need to talk to Shi Yin, this weak wretch whose soul could be occupied in a minute. This time, however, when the ice-cold flame detected Shi Yin's soul consciousness entering the blood vein ring, it immediately responded. It showed a mood of intense delight, which proved that it must have been attracted by something. Under an ancient tree, Shi Yin was sitting with a face full of calmness. His soul consciousness had already plunged into the depths of the blood vein ring, causing his eyes to glitter and flash. The soul gathering bead. Here's the soul gathering bead. Inside the ring, the ice-cold flame was still lost in its reverie, shouting excitedly. It had condensed into a small flame that swayed softly, the soul-gathering pearl. I need it. Knitting his eyebrows, Shi Yin held his breath and concentrated. He engaged in a conversation with the flame through his soul consciousness. You want the pearl? Wait until you find a way to get out of the ring. You bastard! How dare you insult me? Don't you believe that I can get out immediately, freeze your soul, and crack it? Wow, can you? Don't make me remind you that tried to do that for the past 3 years. But did you succeed? I would have controlled you if it weren't for this stupid ring of yours. Mind you, you better let me out soon, or you'll regret it for your whole life. Assuming its usual arrogant air, the flame kept shouting words of threat inside the ring, blind of its poor situation. Not interested. Shi Yan's face was full of contempt as he slowly withdrew his soul consciousness from the ring. However, the ring kept blinking since the ice-cold flame had no desire to end this conversation yet. It struggled desperately inside the ring in order to exude its coldness to draw Shi Yan's attention. However, this attempt failed, and Shi Yan, who did not show the slightest notice, resumed his journey to the southern area of the Clouds Island. On his way, more bodies of the slaughtered common people came to view, with hundreds of corpses piled in every hidden corners like hills. Shi Yan's face took on a sullen look, and a deep hatred rose in his heart for the Gu family. The hair-raising deeds by the Gus approached those of the wicked sects. The way that the innocent people were murdered savage, bloody, and utterly inhumane. The strong soul power he had sensed earlier in the southern part of the island did not last long and disappeared after a short while. Secretly, he tried to detect more souls fleeing from that area, but he didn't found any, which meant that someone must have known that all the souls had been absorbed and thus turned the evil power off. The soul gathering bead. Shi Yan tightly knitted his eyebrows. He had never heard of this pearl, but judging from the tone that the ice-cold flame had when it shouted that name, extremely aroused, the ice-cold flame must know the origin and utility of the soul-gathering pearl. It was tempting to exact some information about the pearl from the ice-cold flame, thought Shi Yan, but it was equally tempting to first tone down its rampant flame a bit. Otherwise, the ice-cold flame would keep behaving ridiculously arrogantly, even to the extent of throwing threatening words to Shi Yan. The blood-vein ring continued its glittering even more fervently. Shi Yan gave a scornful smile, knowing that the ice-cold flame inside the ring had reached the limit of its patience. Ignoring the glittering ring, he continued his journey. Inside the ring, after a hard endeavor, the ice-cold flame realized that Shi Yan will not talk again in a short time, eventually lost its hope. All this while, Shi Yan had been observing the ring, satisfied after seeing the ring fall into a slumber again and not glittering anymore. A proud smile played across his lips as he advanced on. 3 hours later, Shi Yan jumped into another ancient tree whose thick foliage constituted the best shelter to conceal himself. There, he once again plunged his soul consciousness into the ring. "So can we talk peacefully now?" Shi Yan asked. Sure. The ice-cold flame immediately replied. "Good. Then tell me the origin of the pearl. I need to know what it is and how can it be used." The soul-gathering pearl is a kind of demon crystal belonging to the soul-gathering beast, who is one of the most ancient demon beasts that has ever existed between the heaven and earth. It feeds on all kinds of living beings' souls, and the more souls it absorbs, the more quickly it evolves, eventually becoming extremely powerful. Soul-gathering beasts of level 7, 8, and 9 can produce a kind of demon crystal, which is exactly the soul-gathering pearl, that can absorb souls and turn them into pure soul power. Very precious, I'd say. Then does it benefit you, the soul power accumulated in the pearl? Of course, it will benefit to all living creatures that have a soul. If we can get this pearl, my soul and life form can evolve to perfection. It's the same for you. With the soul power gathered from the pearls, your life form can improve too. You may even form a sea of consciousness. Shi Yan's heart jumped to his throat. The sea of consciousness was formed when a warrior enters the realm of nirvana by gathering his soul consciousness. Its value is beyond imagination. However, unless a warrior enters this realm or above, There is no way for him to have a sea of consciousness. But the ice-cold flame had just divulged a piece of news of thunderous importance. With the soul power accumulated in soul-gathering pearls, he can improve his life form and obtain a sea of consciousness. If so, this soul-gathering pearl will beat even the divinity medicines and pills. How's that possible, forming a sea of consciousness? Shi Yin asked with caution, trying to get more information from the ice-cold flame. The soul-gathering beast is one of the most mysterious demon beasts in this world. Its existence per se is a miracle. The reason I came to know about this beast and the pearl is that once many powerful guys had wanted to absorb me. When they tried to take over my consciousness, I obtained their knowledge and memory in return. The origin of this soul-gathering beast, I read from a memory of a divine warriors. And that was 100,000 years ago. Now that so many years have passed, it's probably no longer a secret anymore. So it's true that a sea of consciousness can be formed. Sure, there are two aspects in martial arts practice: physical exercise and soul improvement. You warriors are born with a physical body, so you begin with the first aspect. Later, you experience a gradual transition to soul improvement. However, for us, or those who do not have a physical body, we begin by improving our souls. Then comes the need to seek a physical body. After a brief pause, the ice-cold flame continued its speech. So basically, all of us need to struggle for a better body and soul, to repair our defects and climb to the higher rung in the ladder of evolution. In the earth and heaven, there exists many mysterious things that can help us accelerate our improvement. The soul-gathering pearl is just one of such a treasure that can strengthen your vitality and improve your life form. The pure soul power in it can restore your soul and facilitate the making of a sea of consciousness that beats every other warriors of your rank. Throughout the long years, the ice-cold flame had come to obtain a great deal of knowledge and memory from powerful warriors, hence its good command of information concerning human warriors. Its speech had been quite logical and easy to understand, giving new knowledge to Shi Yin about the ultimate truth of a warrior's life, even though he had only heard about it once. So this soul-gathering pearl really is beneficial for me. Of course, the soul power residing in it is wondrous. Also, when the pearl is drenched in water, it can transform into soul mirror, used to beckon powerful spirits from other spaces. In earlier years, there seemed to be a wicked sect that used the soul mirror to get powerful spirits from other spaces to fight for them. Normally, those spirits are bound by rules of the heaven and the earth, so once they enter our world, their vitality will be greatly reduced. Therefore, even if they could force into our world successfully, it is still hard to say if they can use their power to the fullest extent. However, it is a different story with the spirits beckoned by soul mirror. They can get rid of the rules and give free rein to their soul power, not reduced in the least. Soul mirror? Powerful spirits from other spaces? Sure, Yin murmured to himself. Suddenly his eyes flashed as he felt the sensation of a cold and wicked air. The sensation seemed similar to the air emitted by the Demon King, Bo's son. So could it be that someone from the fourth demon area had arrived in this island? But why would they? And the Gu family. They had killed every resident in the island they saw, so that they could put the dead souls into the soul-gathering pearl. What is their purpose? Could it be that they were trying to beckon the demons from the fourth demon area? What could they do with the demons? To destroy the Yang family. A train of thought quickly flitted across his mind, sweeping away the doubts. Gradually, his eyes regained the brightness of clarity with his thoughts becoming organized. Now, he was sure that the Gu family was bent on beating the Shura bloodguards of the Yangs. As is known to all, the feud between the two families was unshakable. With the assistance of the soul mirror, powerful demons of the fourth demon area could be beckoned, and it would be a breeze for a demon above the god rank to exterminate a powerful warrior of the third realm of the sky rank. A warrior is utterly destroyed when his soul is devastated by the demon's soul power, leaving no chance of recuperation left for him. This is even more horrible than destroying his body. Shi Yin was struck dumb with fear. The ice-cold flame's words corresponded with his long-term observation, which assured him that he had known the fiendish plot of the Gu family. The three Shura kings of the Yangs were all of the sky rank. Thus, whichever one was sent here would be mercilessly destroyed by the demon beckoned from the fourth demon area, since the gap between their rank was huge. Shurian sank into a thoughtful silence. Only after long, while did he speak again to the ice-cold flame inside the ring. "Do you have a way to obtain the soul-gathering pearl?" "Sure I do," the ice-cold flame instantly replied, rather excitedly. Chapter 164, Promise. Chapter 164, Promise. South of the Hengluo Sea, a clear blue sky, where the sky and sea merged and it looked like the Azure Sea. Under the clusters of white clouds, dozens of cyan bloodbats carried Shura blood guards while slowly flying towards the direction of Clouds Island. On the bodies of the cyan bloodbats, the Shura blood guards stood with cold expressions. The demonic atmosphere on them was as if they just returned from the bloody battlefields. In the front, on a level 6 cyan bloodbat, Dwanuin slightly squinted his eyes as if he was asleep. Next to this cyan bloodbat, there was a pure white flying lion. Flying lions were born with wide wings that flashed with electric sparks and had the force of wind and thunder when flying. Wind Thunder Lion, a level 6 demon beast, it was fast as the wind, and its wings could form lightning. It was the most powerful demon beast tamed by the evil wonderland of the Kiara Sea. On this Wind Thunder Lion, there were two girls sitting. They both wore veils, and their eyes were as bright as gems. Their exposed necks were fair as snow and had a porcelain glow under the sun. "Sister Xinyan, why did you decide to come here?" I Ching Man stretched while saying lazily, "There's nothing on Clouds Island, only a pile of stupid rocks. You don't even care about that. Why would we come here to waste our time?" "I didn't tell you to follow me here." Xia Xinyan curled her lips and then said lightly, "You had to come and run around with me instead of staying still in the evil wonderland. I didn't ask you. You asked for yourself." I Ching Man's amorous eyes, having an intoxicating flavor to them, slightly squinted. "In the past 3 years, instead of returning to the Xia family, you insisted on following the Yang family to get involved against the Gu and Dongfang families. Why? I'm very curious. I heard from someone that you're doing this for a man." Xia Xinyan's pretty brows furrowed. "Who did you hear that from?" "This, you don't have to worry about." I Ching Man's beautiful eyes were smiling while her hair flew in the sea wind. Her body was curvy. While wearing a tight leather suit, big parts of fair skin was revealed on her body, causing her to look very sexy. "Sister Xinyan, is it really true? Even if you don't tell me who it is, I still know who told you about this." Xia Xinyan snickered. "Was it your senior disciple, Xie? He wants to use you to get information out of me, right?" "Sister Xinyan is so smart." I Ching Man squinted. She didn't try to deny it and smiled delicately. "My senior is passionately devoted to you. For years, he's been pursuing you all along, but got no reaction from you. This time you went out of the sea to find a fake gate of heaven and even ignored him even more than before. My senior didn't understand why, so he spent a lot of time to inquire about it. Then he finally heard that when you were at that remote place, you met a kid that was abandoned by the Yang family for many years. I even heard that kid died." "Who said that he died?" Xia Xinyan snickered while she said with emphasis, "Even if he were dead, I would never accept Xie." "Sister Xinyan, you really do have something for that guy?" I Ching Man exclaimed. This time she truly revealed her curiosity. "I was only teasing you before. Although my senior kept talking about this, I didn't believe that Sister Xinyan would favor a guy in the first sky of the disaster realm. I heard that the guy lived in that remote place all along." "Sister Xinyan, you only knew him for such a short amount of time. How did this happen?" I Ching Man's eyes were filled with astonishment as she sat up straight, seeming very interested about this. The shadow of a figure suddenly appeared in Xia Xinyan's mind. Under I Ching Man's stare, Xia Xinyan's pretty brows were wreathed by faint sadness. Her clear and beautiful eyes also started to grow hazy and distracted. She started to recall some memories, as if forgetting everything around her. I Ching Man quietly watched Xia Xinyan. as her mind was filled with curiosity about the man that Xia Xinyan had been so concerned about all this time. She wondered what methods that guy used to have actually become so unforgettable to the precious girl of the Xia family. Her senior, Xie Kuei, was incredibly talented in the evil wonderland. Not only was he good-looking, the power he had was even more profound. He was the strongest disciple with the most potential in the evil wonderland. He Qingman was very familiar with the charm of her senior. She knew how many female junior disciples were secretly in love with Xie Kuei. If such an outstanding man couldn't move Xia Xinyan, what gave Shiyan the chance? He had been dead for so long, yet he still made Xia Xinyan unable to forget him. Ai, too bad he's already dead. Or else, I really want to meet him to see why he's so special. After a long moment, He Qingman sighed in regret. She shook her head and murmured, I really don't believe he's better than my senior. My senior is in the second sky of the Earth realm. No matter how hard that guy works, he will never be my senior's enemy. Xia Xinyan frowned as she said lightly, his realm was indeed not as good as Xie Kuei's. Of course, my senior is a famous cultivation madman in the Kiara Sea. At 27 years old, he's already in the second sky of the Earth realm. Such a young age with such a high realm, you really can't find many people like that in our Kiara Sea. He Qingman's eyes were smiling as she glanced sideways at Xia Xinyan. Sister Xinyan, he can't compare to my senior in any way, right? He started cultivating at age 17 and used 1 year to enter into the first sky of Disaster Realm. He has at least 3 martial spirits on him. Xia Xinyan didn't even look at Yi Qingman as she said coldly, speaking of talent and cultivation speed, let alone Kiara Sea, even the young talents of the entire Endless Sea can't compare to him. Yi Qingman was shocked. After a long moment, she finally glanced quietly at Mo Duanhuan in the distance. She clicked her tongue quietly and murmured under her breath, Indeed a freak. Luckily that guy is not around anymore, or else if the Yang family had such a crazy guy, they would probably get even more arrogant. God knows what kinds of appalling things they would then do. He's not dead, Xia Xinyan snorted and said lightly. When the Yang family got the news about him from me, the head of the Yang family spent 3 drops of immortal blood to use a great oracle. It indicated that he is still alive and well. Plus, it pointed out that after 3 years, he should be appearing on Cloud's Island. Right now, he should be on Cloud's Island, using 3 drops of immortal blood, just to know if he's alive or not. Yang Qingdi really cares a lot about him. Yi Qingman exclaimed and finally nodded. Indeed, after cultivating for more than a year, he immediately stepped into the first sky of Disaster Realm. With a crazy guy like him, no wonder the Yang family would go through such great expenses. Xia Xinyan's pretty brows slightly furrowed as she sighed, but the head of the Yang family said that this journey will be very dangerous. He said that some changes might occur on the island. Qingman, I had to come, but you shouldn't have followed me. Now that I have cleared the situation, it's still not too late for you to leave. No. Yi Qingman kept shaking her head. She smiled delicately. You know I like danger. Since you said the guy is on the island, then I definitely have to see for myself. After you have praised him so much, I have become more and more curious about him. I really want to see what he has that attracts you. Sister Xinyan, did he already take advantage of you? Else, why would you defend him so much? Xia Xinyan's neck suddenly turned red. She intensely rolled her eyes at Yi Qingman and then scolded, Stupid girl. If you keep bullshitting, believe it or not, I'll throw you off of here. Hey. Yi Qingman smiled and yelled out, You should know that this Wind Thunder Lion is my mount. Aren't you being too rude? I know, I hit your soft spot. Is that right? Oh, Sister Xinyan, how could you have been taken advantage of by that despicable guy? I haven't even touched Sister Xinyan yet. If I were to see him, I will definitely go deal with him. I'm too lazy to bother with you. Xia Xinyan shook her head in frustration. She seemed to know that this girl was hard to mess with. 7 days until we arrive at Cloud's Island. Then at this moment, Mo Duanhuan, who was in front of them, suddenly turned back his head and said callously, This trip will have many unknown dangers. Although I made preparations, but I still can't guarantee that we are perfectly safe. I hope you too realize that this journey will put our lives at risk. From now on, you should be more careful. Xia girl, you should still remember Zhao's misfortune. Don't get attacked by someone halfway and not even realize it. After Mo Duanhuan said that, the look in Xia Xinyan's eyes changed as she immediately said, "Understood." He Qingman stuck her little tongue out. She made a face at Mo Duanhuan and giggled. She wasn't afraid, but she didn't continue blabbing towards Xia Xinyan either. In her mind, there was a deep curiosity and confusion. She didn't know what kind of person Shi Yin truly was, such that he could be so unforgettable to Xia Xinyan. Cloud's Island. On an old tree, Shi Yin was still bargaining with the cold ice flame. If I were to obtain the soul gathering pearl, I want 70% of the soul power in the soul gathering pearl. The rest 30% will be yours. Sure, Yin said with his mind. I have a body of flesh. When encountering dangers, I have the highest chance of vanishing my soul completely. You're hiding in the ring, so you won't face much danger at all. Besides, your life form is special. You almost unperishable. The danger I will encounter is bigger, so I deserve to have more. Kid, you are too greedy. The ice-cold flame yelled in the blood vein ring. What's the use of your body? Without my method and power, once you get near the soul-gathering pearl, your soul would disperse. If I didn't tell you, you wouldn't even have known what the soul-gathering pearl is. Stop bullshitting. I want 70%. I should be getting 70%. The ice-cold flame was so mad it kept releasing cold energy inside the blood vein ring. The most you can get is 30%. Or else even if I don't do anything, it will kill you. Then I could turn back now. Shi Yin sneered. My interest in that soul-gathering pearl isn't that big anyway. Once I step into the nirvana realm, I can still form the sea of consciousness myself. I don't have to hurry anyway. Stop lying. Huh? The cold eyes flame laughed creepily. Your mind can't lie. I know your true thoughts. You won't give up on the soul-gathering pearl. I know you really want it. Shi Yin put up a wry smile. He didn't know that the ice-cold flame's consciousness was so strangely mysterious that it could actually see through his thoughts. After a moment of silence, Shi Yin said again, Whatever, I'll take a step back. I'll have 60%, the rest 40% will go to you. Your realm is too low. You won't be able to handle 60% of the soul-gathering pearl's power at all. The ice-cold flame mocked. You will immediately be defeated by the force of the soul power. Kid, you're too greedy. This will only become harmful to you. How about this? Shi Yin suddenly said in delight. I'll take however much I can absorb. How's that? The rest that I can't absorb will all go to you. All right. The cold ice flame immediately agreed. I thought you were going to share the soul-gathering pearl's soul power with that Xia Xinyan woman. I know that you have that woman in your heart. That woman's realm is a lot higher than yours, so the soul power she can handle is also a lot greater than yours. But if it's just you, then sure. However much you can absorb, you can absorb. You just have to give the rest to me. Deal. Deal. Dash. Chapter 165, Scheming with Demon Dwellers. Chapter 165, Scheming with Demon Dwellers. On the south side of Cloud's Island, in a hidden valley, many giant trees casted shades that covered the ground and sky. Inside the valley, there was a gray fog. The fog continued to linger and did not dissipate. In the fog, the valley was filled with dead silence. There were no demon beasts, nor any trace of warriors. The condensed fog covered the sky above the valley. The bright sunlight couldn't even go through that fog and into the valley. When Shi Yin got to the entrance of the valley, he felt that the air was moist and knew that there had to be some sort of water source inside the valley. Following that cold, evil presence, Shi Yin followed along until he found the valley. When he arrived there, he suddenly felt that the cold and evil presence suddenly disappeared without a trace. The further he was from this valley, the more he could feel the unusualness of this place. However, when he was actually here, he couldn't feel anything. This gave Shi Yin a feeling that could he have found the wrong place. Hiding on an old tree at the entrance of the valley, Shi Yin gazed far into the valley. He realized that the valley was covered by the fog, and nothing could be seen. He didn't know what was inside the valley. He didn't rush to get into the valley. Shi Yin hid himself on the old tree and silently waited. After 3 days, suddenly a strong soul power came from the thick fog in the valley. Following that, from all directions on Cloud's Island, souls that couldn't be seen by the naked eye were attracted by the valley and all gathered here. They formed into gray, dark lights, flying in the valley, and disappeared within a second. Shi Yan's face changed. He gazed into the distance and realized that in the depth of the valley, there were countless dark lights flashing. If each one of the lights represented a soul, then the souls present in the valley would be up to thousands or even tens of thousands. God knows how many people were killed by the Gu family. At the same time, that cold, evil presence suddenly spread out from inside the valley. Like drifting smoke, it permeated into the entire sky of the Cloud's Island, as if it was gathering something, changing something, standing outside the valley. This time, Shi Yin clearly sensed this cold, evil power. It definitely came from the demon dwellers of the 4th demon area. At this moment, Shi Yin finally confirmed his guess. The blood vein ring on his hand flashed. The cold ice flame inside seemed to have something to say. Shi Yin looked at the blood vein ring and sank his consciousness inside. What is it? It's in the valley. It's the soul-gathering pearl of the level 8 soul-gathering beast. The soul-gathering pearl is in the water. The water is filled with souls. It can be confirmed that the soul-gathering pearl sank into the water. It can form a soul mirror to connect 2 dimensions. The cold ice flame screamed with delight. The soul-gathering pearl of a level 8 soul-gathering beast. Sure, Yin was surprised inside. Then wouldn't the soul power inside be even more strong? Of course. The cold ice flame seemed very excited. You don't need to use your mind power to probe around the valley anymore. Someone set very heavy constraints inside the valley. There are people stronger than you who are inside the valley. If a corner of your mind power were to be revealed, you might be immediately discovered. That cold, evil soul should have came from the 4th demon area. Could it be that he's already here? The 4th demon area? The cold ice flame felt a little strange. In my memory, this demon area has the least number of strong masters. In the 4 demon areas, the first has the strongest demon dwellers, followed by the 2nd and 3rd, and the demon dwellers in the 4th demon area are the most useless. I knew that the 1st demon area was sealed a long time ago, so no one can enter. Are the 2nd and 3rd demon areas sealed too? When the sky and earth were first born, the cold ice flame already had a simple consciousness. In its long life, many strong masters tried to absorb it. Those masters were, without exception, all top figures of Grace Mainland. These people's memory and knowledge was also extraordinary. From those people's memories, the cold ice flame learned about many secrets that very few warriors knew now. Its understanding on the different demon areas may even exceeded the head of the Yang family, Yang Qingdi. You know things about the 4th demon area? Shi Yin was surprised. Of course I know. I obtained a lot of knowledge and memory, which includes the 4 demon areas. In the 4 demon areas, the 4th is actually the weakest. From many people's memories, I've seen them go to the 2nd and 3rd demon areas, plundering precious resources from the demon areas and battling with strong demon warriors. They fought incredibly hard, almost tearing open the demon mountain cloud sea of the demon area. In this regard, the cold ice flame didn't mind Shi Yin knowing. Just some casual words already made Shi Yin shocked to his heart. From the cold ice flame's explanation, it wasn't difficult for Shi Yin to realize that the guys who tried to get a hold on the cold ice flame all had invincible powers, one of which could even leisurely walk through the 2 dimensions without the help of a gate of heaven. His heavenly powers were limitless, such that he almost had no opponents while going through both dimensions. So many strong figures. There was just no one who could truly absorb you. Shi Yin was surprised. That guy, Tian, you mentioned, he had no opponents throughout many dimensions. A figure like such, was he also not able to absorb you? I once merged into his soul. The cold ice flame immediately became dispirited. He was too strong. I couldn't fight back at all. I merged into his sea of consciousness and became one of the 3 soul powers inside. There was also 2 other strong living consciousnesses that were also enslaved by him. This guy was too terrifying. I couldn't fight back at all. How were you able to escape? When he was rising from the 3rd sky of the true God realm into the King God realm, he was bombarded by many masters of the same realm. While he was having a breakthrough, his soul couldn't be distracted, and at the same time his body was destroyed by many warriors of the same level. The other 2 guys and I secretly escaped from his sea of consciousness. He lost us, the 3 soul powers, and his body was also already destroyed. So, he was probably completely destroyed. 3rd sky of the true God realm. Sure, Yin was stunned. That guy really was frightening. In his soul's sea of consciousness, there were actually 2 other life forms merged in. Those 2 guys, were they like you, also sky fires? They weren't sky fires, but they were 2 of the most extraordinary lives in the world. We're different from you humans. We naturally only have souls and no bodies. The gods purposely did this to us. If we had natural bodies, then you humans would never be our opponents. Sure, Yin was filled with surprise. He realized that when conversing with the cold ice flame, he could obtain a lot of incredible old knowledge. Some experiences of the cold ice flame were truly like a book of ancient history and strong masters. Its understanding of masters and cultivation was definitely more thorough than those of many God Realm warriors in the Endless Sea now. Don't worry, right now the soul that is overflowing from the valley is too scattered. It's only the extending of consciousness. Without the accumulation, it wouldn't be the true arrival of the soul. The cold ice flame thought sure, Yin was scared. It consoled him. The reason why there are so many people here is to use these souls to form the soul bridge, and let that person's consciousness split and attach to these souls. When his consciousness is completely divided into thousands of pieces and form into one, then his soul would be able to truly arrive. How do you plan on getting the soul gathering pearl? Shi Yin asked. When that guy comes here, the cold ice flame explained. The soul gathering pearl, naturally, has the power to absorb souls. On normal conditions, once you and I get near the soul gathering pearl, our souls would be immediately influenced by the power of the pearl. I can still endure it, but your soul would be immediately sucked in by the soul gathering pearl. But once the soul gathering pearl forms into the soul mirror, the soul power of the pearl would be used to operate the soul mirror. Then at that time, it won't have its soul absorbing power. As long as you jump into that water on right time, I will use my power to seal everything in ice. By then you would be able to obtain the soul gathering pearl. If that demon dweller soul is also near the soul gathering pearl, wouldn't I be immediately killed by the demon dweller? And if the soul mirror is removed, then the soul absorbing power of the pearl would come back. At that time, what would I do? The demon dweller is here to do something important, so he wouldn't be near the soul gathering pearl all the time. Once that demon dweller leaves, we can re-enter into the water that's hiding the pearl. When you get the soul gathering pearl, I will immediately tell you the methods to control the pearl. By that time, even if the soul mirror were to disappear, you won't have to worry about the soul gathering pearl causing any harm to you. What if the demon dweller's soul comes back? Haha, then he'll be seeking his own demise. Without a body, a demon dweller with only a soul can't hold against the soul-absorbing power of the pearl at all. The biggest use of the soul-gathering pearl is to absorb souls. Souls with bodies still have a foundation. The influence they receive from the pearl would be many times smaller. But once the soul leaves the body, and if it gets in the range of the soul-gathering pearl, even a God Realm Master would have a very difficult time escaping from the soul-absorbing power of the pearl. If that demon dweller realizes that you can control the soul-gathering pearl, when he meets you, he would escape much faster than you do. Haha. A smile suddenly appeared on Shi Yan's lips. So, if I gain control of the soul-gathering pearl, I'll have the power to go against that demon dweller. Of course, at that time, I will tell you how to control the soul-gathering pearl. Once we get the pearl, you should go find that demon dweller immediately. A demon dweller that dares to bring his soul from the demon area has to be very strong. If his soul were to be absorbed into the soul-gathering pearl, it would have more soul power than tens of thousands of civilian souls combined. You can't put it to waste. Then you just wait. Once that demon dweller's soul leaves the valley, we will enter into the valley. The constraints in the valley has no use against me. By then I will release my power and freeze all of the constraints. You will be able to go straight through. Good. Let me think. Even if the soul-gathering pearl has to maintain the soul mirror, once you touch it, it can still form soul attacks to fight you. You only have to hold against one very weak soul attack. Then you can get the soul-gathering pearl. But your realm seems to be too low. You might not even hold against one soul attack from it. Forget it. I'll teach you a kind of soul defense martial skill from Yetion. Although your realm right now is very low, but once you master that guy's skill, you should be able to hold against one wave of soul attack from the soul-gathering pearl. Yetion's martial skill. Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. Don't get so happy yet. I will only teach you the basics, lest you come to go against me in the future. Basics are fine too, Chapter 166, Cultivating a Fake Soul. Chapter 166, Cultivating a Fake Soul. A martial skill that had been cultivated by a true God Realm Third Sky Master. Even with only basics, it still made Yin ecstatic. To make sure Yin obtained the soul-gathering pearl, the ice-cold flame really went through great pains. Not only did it clearly explain the origin and use of the soul-gathering beast, as well as the soul-gathering pearl itself, it also gave him a type of martial skill from its memory, just to make sure Yin capable of defending against one soul attack of the soul-gathering pearl. Yan's face was full of joy as he hid in the dense leaves of the old tree and sank his mind into the blood vein ring. He carefully listened to the ice-cold flame's introduction. During the cultivation route of you human warriors, you'll get influenced by thoughts of hate, greed, delusions, obsession, and resentment. These are collectively called as demons of the mind. They can drive you to insanity and destroy all the cultivation in your body. However, there are also strong-powered and strong-minded warriors who not only don't fear the demons of the mind, they can put them to some use. Demons of the mind? Yin was surprised for a moment. The martial skill you're about to tell me is related to the demons of the mind. Exactly. By using your demons of the mind, such as hate, greed, delusion, obsession, and resentment, with a special method to gather them into a cluster of demonic feelings, and then using your soul to leave an imprint in the demons of the soul, you can temporarily form a demonic soul. The demonic soul can count as a fake soul of yours. When you encounter the soul attack of the pearl, you only need to release the demonic soul. The soul power of the soul-gathering pearl will destroy your fake soul, but your real soul will be unharmed. Demonic soul? Only a fake soul? The ice-cold flame was a little impatient. Of course, the demonic soul cultivated by that guy was not only this. He could use the demons of the mind to form into a real demonic soul. The real demonic soul is a second soul that has magical powers and even has a second sea of consciousness. Once he finds the right body, the demonic soul can even form a second him. The demonic soul is made from the demons of the mind. It has the life imprint of the main soul, as well as the memories and knowledge of the main soul. As long as the demonic soul is weaker than the main soul, it will be controlled by the main soul. But once the demonic soul becomes stronger than the main soul, it can even control the main soul, turning a God Realm Master into a bloodthirsty monster. Then, according to what you said, having a demonic soul is like having an extra life. Exactly. When the demonic soul is cultivated at crucial moments, the main soul can sacrifice the demonic soul to escape. As long as you live, you can keep forming more demonic souls. The worth of it is endless. Between the main soul and the demonic soul, as long as one lives, the other one can be reborn. They're complementary to each other. It's very amazing. Hee, the cultivation method of the demonic soul is sure amazing. Oomph. I won't tell you the method to cultivate the demonic soul. The one I'm teaching you is only to form the fake soul. You can only sacrifice it. It has no other powers. If I let you know the cultivation method of the demonic soul, you would certainly use it to go against me in the future. Don't even think about it. Shi Yin chuckled. He knew that obtaining the cultivation method of the demonic soul from the ice-cold flame in a short time was not very realistic. He didn't insist and continued to communicate. Then tell me the method for forming the fake soul. It's like this. You have to gather the thoughts of hate, greed, delusion, obsession, and resentment, plus the different negative emotions in your body to form into a soul cluster in your mind. Once the soul cluster is made, put your soul into the fake soul and quickly leave. Then this way you will be able to leave an imprint of your soul in the fake soul, giving the soul cluster your soul imprint and forming the fake soul. It's that easy. Of course, it's not just that. Halfway through it, I will control a portion of power to comb through your soul cluster for you, that you can finally put in your soul. If I don't help you a little, you will immediately be trapped by the fake soul and the demons of your mind will control your everything. You will become a bloodthirsty monster with no independent consciousness. You'll help me halfway? How do you plan on helping me? Shi Yin snickered. Don't think about getting out of the blood vein ring. This stupid ring keeps constraining me. My soul can't get out at all, but my consciousness could be revealed a little. If my soul could leave this stupid ring, I would have left long ago. All right, then let's try right now. As the owner of the blood vein ring, Shi Yin could control the blood vein ring a little bit. However, he already made up his mind. No matter what, he will never remove the power in the blood vein ring that was constraining the ice-cold flame. This ice-cold flame was too evil and strong. It constantly wants to occupy his soul and seize his body. Compared to the soul-gathering pearl, he was more afraid of the ice-cold flame. So from the beginning to the end, he had always been emphasizing that he will not open up the blood vein ring a single bit. Stop the nonsense. Let's start quickly. The soul mirror formed by that soul-gathering pearl can summon the soul of the demon dweller at any time. Once that demon dweller's soul comes out, we will have to immediately get to the soul-gathering pool. You have to obtain the soul-gathering pearl before the demon dweller gets to you. Only then can you use the pearl to absorb him. Else, you'll be at a dead end. After the ice-cold flame said that, Shi Yin didn't dare to hesitate. He took in a deep breath and slowly took his consciousness away from the blood vein ring. Sizing up his surroundings, Shi Yin felt that this place was a little unfitting. This place was at the valley entrance of where the soul-gathering pearl was at, and there was a chance of a Gu family member walking around. If a strong warrior of the Gu family were to come and also just happen to release his soul consciousness to search, he might find his tracks. After thinking about it for a moment, as a precaution, Shi Yin jumped down from above and quickly left the valley. After a few hours, Shi Yin arrived next to a dirt hill. He dug a dirt hole inside the hill and climbed in to form the fake soul. When his meridians didn't purify the power yet, the negative emotions that were able to affect his mind seemed to hide itself inside the meridians. The mind power that Shi Yin let out purposely gathered a portion of the negative emotions in his meridians and then slowly moved it into his mind. The different thoughts of hate, greed, delusion, obsession, and resentment all repeatedly surfaced in Shi Yin's mind. Under the detailed explanation of the ice-cold flame, once these thoughts surfaced inside his mind, he immediately merged them with the negative emotions and then slowly gathered them inside his mind. After a very long time, in Shi Yin's mind, there was an extra gray cyclone. Inside the cyclone, there were many negative emotions and demons of the mind. These emotions formed into an air mass. It kept influencing Shi Yin, making him gnash his teeth as the bloodthirsty, murderous thoughts continued appearing in his mind. This was similar to when Shi Yin's meridians were purifying those powers. However, it was still weaker. It didn't actually completely destroy Shi Yin's mind. and made him fall into a state when he didn't even know who he was. All right, I will change it for you a little. A wisp of the ice-cold flame's consciousness flew out of the blood vein ring and into Shi Yan's mind. Shi Yan was on full guard. He wasn't worried about the cyclone in his mind, but instead was scared that the ice-cold flame would suddenly cause trouble. He cautiously sensed around. He sensed the strand of consciousness from the ice-cold flame, but realized that this consciousness wasn't strong. Inside, there seemed to be no memory or wisdom mixed in it. Like his mind power, this was purely just a flow of mind energy. This mind energy didn't bring any invasiveness. Shi Yan didn't dare to relax. He secretly took precautions. He was ready to immediately defend at any cost if that mind energy from the ice-cold flame were to have any harmful actions to him. He was worried that the ice-cold flame would play some tricks. Fortunately, this flow of mind energy from the ice-cold flame seemed to really have no bad intention. This flow of icy energy all went into the center of that gray air mass. Once this flow of cold soul energy was put in, the different demons of the mind of that air mass inside Shi Yan's mind was evenly spread out. Even the negative emotions that he gathered seemed to have become more tame under the ice-cold flame's cold energy. All right, let your soul crawl in, and then immediately get out. The ice-cold flame released the signal. Without hesitation, Shi Yan concentrated his mind and gathered his consciousness. He slowly gathered his soul presence, and then formed it into a beam of light that fiercely pierced into the fake soul. In a mere second, Shi Yan entered into layers of hallucinations. The early death of his parents, the boring nature of his life, the suffocation at the desperate moment of his adventure, all flowed into his mind. Different green-faced fang monsters also surfaced in the hallucinations. They all flared their claws and came at him, trying to drag him into the land of the dead. There were also enchanting, peerless beauties. They were dressed in revealing clothes. Their beautiful bodies were shown, and they posed in seductive positions. The different hallucinations all appeared from the fake soul. Shi Yan's soul light beam, in a mere instant as it went through, actually saw endless evils and temptations. Finally, the different evils and temptations quickly disappeared. When Shi Yan realized that he went through all those temptations, he was abruptly stunned. In that fake soul, there were actually many miniature soul shadows of himself that appeared. Those miniature shadows were in all different hallucinations. Their expressions were ferocious and evil, with a fierce bloodlust that seemed like it could destroy all. None of the miniature soul shadows in the hallucinations were normal. Those are the miniature shadows left by your soul imprint. Your soul imprint awakened the fake soul, giving the fake soul a part of your consciousness. Don't worry, the fake soul has no powers. It can't influence you. You only need to make the fake soul stand in front of you when touching the soul-gathering pearl. Then you'll be able to defend against the soul attack of the soul-gathering pearl, and then grab the soul-gathering pearl. Fake soul, Shi Yan was stunned. Why? Why do I feel like I'm still in those hallucinations? Why? Why do I feel like I didn't walk out of there at? The me inside the hallucinations seemed like the real me. What is going on? You left the soul imprint in there. Although the fake soul has no powers, but it's still a miniature shadow of the demons of your mind. It's interworking with your real soul. It's normal that you have those feelings. Once you form the real demonic soul, what you will experience would be even more intriguing. But I will never tell you the true method of cultivating the demonic soul. Demonic soul, demonic soul. Shi Yan retreated his consciousness from the blood vein ring. His eyes suddenly brightened as he murmured under his breath, "Sooner or later, I will get out of you." Oomph. When his consciousness left the blood vein ring, the ice-cold flame couldn't hear him talking to himself, but it still kept flashing. 3 days later, Shi Yan, who had been observing the sky, suddenly noticed there were many black shadows on the sky. Those shadows were lined up as they slowly flew towards the biggest mine of the Gu family. Shi Yan looked up and immediately recognized that the black shadows were the cyan bloodbaths that he once rode. His face changed. Shi Yin judged the situation and realized that from his location to the Gu family's mine, it would take at least half a day to get there. However, going to the Valley of the Soul Gathering Pearl would only need 2 hours. After pondering for a moment, Shi Yin quickly made a decision. He immediately sprinted towards the valley where the Soul Gathering Pearl was at. He knew that the situation was going to change very soon. Dash!